Good morning, everyone. This meeting is now called to order. The time is 9:02 a.m. We will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. I'd like to call on former City Council member, former Supervisor, and former Board Chairman, Mr. C. Besselarides, to come on down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir. And our current assessor.
Thank you, Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic, one nation, God.
As always, thank you. Today is, for the record, this is the regular board meeting of June 8th, 2021. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
I'm going to start with Supervisor Miller, who's participating telephonically. Supervisor Miller, if you could please acknowledge.
Hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, we can. Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty?
Present. Thank you very much. Let's see. At this time, we've got a proclamation. Madam Chair, would you please give us an announcement? Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Our first recognition today is the proclamation of June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth National Freedom Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Gloria Johnson to come to the podium this morning as the chairman reads the proclamation.
Yep. Good morning, Gloria and everyone. So it gives me a great honor. To read this proclamation. Whereas the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by Abraham Lincoln, freeing slaves in Texas on January 1st, 1863. However, slaves were still held until Major General Gordon Granger announced the end of the Civil War and slavery upon his arrival into Galveston, Texas on June 19th, 1865. And whereas, while the people of Texas began celebrating Juneteenth in 1866 with parades, prayer, concerts, cookouts, music, and other traditions, the recognition and celebration moved slowly through the United States as Texas moved to other parts of the country, bringing the celebration with them. And whereas on January 1st, 1980, Texas became the first state to officially make Juneteenth a holiday. 45 other states and districts of Columbia have followed suit. Now, therefore, be resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth National Freedom Day in San Joaquin County, commemorating the end of slavery in the United States and encouraging everyone to celebrate our freedom for all. Ms. Gloria, I've invited you here as a representative and just love perhaps if you could share a few words on the significance and meaning.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the Juneteenth proclamation. This is an honorable, deserving, and cherishable gift. This proclamation stands for freedom and the deliverance of all types of slavery. As he stated, Patty just stated, Juneteenth is the longest running African-American holiday. It was also stated it began in 1865. But the news of the 19th didn't travel to very slowly in the 1800s. News of the end of slavery did not reach Texas until 1865. That's why it was celebrated on June 19. That's the day it was delivered to the state of Texas. This day, we focus on bringing the community together. Juneteenth is a time to celebrate together as a family, to reflect on the past and look to the future. This is our 45th year in Stockton, of celebrating Juneteenth. We were formerly at Taft Community Center. We are grateful that we could celebrate this year. Our organization is small, but it's a powerful organization. We have done a lot in the community and will continue our work in the underserved areas. We are presently distributing information about COVID vaccines. This year, we will be celebrating the day at Weber Point. COVID vaccinations and testings will be available. We will have a full day of activities, R&B, which is rhythm and blues, poetry slams, and a fantastic fashion show. Thank you so much for this Juneteenth proclamation. And thank you all for all the things that you do in this community to make a better place for all races, creed, and color. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to share any words?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for being here today. I look forward every year to celebrate Juneteenth. It's a historical significance, not just here in the United States, but throughout the world. And, you put it so elegantly, is bringing the community together. So thank you very, very much for being here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for coming today. It's a special occasion, Juneteenth, and I'm looking forward to celebrating with you. And I'm glad we're put on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gloria, thank you for your comments. Thank you for all the work that you and your organization do in leading freedom of all races and creeds, et cetera. So, again, thank you for your words and the opportunity to share this event with the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Miller. Supervisor Miller, you might be on mute. Okay, at this time, she may not be available. She may chime in a moment. I would just like to say that your organization, your efforts, and the community is a reflection of our community, and it's a very important part of it. And we are grateful and thankful that of the efforts taken in the past, the present, and the future, because we are all in this community together. Okay, let's have a photo real quick, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition this morning is the recognition of retiring Behavioral Health Department Interim Medical Director and Physician Manager, Dr. Robert Hart, who I would like to invite down to the podium as the Chairman reads the commendation of Dr. Hart this morning.
Thank you. So this commendation, and this is your many years of service in this county is going to be surmised in just like a 2-minute little encapsulation, but we're looking forward to hearing from you, and we do appreciate you in advance of announcing this. So whereas for the past 36 years, Dr. Robert Hart has been a psychiatrist working for San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services and has provided medical support and oversight to its diverse and vulnerable population. And whereas since 1984, Dr. Hart has been a highly respected leader in one of the county's most challenging facilities, where he sprinkled humor into his provisions of steady and competent guidance. And whereas Dr. Robert Hart was one of the first contracted physicians at Behavioral Health Services, where he ascended to physician manager, assistant medical director, and interim medical director, and has always taken the time to assist his staff and co-workers and never claimed to be off duty. And whereas Dr. Robert Hart provided service under 6 behavioral health service directors and treated tens of thousands of San Joaquin County residents who live with a serious mental illness. And whereas Dr. Robert Hart has been involved with San Joaquin County's behavioral health Services 24-hour service programs, treating patients with tireless and genuine compassion, and always putting patients and staff safety above all else. And whereas Dr. Robert Hart was instrumental in the successful creation of the new Behavioral Health Service Crisis Stabilization Unit in 2015, providing valuable input to its functional design and safety measures. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby sincerely appreciate Dr. Robert Hart's many years of dedicated service to San Joaquin County and congratulates him for a job well done. Furthermore, this board congratulates Dr. Hart on his retirement from San Joaquin County. Now, the only reason why it's this short is because we ran out of space. I know we could have gone on for much longer, but we truly appreciate you, and I know that the county would love to hear from you, and I'm certain that some board members would like to chime in as well.
Did I do all that?
And many more, much more.
Honorable Chairman Patty, honorable board members, other dignitaries, thank you so much for having me here today for this recognition. I thought it would be appropriate to wear a suit and tie. However, they're all in Bellevue, Washington with my wife. As we expected, I would be retired already as of today, but there were things to tie up, matters to complete, and a new medical director incoming to introduce to this wonderful mental health department that we have, so I'm still here. It's been a wonderful time working there. I came in 1984, as noted, from Southern California, not knowing how long I'd be here, what I would be doing, and so on. I just knew I would be taking care of the county's most severely ill, most vulnerable, and most in need patients on an inpatient unit where people are really there against their will, temporarily, and by the time they leave, have a different attitude about treatment. It's been a calling of sorts for me. It's been the kind of work that I have come to love more and more over the years. It's been a matter of faith. It's been a matter of doing what's right. And it's been a matter of working with a team of wonderful people, competent, caring, and ethical, who I've had the privilege to work with and at times to lead over the years. As Chairman Patty said, this is my third stint in a medical director role. About 18 months ago, Tony called me to say, could we just have some help for a little bit while we're getting a new medical director? So I said, sure, it shouldn't be very long. 18 months later, I'm still at it. Looking forward to retirement, but I have to tell you, I will miss my friends, both in the staff, in management, and friends that I've made as patients who I've taken care of over the years, who have done pretty well and have been a great reward to see health restored to them. So I come with thanks to the board today for recognizing this, and I will certainly miss everyone that I've worked with here, and will try to carry the faith in Washington State, where we will be starting our new home and where my daughter and her son are newly minted emergency physicians and a possible source of some grandchildren. Thank you very much.
That's a good plan. Hold one moment, please. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Hart, we all go through life just once, and during that time, we have the opportunity to affect others and have an impact on their lives. Needless to say, based upon what Chair Patty has read, and I know there's a lot more to your experience and certainly your commitment to the behavioral health community. I just want to thank you, because oftentimes, we go through it day by day. We deal with, whether it be staff or patients, et cetera, or those that we work with. And sometimes we lose track of the numbers that we really have an impact. And I would say if we had the opportunity to look back on since 1984 and your experience and what you've done here, I think you would find literally probably thousands of individuals. When I say that, I'm not just talking about the patients and the staff. I'm talking about the families, because let's face it, for every individual that you saw, there were those who were affected, either family, friends, coworkers, etc. So you had a tremendous effort to make things better, and you were truly successful. And we want to thank you certainly for your service, for your commitment, and truly want to congratulate you on an opportunity of enjoying those grandchildren in the future, but certainly enjoying Washington State, which is a beautiful state. And hopefully you'll keep in touch with those in behavioral health periodically just to see how they're doing, and more importantly, share how you're doing. So again, congratulations and thank you for all you've done.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Dr. Hart, I just want to thank you for your service to this county and everything you did for behavioral health, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Doctor, very impressive resume, and thank you for all you've done for our community here in San Joaquin County, all the lives that you touched, in a positive way, that folks that wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for, your dedication and your professionalism. And, enjoy your retirement. You earned it. Washington State, like Supervisor Lynn was just mentioned, is a beautiful state. I know they have great fishing there, so, please get out and enjoy your time with your family and the outdoors. And, of course, if you need a fishing partner or something like that, you don't know me that well, but I got my own fishing pole, so just give me a call. Again, congratulations.
Supervisor Miller, are you with us at this time?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Hart, I just want to also echo my thanks to you personally on behalf of San Joaquin County, but also on behalf of your patients and their families through the years. You've made a really lasting impact on our county and on all of these individuals, and we're grateful for that. I spent the better part of 20 years living in the greater Seattle area, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. And I wish you the very best in a healthy and happy retirement. And I definitely wish you the many joys of grandparenthood. All the best. Thank you.
And lastly, Dr. Hart, just, as you've heard from us supervisors, and we represent the entire region of this county and some 750,000+ people. So as representatives of those constituents and the many people that you've worked with, and the benefit and the effect you've had is ripples across an ocean. And you've impacted lives and families and transformational and generational changes. So we thank you. The body of work that you've brought to our county and the gratitude that we can express from our constituents to you is immense. And we thank you and appreciate you. And please enjoy these next years in retirement and the great outdoors and those grandkids. It's wonderful blessings.
Thank you, and thank you for the good thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody that's called in for public comment?
At this time, we do not allow call-ins for public comments, but I do have 2 written public comments that I can read at this time.
Well, I'm sorry, the written submissions, yes, thank you.
Correct. And then those 2 comment cards that you have there are speakers that are here in person that would like to address the board when I'm done reading.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The first comment is anonymous and writes, as a concerned citizen of this county, I am embarrassed by the behavior of the chairman at the May 18th meeting. The tactics he used to smear Supervisor Miller's reputation, as well as other supervisors, is behavior beyond childish. It was more than obvious that the public comments were from people whom were constituents of the chairman. Come on, people, this is not grade school. Stop acting like someone took your bicycle and deal with the issues that affect the county. The board meetings this year have become a circus, and the ringleader using every chance to take pictures without a mask, passing items that benefits his agenda and insulting fellow supervisors. As a county official, start doing what you were elected to do. There is not room for this type of behavior when there are so many more important issues at hand to deal with. Please stop all the rhetoric and do the job the taxpayers elected you to do. The next comment was submitted by Tina Curell Allen, who writes, as an FFSJ employee, I'm extremely disappointed in the Board of Supervisors' decision to cancel our AB 109 contracts. I'm concerned with the service void that will be created by our program's absence. For 7 years, FFSJ's work has benefited the counties by lowering the recidivism rate and bolstering the success of pilot programs for this community. During COVID, when other agencies closed, FFSJ stayed open. The data below is from our department's work in the last 6 months and is supplemental to our contracted AB 109 support. We have put $40,989 into direct housing support for AB 109 probationers, while also offering bi-monthly bags of food, technology support classes, utility, and other housing supports. Individuals housed ranged from single parents to families with children and single individual who otherwise would not have housing. Through our workforce development program, individuals on probation have worked over 3,648 hours, totaling over $54,720 of direct income going back into our county. With the highest self-referral rates in county, 174 community members on probation have been served. We proudly have a clinician with extensive experience working with our reentry population, offering culturally rooted mental health services through our Trauma Recovery Center, as well as multiple support groups. Pulling these contracts will hurt those on the ground in need of these supports the most. Denying us due process is unfair and damaging to the community. We request the board reconsider their decision and offer us a process and consideration to further show our data. And Chairman, at this time, the remaining comments are with regard to a discussion item that I'll read later.
Okay, very well, thank you. And we have 2 people in the audience, and just for clarity, we request you come forward to the podium, physically distance 6 feet from each speaker, and wear a mask when addressing the board. Please state your name for the record. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow will light on, come 30 seconds before the end of 3 minutes. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks, although it doesn't matter, it happens all the time, during your comments, and that you address all the comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First, I have a request from Rosalinda Valencia. Please come on down.
Hi, my name is Rosalinda Valencia. I reside in Manteca, California. I don't get offended easily, ask anybody who knows me. I, however, was very offended by the last meeting when you had the district attorney here present who was throwing her little temper tantrum, which I found to be ridiculous. It seems to me that the district attorney seems to be more concerned with being a defense attorney rather than a prosecuting attorney, and she should be taking some lessons from Jack McCoy on Law and Order, on what a district attorney is supposed to be doing. This is something that is actually probably still currently in the district attorney's office, and nothing was done about it. And now there's 2 dead babies. And that one is being born currently, which I'm trying very hard to avoid being a dead baby as well. Okay, this is paperwork from the court. On or about August 12, 2019, the reports of a mother's child who died in 2017 were sent to the district attorney's office for review. On or about August 5th, the investigating worker obtained a Manteca police report detailing the birth and of subsequent death of the mother's first child. The following information was gathered. In 2017, Manteca Police Department responded to a mother's residence, a shed behind the backyard of a home. The mother reportedly gave birth to the minor, and when believing the baby was not breathing, wrapped the baby in a blanket and placed the baby in a plastic bag. The mother stated to her friend that she was going to bury the baby in the yard. The mother called the ambulance because her friend made her call the ambulance. The baby then died 2 days later. Fast forward 2019, January, another baby's born. How that baby survived, I don't know. I've got said baby. That is my baby now. That is my child. December 2019, mom has another baby. Baby died, suspicious circumstances. There's a big problem with the coroner's office. I have the report on that baby. It's so full of holes, it's not even funny. District attorney does not seem to be doing her job very well. I am trying very hard to make sure that there's no longer any more babies that are dead. Let's go back to, 2018, Lyle Burgess, 90 days house arrest for molesting a little girl. Tori Verber Salazar's watch. 2019, Mr. Bell was arrested, got 1 year for child pornography. Also, Victor Mao, DUI, used to be a vice mayor. Why did he only get 2 days in jail after he ended up killing somebody? Fast forward 2020, February, Sammy Nunez arrested. Yet again, Sammy Nunez just was arrested again not too long ago, but yet the district attorney saying there's no conflict of interest there. I suggest
Valencia.
that you guys actually look into this, please. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate this. Our next speaker is Mr. Roger Kelly.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Roger Kelly, lifelong resident of Stockton, member of San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. My concern is the grand jury findings about illegal dumping. San Joaquin County needs to take more action. I've attended some of the task force meetings, and it seems like there's a lot more talk than action. I would request that we got some cameras installed on River Drive, which is adjacent to the Calaveras River. Some of the discussions seem like we were going to get cameras and we weren't. I've personally seen it when Bill Hughes from the Neighborhood Watch Department put up cameras, a sharp decline in illegal dumping. He had put some up just west of I-5 at River and Ride, which is a hot spot for dumping, all along the Calaveras River in between Mission and just past I-5 is there's dumping almost daily. So I'd really hope that we could see about getting some cameras. I also want to thank McGill and Chris Roper. Thank you so much. We do a lot of volunteer work, and you always seem to get us supplies that we need. You help coordinate with channel maintenance and the county to help get it picked up. Also, the sheriffs and the PD have been outstanding. They're really great allies. But my dream job isn't to keep picking up stuff, all this garbage that's accumulating. After one of the last cleanups, and it was so refreshing to see people out there fishing and using the public property the way it should be, because it was clean enough to go out there. The area across from Stagg High School, the kids could actually walk down there now. It's not littered with garbage and filth, and it would be nice if maybe we could get where they could bus kids in to use it for biology projects if we could keep it clean. So I hope that we can do more to keep the area clean. There's a lot of us that take pride in it. Also, hoping that we can come up with some type of citation program. I've personally videoed, got pictures, and like the last speaker, the DA doesn't seem real interested in prosecuting any of this stuff. So if we could change it to where it'd be a citation like a speeding ticket, stop sign, you know, some type of traffic infraction. When we get the license plate, we could ticket the vehicle, and or if we find garbage and debris with personal property in it, we can cite those people. Then they can have their day in court and they can explain how it got there. But we've got to do something different. What we're doing isn't working. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And as a follow-up, the efforts that you and Tracy Glaze, I know you're out there on the Delta on a regular basis, and you're doing the work and the extra effort to keep that Delta clean. And we as supervisors in every capacity have been there or would be there and listened to those calls and that need of keeping our waterways clean. And we are taking actions and will be taking more in the very near future. Thank you.
I appreciate your time in the past, Tom, and
I'm never unavailable, so make sure you call and let me know if something you have on how we can help. Next speaker would be Martin Ross from Ready for Work.
Hello, greetings, county supervisors. My name's, most of you have met me before. My name is Martin Ross, and I'm the executive director for Ready to Work. And I wanted to just come and just thank the hello. Supervisor Wynn, we were back in Lodi. How are you doing, sir? I just wanted to give the board a thank you from Ready to Work for the support in the entire county, for the support that you give our agency that helps the homeless and formerly incarcerated move forward through workforce development. Many of you have come and visited and spoken out there, and that's extremely outstanding, and it is helping move the needle forward for the individuals that we work with to leave the past and move forward to a future that is of success. And that only comes through partnerships with folks like yourselves, with the county, with San Joaquin County Probation, the ESG grants, the HAP grants that we've received. All that support helps us keep moving forward, and we're so thankful for that. And so since I'm here today, I wanted to say hello. Thank you all, and continue to invite you to come and tour and speak. And if anyone hasn't been out there before, I'd love to give you a personal tour so you can see the great work that's going on. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, real quick, I know that you guys recently received a private donation from a Mr. Sandu.
Yes.
Going to be opening up a learning laboratory. Is that correct?
That's outstanding. Yes, it is. And we're already in the process of ordering the computers. So there's 12 computers and printers. And yes, we have that lab going on. And so I want to thank you, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Rickman, and of course the Sandus for that outstanding contribution. And it's definitely going to make a difference. Our issues out there is sometimes technology access, and you know how that is. Everyone needs to be able to get to the internet. I know Supervisor Villaputo has been out there getting to the internet, having technology access to be able to attend classes and move forward, and maybe even attend Delta College and just take those steps forward for success. So we are entirely thankful for that.
And just so you know, Sheriff Withrow is engaged in the technology upgrades and is looking for those solutions so that the computer lab would be high speed and accessible to the clients and the people, the participants at Ready for Work. And you guys are doing an outstanding job. So that's a big step forward. Congratulations on getting that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your assistance and just coming out and speaking and motivating our constituents.
It's all you guys. You're doing the work. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to come down and speak? Chief Bradley, you just cut off. Are you all together? Okay.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, County Council, Madam Clerk, and CAO. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and just remind everybody that we are a fireworks-free zone here in San Joaquin County. All fireworks are illegal in the county region, and for those who are failing to comply with it, it is a felony, violation of Health and Safety Code Section 12671, which is the unlawful to sell, use, discharge, possess, store, or transport fireworks without the official state fire marshal seal. As we know, the adverse impacts of illegal fireworks has on our veterans who are suffering from PTSD, our senior community who could be struggling with things such as dementia and Alzheimer's, to our infants who are trying to get a night's sleep. The noise and the concussion of sound that we're receiving from these fireworks are not what we saw 20 and 30 years ago. These are the equivalents of half a stick to a stick of dynamite. They terrorize our neighborhood, including our pets and our loved ones. And so we've, this year, partnership with the wonderful fire department here in San Joaquin County, and you can put these on your yard. They're firework-free zone, and you can write in your pet's name, your loved one, for our veterans, for our community, and stick these in your front yards. It lets your neighbors know that if they are discharging illegal fireworks, that there is a consequence. We have successfully prosecuted a number of individuals. Upwards to 150 cases were generated, including including felony convictions that resulted in lengthy jail time. So we wanted to come together, and if I could have the Fire as well as Animal Protection League come forward and talk a little bit about this. Also coupled with the drought this year, this is a very, very serious issue. Saturday we were in Lodi from about 11 to or 8:30 in the morning till about 4 o'clock. Person after person came up and said, my neighborhood is already exploding. It sounds like gunshots all night. We don't get to sleep. We're a month, a little less than now, a month away from the 4th of July, and people are shooting them off, and it is constant. So we want to remind people, call 911 and report these crimes. We do respond, and they are prosecuted, but we also want to make sure that we're respectful of our neighbors, any pre-existing mental health, PTSD, our veterans, our youth, our pets, our loved ones who are suffering by the trauma. 4th of July is one day a year. That's when they're to be released, and they have to be with the state seals. So with that, I'm going to hand it over.
Chair, honorable board members, Randall Bradley, Fire Chief, South County Fire Authority, Tracy's Fire Department. And first of all, I want to thank the District Attorney and the Deputy District Attorney for really taking the lead on this and making this a priority in our county. As you know, year after year, there's significant injuries that occur and also significant property loss and property damage to illegal fireworks. And unfortunately, it's become a socially acceptable norm. It's just one of the few things we have in California that could be a felony, and it's socially acceptable to light off these illegal fireworks. And so it's a big challenge to change that trend. They're cheaper, they're more powerful, they're more available on the markets. And if you just think about, again, using California as the example, they're actually legal in a lot of other states, so you don't have to go to another country to obtain these. This year, our fire conditions are the worst we've seen in decades. Our fuel moistures are lower than they have been at this time of the year ever. And our fire activity at this point is I think, up 400%. So, a great concern to the fire service in general that we need to get folks' attention and to understand the dangers of fireworks. Last year, we lost 12 homes on the 4th of July in the afternoon. We didn't attribute it directly to fireworks, but we believe there's a good possibility that fire was caused by fireworks. So it's a real concern. Again, we appreciate the county stepping up and providing the leadership and direction, and we look forward to working with you, and thank you for making this a priority. And I guess just the last point I'd make, I was recently elected as the president of the San Joaquin County Fire Chiefs Association. So I look forward to working with you on this issue and other issues that come about, and partnering with the county on behalf of all the fire chiefs in the county. So thank you again.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
My name is Jill Antonini. I'm here on behalf of the Animal Protection League, and we are in full support of the firework free zone. As anyone who is a pet owner knows how terrifying of an experience it is for animals during the fireworks. And every year they seem to get louder and bigger and last later into the evening. They start weeks before, and the number of phone calls that we receive for animals that have busted out of their backyard, they get run over, they are injured, they are lost, and they're never returned to the families. It is a very tragic time in the world of animals, and I personally can't tell you the last time I've been able to go out for 4th of July. I have to be home to make sure that my animals are comforted. It's a horrible time for animals, and I hope that everyone will take that in consideration this year and every year going forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Ed Martell, Montezuma Fire District, and as our president of our association, Chief Bradley, I'm grateful that he's up here for a couple of reasons. He gets to speak now, but also that the task force has been around now for, I believe it's its 5th year, between the district attorney's office, law enforcement, and the fire service. And I'd like to state that within those 5 years, I've seen a dramatic decrease in fires that's happened to us in my district specifically. So the task force is out there and it has been working. It has been reaching out there. And I'd like to say prior to this, I mean, it's bad as it is now, but it was a whole lot worse back prior to this task force being started. So I'm very grateful that the district attorney has really spearheaded this and assisted the fire service and the law enforcement to get together and come up with a plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a quick follow-up for County Council. Didn't we pass an ordinance in this county, this board, I believe, a couple of years ago, had passed restrictions on the types of fireworks that were allowed? Is that correct?
I'm not sure, Chair Patty. I think we did, but I can't say that 100%.
If you could follow up on that, because I know the concussion and the explosions versus the sparkles and stuff, there was a discussion. Supervisor Wynn might recall, but I believe we passed an ordinance against it. And to that effect, I'm wondering if we could, maybe through the CAO's office or through the district attorney's office, maybe put out a public service announcement about the fire concern and about the types of restrictions and the damaging effects it has. I think it would be an important message to put out in the coming weeks.
Also, if I may, in the state of California, are prohibited from shooting off any fireworks that explode in the air or have that kind of concussion impact. So it is a state law as well. And as you can see, a lot of, like I said, so many people this weekend, and we'll be out every weekend. We'll be in Lincoln Center this weekend, and Tracy, Manteca, Lodi. Everybody comes up to us and says their neighborhood is already exploding and that they're so explosive that it lights up the house, it vibrates through the house, and it causes hundreds and hundreds of pets to take flight, or our veterans that are suffering with PTSD to become just very adversely impacted. This is night after night after night. It is selfish for your own personal enjoyment to shoot off a firework, knowing the psychological, physical, and emotional harm that you'll cause to the loved ones in your neighborhood and to their animals. And we really need to educate, but it is a state law. It is a felony to do so. And if we're able to, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that case, we fully prosecute it.
So could you reach out to our CAO's office and talk about maybe we could find funding for a public service announcement so that we can talk about what's a regional and a very definitive concern as it relates to fires, as it relates to safety for animals and for our citizens?
Wonderful. We would be honored to do so. And like I said, we'll be out every walking the street, knocking on neighborhoods. We have our Youth Leadership Academy going into neighborhoods and getting these signs in people's front yards. It's a good reminder to people to be respectful of others. We understand our pride in America, and we have the 4th of July to celebrate that. That is the night it should be counties run. But this illegal firework is very, very traumatizing to people. It's time for us to think of others and not for our own personal gain gratification. We appreciate that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments at this time?
Chairman Patty?
Yes.
I have received several more written public comments.
Please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The first public comment is submitted by Fabian Perez, who writes, "My name is Fabian Perez, case manager here at FFSJ in the AB 109 pilot program. I really wished that you, the board, could have communicated with probation to get their input of the work we do here with with the funds that San Joaquin County provides for those re-entering our community. You all were manipulated by the media, and it saddens me that our leaders would have not done their homework or given due process before deciding not to renew our contracts to better serve those coming home to their families. The next comment I received is anonymous, and I'll address it after I read this. They write, "The sound and feedback from the microphones is very bad, and it is almost impossible to hear what anyone is saying. The only time it was legible was when Chair Patty was speaking with the handheld mic or if someone speaks in a very low tone. Please ask IT to fix the sound. I tested my speakers with another podcast, and there are no sound issues. It definitely on the county's end. And Chairman Petty, I have reached out to ISD regarding the sound, and I believe they are working on it." And the final comment is submitted by Sylvia Perez, who writes, "Good morning. I am an B109 reentry case manager presently. I work for the agency titled FFSJ. My name is Sylvia Perez. I would like to call in support to please reconsider the ground that was culled. I cannot speak for anyone else. I know that working with the probation officers on the collaboration we have has made an immense impact on our reentry community. Thank you." And that concludes our public comments this morning.
All right. Seeing no other requests to speak, we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair, I believe you have some recommendations today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this will help in regards to being heard. First is Behavioral Health Board. General Interest Representative Position 6704.3, Mary Avanti. Comanche Regional Park Advisory Board, one position. Board Supervisor Representative, and that's 1801.2, Mary Foose. Children Families Commission, one position. Community Member number 1902.2, Vina Ford. Council for Quality Education and Care of Children, Consumer Representative Position 2503.3, Rebecca Ray. In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Commission, one position. Other Representative Position 3701.3, Andrea Tonkin. Marada Municipal Advisory Committee, one position. Member Position 4601.6, Richard Castleman. And Redistricting Advisory Committee, 3rd District Alternate Position 7303A, re-advertise. And again, I make that motion for the board's consideration.
Second motion.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, I believe we need a roll call vote.
That's correct. I'll start with Supervisor Miller.
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen.
Yes.
Supervisor Villa-Pudua.
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman.
Yes.
And Chairman Patty.
Yes, thank you. Moving on. We now have a scheduled public hearing to establish Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts for 2021-2022. I believe we have Assistant Auditor Controller Jeff Woolcamp and Stan Lawrence present.
Board members, I'm Jeff Woolcamp, the Assistant Auditor Controller. I have with me our Property Tax Division Chief, Stan Lawrence, who's going to give a brief presentation.
Good morning, Chair Patty and board members. I am Stan Lawrence, the Chief Deputy of Property Tax in the Auditor Controller's Office. I would like to give a brief annual review of the county's Proposition 4 appropriation limit for fiscal year 2021-22. Proposition 4 is also known as the GAN limit, and it was passed in 1979. It amended the California Constitution to limit the growth of appropriations made by state and local governments. It has also required state and local governments to return funds to taxpayers in excess of the amount appropriated in a given year. The growth percentage of the appropriation limit is based on the change in the cost of living and population. While these changes can go up and down, they have historically increased due to economic and population growth within the state and our county. For the change in the cost of living, our county uses the change in California's per capita income instead of the change in non-residential construction. This is due to it not being economically feasible for the assessor's office to gather and maintain that commercial and industrial data. For fiscal year 2021-22, the cost of living increased by 5.73%, and the population increased by 1.68%, according to the state. By adding 100% to each percentage, multiplying them together, and subtracting out 100%, the growth percentage of the limit is calculated to be 7.51%. When the growth percentage is applied to the prior limit, the county appropriation limit for fiscal year 2021-22 is calculated to be $733,796,765. This represents the maximum appropriation for the county that can be financed through proceeds of taxes. That includes revenues from property tax, subventions from the state, franchises, and related interest income. It does not include sales and use taxes, licenses, permits, grants, or enterprise income. The proceeds of tax allocation from the 2021-22 final budget is estimated to be $304,927,318, which is well below the appropriation limit. The tax proceeds amount is 42% of the limit, and it has been around that percentage for the past several years. The difference has accumulated since Proposition 4 passed in 1979, and is due to the difference of growth rates used in the tax proceeds and the appropriation limit. The majority of the tax proceeds is from the countywide 1% tax, and most of that tax is limited to a 2% growth rate due to Proposition 13, which passed in 1978. As I stated previously, the growth percentage of the appropriation limit is based on the change in the cost of living and population. Since these changes are not limited, the appropriation limit has grown faster than tax proceeds due to the cost of living and population growing significantly over time. My office has looked into ways in reducing the difference between the limit and the proceeds, but we are unaware of any law or statute that would allow us to do that adjustment. And although our county is well below the appropriation limit, my office is still required by law to calculate the appropriation limit annually. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions from the board, and I request this item to be opened up for a public hearing. Thank you.
All right, any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I believe we have a public hearing that's open. And do we have any comments from the public that have been sent in advance?
Chairman Patty, we have not received any written public comments.
Is there anybody present that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments, any questions? Well, we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to, I believe we're going to need a motion and a second and a vote on this.
We'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So moving on now, discussion item number 2, conduct public hearing and approval of fiscal year 21-22 county fee revisions for the Agricultural Commission, Assessors, Recorder, County Clerk, Health and Care Services Agency, General Services Department, Public Works, San Joaquin County General Hospital, and the Sheriff's Office. I believe we have a staff report, and Ms. Connie Hart is here.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Patty and members of the board. This morning, your board will be asked to conduct a public hearing to consider various fee revisions. The purpose of the public hearing is to hear presentations from the departments and to take public comment regarding the proposed fee revisions. There we go. Oops. Okay. The state has distinguished between general public services and special public services. Examples of general public services would be the jail, welfare, and certain healthcare programs. General public services are funded from general revenues, such as property and sales taxes, and are distinguished from special public services by who benefits, either the general public or other parties, such as private individuals, businesses, or other governmental entities. Examples of special or user beneficial public services would be those related to property development, conducting a business, animal ownership, or individual health care costs, such as those provided by public health and behavioral health. Special public services are funded by special revenues, such as user fees, license fees, and penalty assessments. These fees are designed to cover costs associated with providing user-initiated activities. The amount of the fee is intended to maintain service levels expected by the service recipient without shifting the cost to the general taxpayer. If fees are not adequate to recover the cost of providing the service, then that service is subsidized by the general fund. In conformance with California Constitution Article 13C, Section 1, the fee amounts are no more than is necessary to cover the reasonable costs of the activity, and the manner in which the costs are allocated bear a reasonable relationship to the benefits received from the activity. 7 departments are recommending revisions to certain fees, primarily due to increased operating costs associated with delivery of specific services. Most of the requests are for increased fees. However, Public Works is requesting a decrease to 1 fee and deletion of 2. The Sheriff's Office is requesting to decrease 3 fees, and Public Health is requesting to revise 43 laboratory fees, of which 18 are decreases and 13 are newly established lab fees. Notices of the public hearing were published in the local newspaper on May 25th, 2021 and June 1st, 2021. Copies of the departmental board letters have been made available to the public for view at the office of the clerk of the board. Fee revisions totaling $4.9 million are proposed by the Agricultural Commissioner, the Assessor Recorder County Clerk, Health Care Services Agency, the General Services Department, Public Works, San Joaquin General Hospital, and the Sheriff's Office. Upon opening the public hearing, departmental representatives will provide a brief summary of their proposed fee revisions and respond to any questions from your board. It is recommended that following each departmental presentation, the public be allowed the opportunity to comment on that department's proposed fee revisions. Your board might want to revise a proposed fee at the conclusion of the departmental presentation. Once public comments have been taken and board comments have been made, it would be appropriate for the board to take action on that department's requested fee revisions, or the board may choose to take action on all proposed fee revisions following the last department presentation. Chairman Patty, at this time, it would be appropriate to open the fee hearing and to hear from the first department and take public comment on that item.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. And any questions from staff or board members before we proceed? Seeing none, the public hearing is open, and I would like to ask anybody in the public to come forward if any of these public comments. I see none. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody that's written in any comments?
We do not, and at this time, I believe that departments will give their presentations during the public hearing.
Okay. Well, next up is our departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. First up is Tim Pelican, our Agricultural Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. We're simply here today. Each year we are given an update by the Auditor's Office regarding our hourly cost for our inspectors. And I'm simply asking that you allow for us to raise our hourly rate to meet those costs.
Is that your presentation?
That's my presentation.
Where's Mr. Balaji? He needs notes. He needs to see on this, how effective, how efficient, and how direct you could be. Thank you, Mr. Pelican. Any questions from the board? Having seen none, I think we can proceed to the next.
Next, we have Steve Veselarides, the Assessor, Recorder, County Clerk.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board, CAO, County Council. This one will be just as brief. This fee is specifically for a new endeavor in our passport services. This covers the full-time equivalent of an office assistant. We're proposing to generate the fees, which is on the following consent calendar.
We are cooking here. Any questions, any comments from the board? Nope. No? Thank you. You know, I have to tell you, as county assessor and former chairman, but Supervisor Villaputa was betting that this hearing was going to take about an hour alone. So he's lost. He's going to buy me lunch. You guys are on point. We appreciate hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Greg Diederich, the Director of Healthcare Services Agency.
Now this man has information to share.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. I will be a little longer, but I will keep it brief. We have 3 recommendations for fees. First is mental health services. These are our per minute rates. These are generally interim rates. We end up settling for cost 2 years after the fiscal year, and generally we're limited to the lower of cost or billed amounts. So these are interim rates that will ultimately settle for cost. In EMS, we have 1 rate increase. We have the trauma center monitoring fee. As you know, that the trauma center migrated from a level 3 to level 2. There'll be a verification visit later on this year, and we actually have a dedicated nursing staff within EMS that work with San Joaquin General Hospital for trauma services. And then within public health, we have a variety of lab fees that have been reviewed using the protocol of the auditor controller a couple years ago of our process, some increasing, some decreasing, as well as in our recommendation and ability to delegate to me if fees are increased during the year or a new fee or a new test is brought online, and ability for us to change those rate during the fiscal year as needed. So thank you.
And thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn.
Real quick, during the pandemic, we obviously ramped up our lab facilities. In regards to that, as far as equipment or staffing, has there been any significant changes from, say, 2019?
We did not bring a fee adjustment last year because of COVID, but we definitely had a surge in staffing related to COVID testing, bringing on a variety of retired annuitants and other staff. Then we started to work 7 days a week. That has scaled back at this point. A lot of the funding for equipment has been grant funded, but the public health facility, the new building, should be completed in the next 90 days. And there's also an item on the consent calendar today extending our joint powers agreement with Stanislaus for 60 days. But we will be reviewing these fees again this year, as my intention is to embed depreciation of that new facility, of the lab facility, into these fees.
Okay, so essentially what we see now with the possible revision later, these will be the fees that will be in place at least until we have to revisit them sometime in the future, correct?
My anticipation is that these fees will be in place for the next 12 months. I don't anticipate any wild adjustments, but the flexibility that we're asking for, sometimes, 2 years ago there was a hurricane in Puerto Rico, which does a lot of manufacturing for the medical field, and things, cost went way up. So, circumstances like that might require us to adjust our fees to better equate to cost.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Dietrich.
Okay, next we have Judy Fastbinder, our Parks Administrator.
Good morning, Chair Patty and members of the board. Today before you is going to be 2 new fees for Mickey Grove Park to allow for field trips to the zoo. There are going to be 2 tiers. One will allow for 5 adults and 20 students for $150, and the second tier will allow 7 adults to 30 students, up to 30 students for $175. It will also include staff time and ambassador animals and the use of the outdoor amphitheater. This is a new fee for Mickey Grove Zoo. Education is coming back and we're enjoying the field trips. We've already done 1 or 2 on a modified basis, and we're looking forward to having them come back. Nice and simple.
Outstanding. Thank you. Any question from the board?
Thank you,
Supervisor
Chair.
Rickman.
So this is a new fee. So we didn't have this before, and we still had field trips, correct?
Correct. It was through the outside organization that we had partnered with prior.
So they were still paying, but to a different entity?
Correct.
So
Yes.
we're just collecting it now under this?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Chris Bellaggi, Director of Public Works, and with him is Alex Chetley, Engineering Services Manager, and I believe they have a PowerPoint.
Hey, Mr. Bellaggi, before you begin, we have a world record in this boardroom that in about 5 seconds, Mr. Pelican was wrapped up.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. The proposed 2021-22 Public Works fee schedule is
Already
in your
past the 5
package.
seconds. You're past the 5. Right now, you blew it right there.
It's attached in your package as Exhibit A to the resolution. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Just kidding. No, we will go through the full.
And honestly, let's pause. Whatever you have to say in Public Works, there is no rush at all. We appreciate all the work that you and your staff do. So I will pause. You are not under any pressure at all, and we appreciate hearing from you in every word you have to say. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. So as I mentioned, the Public Works fee schedule for the fiscal year 2021-22 is in your package as Exhibit A to the resolution. And of course, these, like any other departments, the fees are intended to generate sufficient revenue to offset the service costs that's incurred by the staff. Towards that end, the fee schedule reflects adjustments that are necessary, only that are necessary to achieve the cost recovery. The Public Works fees cover a myriad of fees: encroachment permit fees, flood and water course permit fees, stormwater permit fees, transportation permits, and so on. 2 years ago, the San Joaquin County Auditor Controller's Office actually conducted an audit. One fine gentleman actually went through the fine-tooth comb and gave us a raving review of our work, and we passed with the flying colors, actually. So it is certified by our auditor controls, our methodology that is used by Public Works to set its fees. So with me here today is Mr. Alex Chetley. He would go through very briefly the changes that we're making and why we are making such changes, and we'll be happy to answer any question of yours. Mr. Chetley?
Morning, Chairman Patty and members of the board. I'll make this as brief as possible. For the 2021-22 fiscal year, we're proposing adjustments to 14 out of 105 fees. This includes changing 1 actual cost fee to a fixed fee, increasing 13 fees, and decreasing 1 fee. And additionally, we're proposing to delete 2 fees and add 3 new fees. Right. Since fee increases attract the highest level of attention, I'll focus on that first. The proposed fee increases are necessary to ensure cost recovery. Half of the proposed fee increases are for services provided by the surveyor's office, and the other half relate to improvement plan checking, which I'll explain in more detail in the next slide. Note that about half of the increases are about 10% or less, and the other half of the increases are between 10 and 25%, but only a handful of the increases in this range are above 20%. The average fee increase across the board is approximately 11%. This year, the Public Works Department, in partnership with the Community Development Department, implemented electronic plan checking software. Software will help facilitate and improve organization of larger encroachment permit applications, subdivision improvement plans, which we've seen an uptick in the last year or two, and outside agency capital improvement projects with infrastructure and county rights-of-way. Fees related to these services are proposed to be increased to offset the annual software cost. The software will improve the efficiency of our permit and plan review processes and is ultimately expected to reduce our costs for these services. Additionally, the system is already benefiting customers by reducing or eliminating costly reproduction expenses, reducing the need to deliver or pick up plans from the Public Works office, and reducing mailings to our offices. These benefits are especially significant for customers located outside of our area. This slide represents fees related to plan check review, where we will utilize the new electronic plan checking software. The proposed increases are expected to generate revenue corresponding to the annual cost of the software. 2.9% increase is proposed for encroachment permits. Fee items 26, 27, and 28 are used for the large-scale improvements and subdivision plans, like I mentioned. Fee items 26 and 27 are utilized when the project cost is under $500,000, and when the project cost exceeds $500,000, we charge our applicants actual cost under fee item 28. We track our time and we bill them accordingly. The fees associated with these large-scale improvement plan checking efforts are proposed to be increased approximately 20%. I'm going to skip through 6, 7, and 8, which is, those fees really pertain to just clarifying and simplifying our fee schedule. We're deleting and consolidating fees. On slide 8, on 9, I'm sorry, we're on 9. We evaluated the cost to perform review of traffic technical memoranda, and we're proposing to lower this fee by 40% from $1,000 to $600. I think we can skip over the new fees. These fees that are labeled as new fees are actually fees that for services that we're already providing, and we're just sort of clarifying those on the fee schedule so that it's clear for our applicants. Slide 11, we performed our own analysis to determine the recommended fee amounts, and we also check with surrounding counties to see how our fees compare. Note that finding apples-to-apple fee comparisons is often a challenge due to variation in how agencies structure their fee schedules. The fee comparisons I'm sharing today were chosen because they are frequently used, and we found relatively good comparison data. This slide shows some of our most frequently used fees for encroachment permits and in public infrastructure plan checking and map checking. The green indicates proposed fees that are lower than the average cost of the comparison agencies. The red reflects fees that are higher than the comparison agencies. We will continue to monitor our service fees on an ongoing basis, and we'll make recommendations to the board for changes during the annual budget process to ensure full cost recovery and to restructure them as needed. In closing, I want to note that the Public Works Department notified over 50 stakeholders in our development community regarding these recommended fee changes, and we invited them to an online informational session in April. Chairman Patty and members of the board, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. We recommend that your board approve the proposed 2021-22 Public Works fee schedule. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? None. Supervisor Wynn.
Mr. Wolverding probably is more involved in this, at least in his prior life. But the question is, when we talk about the fees, and the law only allows us to charge the actual amount that we incur, why do we, for example, why do we look to other counties in regards to their fees? Because they may have different organizations, different structures. It would seem like what we do would be the most important, because that's why we charge the fees, to cover the costs of our activities. Is that right, Mr. Wolverding? Is that correct?
Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, what we do is when we look at the other comparison counties, some of the numbers are, let me back up. When we are evaluating the fees based on metrics within any particular department, and some of these departments get fairly complex. Environmental health is one that often comes to mind. There are certain metrics in there that are based on time and motion studies. And if we come up with a number or a metric that seems like an outlier, maybe it's a real outlier, and maybe we necessarily didn't do something we should or shouldn't have. We should have done differently. We'll go and check with other jurisdictions to say, hey, if we came up with 100 and everybody else is coming up with 20, maybe our 100 number we didn't get to quite properly. Whereas if we came up with something that seemed high, and that's what you generally see. I recall a couple of years where the board elected not to put the full fee out there, even though we knew we could validate it because it had been so long since we did a fee. We were jumping it up maybe 100% or 50%. We didn't want to create sticker shock for our community. We would go and say, wow, is that metric really that high? And we would do that external check, not to copy what somebody else did and say, oh, well, if this county's doing it, we're going to do it too. It's more of a sanity check on our numbers when we would see things that would be outlier.
Okay. In short, Supervisor Wynn, thank you for that question. It's a very, very, very relevant question. The comparisons are not made to benchmark or to copy their fees, but to ascertain for ourselves that, what we are doing, especially in cases where our fees are much, much bigger. We didn't find anything like that, actually. If that does happen, it gives us an opportunity to see what is it that they are doing that keeps their fee lower than ours, and is there an opportunity for us to replicate that to bring customers' fees down here. That's the only purpose we do the comparison for, just to ascertain for ourselves that we're doing everything we can to keep our fees as low as possible. Like, for example, if we found a neighboring agency using a particular software or a different methodology to bring the cost down, then we can look at that and see, okay, what is the cost of procuring that software and the license fees? Would that help us to bring the cost down in our jurisdiction? So that gives us some sort of satisfaction that, we're not setting fees unilaterally, but we're also always conscious of what's going on around us to ensure that we provide the cheapest service for our customers.
Okay, and on that point, Ms. Charlie talked about the inclusion of the cost of the software in regards to recovery based upon our work. So if that's true, then will there be a point in time where we've covered the cost of the software that we would decrease that fee because we're no longer paying back for that license or whatever it happens to be? And in other words, eventually will it go down once we cover that cost?
That's another excellent question, Supervisor. When the license fees are ongoing cost, right, it's an annual cost. So, more likely than not, right, that would remain if not go up when the vendor increases the fee. However, what we do not see on the chart that we showed is, the efficiencies that our customers gain because of that use of software. And if anything, we're so proud that we didn't miss a beat from last March to now because of the pandemic, because our customers are able to use the software remotely, submit their plans for our check. They don't need to come in. They can collaborate online with our customers. So a lot of convenience, time savings, and cost savings are incurred by our customers by these software and electronic applications that is masked in our fee schedule that we show in there. We only show what it cost us to provide the service, but beyond that, our customers would be gaining a lot of efficiencies and time savings and cost savings because of the implementation of technology.
Okay, well, I agree. Time is money. The last point is, which was touched upon earlier, is that if we don't charge what it costs us to perform those particular functions, we take it out of the general fund. And if we take it out of the general fund, that denies certain projects or opportunities to build or initiate certain programs. So I'm a firm believer, and I've dealt with a lot of businesses, developers, et cetera, who want discounts, et cetera. But eventually, whatever it is going to be paid for one way or the other, either by all the taxpayers who have really no stake in it, or those who are actually benefiting from the project itself. So, again, thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? So, Mr. Balaji, just to review, I know that we do an audit. We charge what's actually cost, and I have to tell you that getting compliments only, and I do not know of a complaint that comes through my office about public service, public works and the services you guys offer. There is not really a backlog and people waiting for services or response. We're kind of really I would say a gold standard of public service and the expectations being met from when we are called upon through your department. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Supervisor Patty, and the credit goes to Mr. Chetley and his team. And allow me, I know that I'm over my 30 seconds actually, but 4:59, someone came to the counter, and I happened to be just there, right? And this person tells my staff, Chetley's staff, that I'm very sorry to come in at that last minute of closing. I know that you guys are about to close, and I tell you though, that person didn't even see me there, and the response was, "Ma'am, you are right there in the time we are open. We're still open. Doesn't matter you come in at 4:59 or right on the dot at 5, we're here to provide that service." And I tell you, that is the spirit of service that we carry, and we're so proud of it.
That's an example that comes from the top down. So thank you. I appreciate that. And seeing no further questions, I think we move on to our next presentation.
Thank you, Chairman.
Overson is already here.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the Board of Supervisors. Here to present for the fiscal year July 1st, 2021 adoption of hospital room rates and charges for San Joaquin General Hospital. We have 3 recommendations for your board to consider this morning. First of all, that you adopt by resolution the room rates and other charges at San Joaquin General Hospital and the clinics that it operates. And those will be effective July 1st, 2021. Second, they authorize the San Joaquin General Hospital Chief Executive Officer for the 1 year ending June 30th, 2022 to adjust room rates and charges to reflect fluctuation in the average cost of providing services or supplies, to conform with levels of reimbursement allowed under Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines, as they may be negotiated under written agreement with commercial third-party payers, and authorize the San Joaquin General Hospital CEO to set fees for services and supplies that are not currently in existence, and that those fees and supplies be priced to reflect the average cost for those services or supplies, pending further hearing for the next fiscal year. In general, San Joaquin General Hospital has over 17,000 separate charge items. We're recommending across a general aggregate 4.6% average increase, estimating that will bring in a net revenue of approximately $3.9 million to the hospital enterprise funds. And these rates that are recommended do reflect the cost of providing services. Have any questions? I'd be happy to answer. Any questions you have, I may be happy to answer them.
Thanks, sir. Seeing none.
Thank you.
Okay, last but most certainly not least, we have Assistant Sheriff Michael Tibon.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Actually, with the Sheriff's Office, due to the number of bookings that's trended in the last 3 years, we have a decrease in this year's fees as opposed to last fees of $48,000 to 22 to 24,000. So there's actually a reduction in cost. All I have, if you have any questions.
You are spot on, man. Your merit badge is growing higher and higher. And Supervisor Wynn, we good? Supervisor Miller. I know that I've just asked if there's any comments, but are you able to hear us and participate? And do you have any questions on any of what's been presented so far?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm able to hear quite well, and I haven't had any questions up to this point. So thank you for checking in.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we're good.
Wonderful. So the county administrator is recommending that the requested fee revisions totaling $4.9 million in revenue be approved by your board.
Madam Clerk, do we have any comments that have come in? Any personal attacks on me that we'd like to share at this time?
Through the chairman, no, we have not received any written public comments.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it back to the board, any questions, or we'll close the public comments and bring it to the board for any final comments, questions, or make a motion to accept and approve.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
I have a motion to accept. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you. That passes 5-0. Good job, everyone. Thank you so much. Next, we have consent items 1 to 577. No, I'm sorry, 1 to number 77. And I'd like to ask if anybody would like to pull any numbers at this time. Supervisor Rickman.
Oh, Chair. Thank you. I just have a quick question and for consent item 13 and 26. I don't need it to be read. Just a question.
Okay, when appropriate, we'll go with those. Supervisor Villapudua.
None.
None? Supervisor Nguyen.
4, 20, and 21.
4, 20, and 21. Supervisor Miller, any consent items to pull?
No, thank you. I got my questions answered in advance, and I'm good to go. Thank you, Chair.
That's because you're always on top of it and ahead of everyone else. Thank you. I'm going to pull items number 23, 27, and 36 more for receiving an overview of information more than questions. The information be shared with the public. So we are going to start off with Supervisor Nguyen, item number 4, which is, if I have this correct, CAO accept and file the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association audited financial statement and report as of December 1st, 2020. Supervisor Vice Chair Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
Real quick and on a couple things. One is on the staff report, it talks about calendar year that the fund's return on net assets was 2.23%. This is 4.77 less than the 7 that was projected. We've talked in the past in regards to our investment revenue or return, and based upon what we have anticipated over the next, for example, 10 years, this seems low, and I guess my question is, why is it down, and what do we anticipate for the future as far as our investment returns?
Great, thank you. For clarification, my name is Johanna Schick. I'm the CEO of the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association. And Supervisor Nguyen, thank you for this question, because while the information that is there is correct as far as it goes, it would allow most readers to draw an incorrect conclusion. In fact, our investment return for the year was 8.3% net of fees. That's the time-rated return. What you have in your packets is the dollar-weighted return, which is improper to compare to the return assumption. So what the dollar-weighted return considers is all of the cash flows, all the benefit payments out, in addition to the investment returns. And what you should actually be looking at is the investments only, exclusive of the dollars flowing in and out. And again, that was 8.3% compared to the 7%. So in actuality, this is a good news report. We exceeded our assumed rate of return. Our our net pension liability went down. Our funded ratio is going up to 68%. With regards to the portion of your question about future investment returns, of course, it's impossible to predict. But what I can say is that the 10-year capital market assumptions in general say, look, valuations are very high right now. They've been high for a while. And so the anticipation is that over the next 10 years, investment returns will be somewhat lower than they have been in recent years, meaning that it will become likely harder to reach the 7% assumed rate of return which is why you see pension funds throughout the state lowering their assumed rates of return. We are at 7% currently, and that's where most pension funds are around the nation at this point, although some are moving down into the 6.75, 6.5 range, and it wouldn't surprise me if over the next few years we move there as well. There are still some asset classes that make it possible to reach that 7%, private equity, infrastructure being two of them, and we are doing everything we can to position the portfolio in a way that will enable us to attain the assumed rate of return. We look at our investments monthly and quarterly. We adjust our portfolio on a 3-year basis, but we refine it on a regular basis to be sure that it's operating in an optimal way to try to attain that 7%.
Okay, well, thank you. I know in the past there's been a number of options considered in regards to lowering our pension liability. For example, at one time it was discussed of maybe contributing $125 million, and then there were other, I think there were 4 options in total. Has the retirement board looked at other options in regards to accelerating the decrease in regards to our pension liability?
So certainly the extra contributions that the county and other employers are making is a big help. It helps us be in a cash flow positive position. We actually receive more contributions coming in than we have benefit payments going out. And so that's very helpful. In terms of other things, obviously looking at our investments, that's the biggest driver. But since I've been here, we've been very successful in cutting our investment management fees. We're down to 0.46% as an investment management fee, which is almost half of what we were paying previously. So every dollar that stays invested is a dollar that can help the fund grow. So we're looking at ways, how do we cut costs in addition to other things that can help with the funding. Additionally, there are options that are available when we look at longer term decisions. So recently the Board of Retirement made a decision to look at the definition of pensionable compensation for Tier 2 members. And as a result of that, there are employees who are hired after January 1 of 2022, the amount of compensation that's used to calculate their benefit will actually be less. Again, that puts less pressure on the investment earnings, which then can help with the funded ratio. So yes, we are looking at things. There are things that the county may be able to consider as well that don't require additional contributions, and I'm happy to work with Mr. Wolverding on a couple of those ideas that have been briefed with under the prior administration that may be other options.
Okay, thank you. One last question in regards to, I know a public entity recently converted their retirement system to a defined contribution as opposed to a defined benefit program. And I think one of the salient factors in regards to that decision, at least from the employees and their union, was the solvency or sustainability of the plan itself because of future uncertain times. Does the retirement board ever discuss potential options to look at in regards to maintaining the viability of the plan itself, or the portability, or all those other things that are considered? Just a question. I mean, I don't need you to go into any detail, but has the retirement board looked at those options for any future, as you talk about the Tier 2, you talk about the future in regards to reducing the costs for public agencies, but more importantly, for the employees themselves?
Right. So let me just clarify that the plan is viable and is sustainable. It is designed to be sustainable. That said, our funding is not where we want it to be, and certainly our employer contribution rates are not where we want them to be. So we are working on those things. In terms of looking at plan design changes that might further enhance the affordability, and potentially portability. That's really something that is a plan sponsor responsibility. That would be, the County Board of Supervisors, the boards of the different employers. What the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association is responsible for is administering the plan that you all adopt. There are some restrictions within which the county and other employers have to operate, because once you've adopted a 37 Act retirement system, exiting it is not a simple thing. It requires going back to the legislature. But the 1937 Act is basically a menu of retirement options. There are lower benefit formulas available under it, which could be adopted. And if recollection serves, I believe there may be a defined contribution plan within it. But again, that would require some legislative changes, because we are not currently included in that. But that doesn't mean that things couldn't be modified. It would require, some work to get there.
Good. Thank you for that information.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you very much. I have one quick question. Ed, do you know if our ranking has changed? At one point, we were in the very lower percentile of funded pensions, and in the current evaluation, have we come up a notch or two?
Yes. So there's sort of two questions embedded in that. One was, how do we compare to our peers? And I know that was of interest in previous, and we were third from the bottom, and now we've moved up a notch, so we're fourth from the bottom. And in terms of funded ratio, we've moved up from 64.7% to 68%. So that's a significant improvement.
And what percentage is the majority at, in the 70s, 78s? I know there's anomalies that are 100% and they're way up there or close to it, but where would you say, if we're in the lower percentile, we need to get into that mid-70s to be in that?
Yeah, mid-70s to 80 in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And Chair, if you mind, real
yes,
quick, I just want to say, I think this is a positive report, and we met offline here. So I just want to say thank you and your team for all you do on behalf of all our employees.
Thank you.
That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Thank you. All right, next up, and I wanted to actually take a brief pause and check with the CAO on item number 15. I had requested we will pull this for a separate vote, but I did want to clarify with the CAO that approved resolution for public use of county-owned electric vehicle charging stations. Now, in the county, do we have anywhere that there's a charging station, is that county-owned? Because I know that there are vendors you have to go log on and license or pay to use that charging station. But are they all considered, like there's charging stations in this building, are they considered county-owned?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Chair. And I believe they're not just this building, Public Works, and I see Marcia nodding her head. And there may be others in the county, but I do believe that's correct.
Okay, so as such, and that's okay, we're fine. So as such, I will abstain from that vote, and I'll ask that we pull it separate, since I do own a hybrid car that at times might be using that charging station. So, so just for the record, when we go through consent, I will abstain from that item, and we'll pull it separately and vote on it separately. Would somebody mute their phone? I think we're hearing little voices in the background. Thank you very much. Moving on then, Supervisor Rickman, you asked to pull number 13 for a comment or something?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just had a quick comment. And I don't know if anybody from Public Works or whoever it may be, but and this is the title of it, approve the continuance of the local emergency due to drought. Of course, I approve that. But my question is, in November of 2014, the California voters passed Proposition 1, the Water Quality Supply and Infrastructure Improvement Act, which was a $7.5 billion bond for investments in the state's water system. $2.7 billion of the bond proceeds were supposed to fund the public benefit aspects of water storage projects. I know earlier this year, a few months ago, my office requested an update on Prop 1 activities, and Public Works responded to that, so I appreciate that. But from the data available to staff from our state agencies, it doesn't appear things are progressing with any urgency. So I just wanted to ask our Public Works Director or staff or whoever it may be, is the state making adequate progress in water supply and water storage with the $7.5 billion of taxpayer dollars to address our droughts? If not, it just seems like we're going to be just declaring drought emergency for the foreseeable future. Anybody from Public Works here? All right, then I guess they can.
You follow up with him and maybe share that information when we do
through our memo.
Board comments. Thanks. And then we have, next up was item number 20, Supervisor Wynn. That's approve the organizational change by transferring the Register of Voters from the Information ISD Department to the County Administrator's Office and authorize the Chair to sign the amending exemption class specification for Register of Voters, HB 1550.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. In the background, it talks about the previous authority of the CAO's office as far as the department head position of a Registrar of Voters. So, but then it talks about the board retained authority to appoint that person as the Registrar of Voters. Just quickly explain to me, who appoints this person to become the Registrar of Voters? Is it the CEO or is it the board? And then I'll ask a follow-up question.
So thank you, Supervisor Wynn, for your question. This would be a position in which the board appoints the Register of Voters, but for technical day-to-day purposes, it would report to the CAO.
Okay, so what you're saying essentially is that the overseer, the supervisor would be the CEO or CAO's office, but as far as selecting the individual to become the registrar, it would be up to the board. And I guess to Mr. Wilverding, or I guess I direct it to you, Ms. Hopkins, the process, would it be similar to the selection that we use for department heads?
It would be similar for department heads that the board appoints. So those individuals would come to you in closed session for an interview, and then the board would determine who the ROV is. Okay, all right. And then briefly, Mr. Wilverding, in regards to I'm not disagreeing with the decision, but the question, because I know that at least previously with ISD, there was a lot of interaction between the ISD department and the Registrar of Voters because of the technology involved. So as far as converting over to your office, will ISD still be handling the technological side, or will the CAO's office oversee those improvements or upgrades, whatever we need to do, certainly for the 2022 elections, or maybe this year's election?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Wynn. Several considerations went on with this decision, and it surrounded talking to our former ISD director, who was obviously responsible for this, and then some of the challenges we've had in the last year or so with the ROV who is in place is three things. One, a lot of the innovation in the systems-related focuses that drove the change, as you may be aware, was probably 10 years ago or so when the board, who the ROV reported to at that time, decided to put the ROV essentially 2 layers lower into the reporting to the ISD. The other was because of the systems and the IT-related aspect of that. The other thing is, my understanding is most of that has already occurred. And also, ISD also reports to the CA's office in conjunction with the ROV. So I don't think that there'd be any disconnect between the two offices for any support that may happen. And probably the largest thing and the last consideration is that the former the way the current situation is, the ROV is an assistant director, and this would elevate that to one level higher at a director level, which one would hope would make for better recruitment. So those are the considerations that went into the change.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with the reorganization at all, and I agree with what you're saying, because obviously during the last election there was a lot of discussion about some of the problems that arose, through the election process. And so my assumption is, based upon the decision to move that office and make the registrar equivalent to department head, that will improve accountability, maybe communication, and those types of things. And certainly between the board and the CAO's office, I assume that would also be, I won't say improved, but certainly facilitated in regards to this change. So again, that's my question. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Supervisor Wynn, I believe you have a follow-up for item number 21. Is that correct?
Yes, that's on the office
also with HR
secretary. Just a question, because you're the experts and the clerk of the board. I'm not quite clear, based upon the job description, because of the numerous classifications within the clerk of the board's office, like senior and deputy and all those things. What specifically is different about a secretary position that couldn't be filled by some of the other positions that are available? As far as analytical, as far as representation, as far as supervision, as far as all the things that are included in the job description of the secretary. Just a question.
No, it's a good question, Supervisor Wynn. And having a newer HR manager still learning all of our classifications, I brought Jennifer Goodman with me today, who can answer that question for you.
Okay.
Good morning. Supervisor Wynn, the focus of the office secretary is slightly different. While it is still a clerical support position, the focus of the position is actually supporting the office of the clerk of the board, versus where the deputy clerk of the boards would be responsible for the processing of the agendas and the items and the typical correspondence. So the focus and the role and the scope of the job is slightly different, and HR's determination was that the office secretary was the appropriate class, obviously in conjunction with the clerk of the board as well.
So what would be, for example, I'm familiar with the position, and I'm not sure we have one, but executive secretary that works for an administrator or maybe a super, whatever. Is that what we're talking about? Would the secretary position be working directly for the clerk of the board?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So the executive secretary typically supports a department head, and the office secretary is typically supports a senior manager, which our clerk of the board is a senior manager.
Okay, and what can they do that all the other great staff that we have in the clerk of the board's office can't do? I'm just curious as to the differential.
I think the difference is mainly the focus of the job is in support of the clerk of the board versus supporting the processes and the routine correspondence and the agenda items. So the focus is slightly different, and typically there's a different skill set that's required. They both are in our clerical series in those same types of roles. However, the support is just slightly different. The focus is slightly different.
Okay. And is this position higher than a senior office assistant, or?
It is.
Okay. But it's below a deputy position?
I'm not sure about.
Through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
In reviewing the positions that were available, the office secretary position, as far as its pay scale, was in line with the deputy clerk 1. The deputy clerks can focus on some of the more technical and administrative duties that we have within the clerk's office, like she mentioned, the agendas, assessment appeals, our countywide oversight board, all of our hearing notices, et cetera. The office manager position or the office secretary position is going to have oversight over the general clerical functions of the clerk of the board's office. So that would be our accounting, filing, records management, payroll, travel, and administrative support to the entire clerk of the board office, whereas each deputy clerk is assigned to a particular function of the clerk of the board office. And then we will have 2 senior office assistants who provide clerical support also across the clerk of the board's office.
Would this office secretary position also be utilized by the supervisors themselves or supervisors' offices?
As with all of the positions in the clerk of the board's office, our office does support the board of supervisors.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on, I had pulled item number 23, approval of agreements with Maximum Healthcare Services, doing business as Maxim Staffing, to recruit and provide temporary mental health care personnel July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023. Mr. Dietrich, I just wanted to touch base. I know that there were state mandates, there were requirements, and there's a shortage statewide for service providers, and there was some pretty stiff penalties that were associated. I would imagine this is addressing that perhaps void in our local services.
You are correct, Chairman Patty. So this demonstrates to the Department of Healthcare Services that we have an available network of licensed clinicians and unlicensed clinicians. As you mentioned, a couple years ago, the department promulgated regulations that look at the number of Medi-Cal beneficiaries within a county, the prevalence rate of mental health, and they backed into the number of clinicians, full-time clinicians you would need to service that. We do not have that number of individuals directly employed by the department or contracted. These contracts allow us to demonstrate to the department that we have an ability to pull down personnel as needed. It's a 2-year contract. Looks pretty high, $60 million, $30 million per year. But as noted in the board letter, we've only really utilized slightly more than $300,000 of that contract. But this is coming to the board prior to the end of the fiscal year, such that when we have to certify under the network adequacy requirements that we have the available network.
All right, if I remember correctly, the penalty from the state was in the tens of millions.
Yeah, there was going to be penalties, and there was also going to be, making our job even worse, withholding some of the realignment. We are still under a corrective action plan with the state. The network adequacies were supposed to be reported quarterly. Because of COVID, that's been moved to an annual basis. We do have an attorney out of the LA area that is working with us on that regard. The next network adequacy will be reported in July. That is signed and certified by the CAO. And my understanding is that will be the last time that we have to use that third-party oversight with that. But at the end of the day, none of the fines and penalties were ever assessed to the county.
Excellent. And I don't know if any other supervisors have questions or comments on this. But I was going to jump while you're here in the seat here. I was just going to jump to number 27 I had pulled. If you can give me just a quick overview, and this is great information to share. Approval of agreement with San Joaquin County Office of Education for substance use disorder primary prevention services for the period of July 2021 to June 30th of 2022. Can you just explain what we could anticipate in services and outreach and the impact that would have?
So this is, hopefully the board recognizes that behavioral health is deepening our partnership with the Office of Education in our school districts. This is a long-standing item. It is primary prevention. So it is really education, and it lists on the second page a lot of what we're doing with the Friday Night Live and giving students and youth alternatives to drugs and alcohol. So we've historically had students, I think they're called students in prevention, that are basically working at the high schools and other engagement by other youth that engage students at high schools, and I think it also reaches down into the elementary, the middle schools. But it's a Red Ribbon Week and basically promoting positive lifestyles and alternatives to substance use.
Any idea of how many students we anticipate engaging and sending positive message and alternative options?
It's literally thousands. I do know Tony Vartan, more of a subject matter expert. I believe he is available on the line to answer some of these questions. I don't know if we have that specific detail, but I would be more than happy to provide a written communication to the board of the number of individuals that we impact annually.
Okay, and if Mr. Varnum is available to chime in, but this is more of a recognition of the efforts that the county and behavioral health and through your offices, the continued effort we have in the community. So when they these come up on consent, I don't like to just pass over them. These are really opportunities to share with the public some of the efforts that are being taken for our future generations here.
I appreciate that because this is prevention, and obviously we want to go upstream and turn off that faucet. I'd much rather prevent people from falling into substance use than basically treating them after they've fallen into substance use and all the other impacts that has on society.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Nope, seeing none. All right, then I know Supervisor Rickman, you wanted to pull and discuss item number 26, retroactive approval of the First Amendment of the agreement AP 19211 with Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation for the periods of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2022 for a total not to exceed $3 million in change.
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick 2 or 3 questions. And this incorporates item number 26, like you just stated, but 29 and 75. So you have 3 different contracts or agreements that taxpayers compensate for a little over $3.6 million. My question is, do we have measurements for the outcomes of the money that we spend on these programs?
As all of the contracts with behavioral health, there are quarterly monitoring meetings with the contractor that go over the performance metrics. I could have those performance, the outcomes of those quarterly meetings are presented to you, but they are thoroughly reviewed, and it goes over not just the fiscal clauses of the contracts, but we really try to partner with our contractors, provide them technical assistance, and make sure that the contracts are efficient and efficacious.
All right. Yeah, I would appreciate that. And when you're doing that, can you also let me know how effective it is in South County? Meaning, is South County getting, these services, and to what degree? So South County, I'm referring to Tracy, Manteca, Mountain House, and Lathrop.
I believe we can provide information based upon the zip code of the residents of the individuals that we serve.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? So I have a question when it comes to, is this funding that goes through continuum of care, or is this funding that's applied for and goes separate through behavioral health?
This is separate, directly through behavioral health from substance use block grants. Some of these items here, the Allies Source program, are basically working with individuals to attach them to SSI and SSD benefits that are homeless, that also have mental health and or substance use. So the contract's being modified, so it's not going through Central Valley. It's being done by other staff within BHS.
Understood. And I know that there's different. Sounds like there's different allocations in use, and Central Valley seems to be on the forefront of helping a lot of this population. But a lot of people have asked for, there's been a lot of requests sent to my office for basically a review and an audit of like, where's the 50 or where's the $60 million has gone, the money that's been allocated to this organization and or others for the housing of people that are in need and perhaps formerly homeless or houseless or couch surfing or something. So I wonder if we could get a more in-depth, and maybe it's something we put it down as a discussion item to review what has been accomplished in the last 5 years, perhaps with the allocation of funding to these types of organizations, so we can report to the public the accomplishments with these dollars.
So, Chair, if I'm understanding correctly, I know in our budget book there are workload statistics, and those are just kind of statistics, how many people we serve, but I think what you're aiming toward is outcomes. How many people did we lift out of homelessness and get them in permanent supportive housing? So let me see what we can do in partnership with Adam Cheshire and the COC to get some of that information to you.
Good. And if appropriate, maybe we have a little discussion item on it so this can be clear. Again, there's many people in the public that keep saying, where's the 50 million go? Where'd the 60 million go? So let's answer that question. It's a public request, and I think we should take a holistic view of what are we accomplishing. We've got some fantastic partners stepping up, helping out, and providing services through whether it be our department's needs or the public needs. So I think it would be important for us to share with the public in a future discussion item in maybe the next 60 days or so.
And let me work with the CEO's office, because obviously not all homelessness funds go through healthcare services. A lot of the Human Services Agency also has funds. So I'll work with Adam on that. Sure,
understood. Thank you. Appreciate it. Without any further questions on that, I think our next item is, I think my next item is number 36 that I pulled for our Human Services Agency. Again, this is one of these questions I want to hear, wanted to bring forward and see if we were able to share. If Chris Woods was, he is. Thank you. And Lonnie, is that you under a mask?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good to see my favorite New Yorker in San Joaquin County. So this is approval of first 5 San Joaquin County Children and Families Commission agreements for the strategic plan areas of preschool, special needs programs, home visitation, and special projects for a total of almost $10 million for essentially the next year from July 1st until June 30th of 2022. Again, I want to pull this down. I know that the efforts and the engagement and the levels that of impact in such a positive way that flow through your department and collectively through the efforts of HSA. So I'd like to maybe get a little example and a snapshot of benchmark accomplishments and what the goals are with these dollars, and really let's again celebrate and share the many great works that are happening here in San Joaquin County.
Well, thank you, Chair and members of the board. I think this is worthy of highlighting. And as you said, Lonnie Schiffross, our Children and Families Program Coordinator, is here. She will provide some overview. And I'd just like to as well acknowledge Supervisor Villaputua, who is our chair of our Children and Families Commission. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and board members. Interestingly, today I do have on my mask. That's my first 5 mask. Talk, read, sing, draw, play. And really, this is the essence of the work that we do, all about family engagement. We are convinced that if more people, more families, more caregivers spent time talking, reading, singing, drawing, and playing with their kids, that we would see great differences. We did a 7-year longitudinal study several years ago that truly showed the impact. It was a 5-year, and we extended it to 7 years. That showed the impact of the difference between kids that received our services and kids that didn't. And time again, we were able to show the differences and how far the kids that had been in our programs, how far they had gone up until 3rd grade. The contracts that you have 17 contracts before you today. They range from some preschool programs. We provided services to over 643 high-need children in our preschool program. So we do have criteria for serving kids in our high-quality programs. We do emphasize that our preschools are high quality and they are not babysitting because of the high standards that we have in the various preschool programs. We also fund a program, the United Cerebral Palsy Great Beginnings program. And for us, what's so important about that program and other programs that we work in within the area of special needs is this is a great example of serving kids that fall through the cracks. So we have legally mandated services, and then we have kids that need additional services and don't always get those services. So we're able to serve them. And we've been able to provide multiple number of, from assessing 62 new clients, hearing and vision screenings that we were able to provide, and even most recently, because of COVID, and obviously everything has been impacted by COVID, we've come up with some ways even to do vision and hearing screenings with families in a virtual way. So I also want to just take a moment and say kudos to all of our programs for how they've risen up in terms of how they've provided services for children and families. At our recent commission meeting, our commissioners were able to hear about the impact that all of our programs have had on children and families in spite of COVID. And again, I remain in awe of all the work that they've done. You also have home visitation programs where we served over 400 families in the contracts that you see here. And we do for each of our programs, it's not just about the outputs and the numbers that we serve, but what are the outcomes and what are the results. And we continue to see more family engagement. We see more socialization. We see more books being read. We have various literacy programs and more books being read to children. And we know that when there's a book-rich environment, we know children are going to thrive and grow. Our goal is that all children enter school ready to learn. And we know being surrounded in that literacy-rich environment makes a big difference.
And if I could just put an exclamation point on the Housing Works program, and we just had a team meeting yesterday and highlighted the fact that we're currently housing 23 families in temporary housing. So I mean, this program is more than just about reading and playing and drawing and singing. It's also, there are housing elements to it as well. So making a real difference in the community.
Yeah, in 2010, First Five moved from the county administrator's office to HSA, and the whole goal of that was because we said we have clients in common, how can we work together? And we took that to heart, and so you see even before you a program called Family Works, a CalWorks home visitation program funded through the state Department of Social Services. We have a Journey Works program, another home visitation program served locally by HSA, local funds, a home visitation program that works with families that struggle with mental health and substance abuse. And then again, our Housing Works program, also funded through the state via HSA to address families with young children that are homeless. And as Chris just mentioned, we've actually housed 29 and are currently providing temporary shelter for 23. So our goals is that children are safe and healthy. With the various works programs, what we love is that they work hand in hand. So someone could be in the Housing Works program, getting the housing services, but they also have the home visitor working with them with the whole goal of addressing barriers that stop them from being able to work. And so we're really promoting self-sufficiency, but we start with the housing and then we build on those parental skills. So each of our programs is able to demonstrate positive outcomes. Our goal is that children are thriving in our community.
Yeah, and yes, we estimate that these programs will serve approximately 4,800 children and families in the upcoming fiscal year.
Wow, that's a big number. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? So I have, I'm at fault for always thinking about what more we can do and how much more can we take on or have a positive impact. Lately, I've been reading a lot of studies, and there seems to be some empirical evidence that irrespective of ethnicity, the single family, the single motherhood results oftentimes reflect a higher percentage of incarceration, drug use, high school dropout, and eventually even homelessness, which we'll be talking about later today. And it's statistical. It's not even associated with, again, ethnic backgrounds. It just seems to be empirical evidence of the value of a nuclear family, a supportive structure around them. What, if anything, with that data and that evidence seemed to be pretty well proven out, what, if anything, could be on the horizon that we may want to be engaging with some of our adolescents going through high school and preparing for their adult lives about the lifestyle choices that they have in front of them? And we know there's many choices that are presented to them and many lifestyles that are offered. Along these lines, what can we do to share this type of risk if you're having children out of wedlock and outside of a committed relationship?
So thank you for that question. Before I worked at First Five, I worked at public health and adolescent programs, and I had the teen parent programs. Having a conversation with a teenager to say, if you do this, then this might happen, tends not to be very effective. A lot of times what we were actually doing was working on preventing second pregnancies, but we also spent time working on why they got pregnant in the first place. Because while people may disagree with me, I believe both personally and professionally that a lot of the pregnancies were planned, even though they'll say they weren't planned. To address those issues, this is why I loved when I went from public health to First Five, is because we can't wait for adolescents. Mm-hmm. So working with young children and their parents, our whole goal is to equip the parents, not to go in and say, we're going to read to you. When I talked about the literacy program, it's not about a home visitor or preschool teacher saying, I'm going to read to you, but how do I equip the parents to do that reading? How do I equip the parents with those skill sets? How do I help parents understand what's developmentally appropriate? So when your 1-year-old is throwing the Cheerios down on the floor and laughing, yelling and screaming at them, like doesn't fit where they are developmentally, nor does it fit in general. So for us, it really is about not waiting till adolescence, but working early to really develop those bonds and that trust and equip the family to be together, whatever that family structure is. Families can look different, but we know children will thrive when there's adults that are caring for them. So if we can start that early, those kids are going to grow up with more of a sense of security and grow and flourish and thrive. And that's what we want to see, not waiting till they're in high school to say, here are the things that could happen to you if you get pregnant. So it really is all about starting early. My history, I've worked, in child abuse. I've worked where I used to do groups with dads that molested their kids. And I remember even back then we said, if only we could have gotten to that family early. And for me, verse 5 is, social workers' dream come true because we're getting to them early. And that's what we've always wanted.
Excellent.
So not waiting for high school, but starting early on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And if I may, I just add that, we're HSA working with First 5. We also have a fatherhood initiative that will be coming out here in the next fiscal year, really highlighting the importance of fathers and the role of children and the role of families, and bringing to the forefront the need for fathers to be involved, whether it's in their existing family, whether it's in a child welfare case and case plans, but including the father, and children are better off when both parents are involved. I do want to thank this board. I mean, these 17 contracts do include $352,000 in net county cost that was appropriated by this board back in April, and just want to thank this board for that commitment as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Supervisor Villaputo. I know you're on that. You're the chair of that. So everybody's doing a great job here. And again, I want to appreciate and share this with the county residents that pay attention and follow this. And just pause for a moment. Supervisor Miller, I know that you're an integral part of the Children's Alliance. Is there anything that you'd like to ask or add?
Chair Miller, or Supervisor Miller, as a reminder, you'll need to press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Okay, I've done that. Am I able to be heard now?
No, we still cannot hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think it's great that that this was pulled, and I just want to highlight the fact that you are exactly correct, Chair, in that children that receive this kind of early family strengthening go on to have much higher academic achievement and economic achievement, and they are far less likely to become homeless or have negative interactions with the law and justice community. And we'll talk about this later, but it's interesting to note that while we appreciate this and we accept the statistics, when you look at the budget and the budget we're going to be looking at this afternoon, it's the law and justice budget that's been increased a significant amount, and the Human Services Agency budget has actually been decreased. So I think it's something that the board should look at going forward in terms of putting our priorities and really making our budget into a reflection of our principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Any other comments or questions? All right, I believe we're good. Thank you.
Oh, if I may, just
yes.
to add one thing, just based on what Supervisor Miller said, is that as we look at prioritizing children and families, one of my requests that I've submitted through the county is as we look at the American Rescue Plan and the $150 million that the county will be getting, that the board consider setting aside what I'm calling a first five for first five, and that first 5% would be dedicated to children and families issues. As we look at, I'm very grateful for the $2 million that you provided. We know that the COVID impacts are not going away overnight, and that this would allow these programs, many that are being funded today, addressing social emotional issues of children and families. It would allow that funding to continue for a few years and to be able to expand that funding to serve more children and families. So thank you for that consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schiff. And I know working through the CAO's office and upon that request, taking dollars, setting it aside, and making sure that it's earmarked for that use and that purpose, I think is of great benefit, and it really sends a message how committed we are.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I believe at this time that is the extent of our request for speaking on the consent-related items. I'm going to ask that we pull for a separate vote item number 15. So I'd like a motion to accept it, a second, and we can vote on it. And then we'll go 1 through 77, absent number 15.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. We need a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Abstain. Thank you. So consent item number 15 passes. Moving on for a motion for consent items 1 through 77. Again, absent number 15. I need a motion to approve, a second, and a roll call vote.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on, we have our COVID discussion. I see Dr. Park is present. Come on down with a plethora of great news, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Yes, we do have really good news today to share. So overall, very uplifting time right now. I'd like to start off by sharing two pictures from the CDC. And if you focus on our state of California, you'll see on the left that our case rate is amongst the lowest of all the states. It remains one of the lowest nationwide. The lighter color indicating a lower case rate. And on the right, you can see darker color indicates vaccinations per 100,000 population. So just showing this to point out how here in California, we have done a great job with vaccinations, and that seems to reflect in the decrease in our case rate, and that has been sustained. Here in our county, as you know, we turned orange June 1st at the beginning of the month, and most other states are either orange or yellow with a few remaining in red. This picture is from last week's tier assignment. I do believe that some of the reds will be moving to orange today. Today will be the last day that the state will be producing these numbers. So this is the last run of these metrics, and we will not be seeing these numbers or this colored system anymore. So today, the numbers that are coming out show that our case rate has dropped to 4.0. We are testing above the state median consistently now, and so that was adjusted to 3.8. Our testing positivity for the county is 2.0%, and for our health equity quartile, 2.7%. So yes, very good news, and we will be 2 weeks in the orange before this goes away on June 15th. So happy to have made it to the orange tier. So not only is our case rate going down and our county test positivity going down, but our death rate's going down. Our ICU capacity has remained under 100% day after day since the middle of May, and the total number of patients in hospitals has been in the 20s and 30s and definitely under 40 since the middle of May. And I'm just attaching here a picture of the number of deaths by week that you could find on our COVID dashboard on the public health website, but you can see that the deaths have decreased, and in the last couple of weeks, they've decreased substantially. It appears that in the last couple of weeks that we've had no deaths. However, there's always possibility that we will be receiving more death certificates and that will have to be updated. But at this point, it's looking very good using the data we have now. And some of you may recall that I used to present this number frequently, and I just wanted to show it one last time, which is the R effective value. More good news for the state and for us. That top line, the blue line, showing that the state has an R effective of 0.71. And remember, this is a number used by epidemiologists and data people to indicate the amount of transmission going on in the community, and we always want that to be 1 or less, meaning that one person could infect possibly one other person, and now it's 0.71. So it's been less than 1 for quite some time. For our county, it's 0.79, also indicating that transmission is decreasing. We continue to make progress on our vaccinations. The last time I was here, we had done about 400,000 or so vaccine doses, somewhere in the mid 400,000s. We're now at 570,000, 689 doses administered in our county. The state's above 38 million doses administered. When you look at the number of people who have been fully vaccinated, what we are using here, and this is data as of yesterday, June 7th, we're using the eligible population of everybody aged 12 and over because those are the folks who can be vaccinated. And in the state of people who are 12 and over, 53.7% are fully vaccinated, 12.2% are partially vaccinated, meaning 1 dose. And that total is 65.9% of people who have received at least 1 dose when you add those two percentages together. In our county, fully vaccinated, we have 42.26, and partially vaccinated 11%, and our total is 53.3% of people who have received at least 1 dose. We're striving to get to the state's median, and the state has now created a chart showing which counties are within 5 percentile of the state's average. And if you're not, you're tagged in red. So we've been tagged in red for the last couple of weeks as this number has been given to us, because the state is saying that the value to beat is 60.9, or 5 percentage points below the state rate. We're striving to get there. But as you can see, this is our chart of how many vaccinations we've given by day. It becomes, more day-to-day grind type of work to try to get the vaccinations up. At one point, at the tallest peak, we had done on a daily basis as many as 8,000 or more vaccines on one day. Now we've done about 8,000 vaccines in the last 7 days. So you could see how the effort is there. I think some of those last bars towards the right will go up as more vaccines are recorded into the vaccine system, but still there's been a decrease in vaccinations. And of course, it's not just our county, but it's the entire country where vaccinations are falling. But just wanted to show you that we are still vaccinating at least 1,000 a day on average in the county. So we are turning our efforts into more of a ground game, as I said last time that we met. And the state has provided us with zip codes so that we can see where we might need to target more of our work. And if you look to the left, it's organized by your HPI quartile. So the zip codes in quartile 1 are those zip codes that are in that lowest 25% quartile, the one that we've been targeting throughout the pandemic for testing and for vaccinating. Those are the zip codes. And the more blue you have, the more vaccinated that zip code is. The more orange, the more unvaccinated you have. So the orange represents unvaccinated, and we're trying to really get that orange down and take this map over with more blue. This goes down to quartile 2, and on my next graph, my next slide, I'll show you quartiles 3 and 4. But this is really information that we're getting from the state that is helpful to us as we try to target schools, churches, and businesses that are in these zip codes that we know we need to get to more. So this is quartile 3 and quartile 4. We have only 1 zip code in our entire county that's in that highest quartile, and it's a well-vaccinated quartile, as you can see. The state has also developed a new system called CORD, which I don't have slides to share with you today, but with that system, they'll take these types of numbers, put it into a map, and show us where schools are, show us where places of worship are, and actually on that map, you can overlay that information and really try to target places where you might want to go. So that's going to be very informative to us in the future as we use that tool as well. So the question that everybody is asking is what happens on June 15th, a week from now? Does it really all go away? And the answer is yes, every day will feel a lot like before COVID-19. Most places will be open as normal with no capacity limits or social distancing required. Does not apply to schools, healthcare settings, and some other settings. Some public health measures will remain for mega events. And a mega event is being defined by the state as any indoor event that will have 5,000 participants or spectators or more than 5,000, and any outdoor event that will have 10,000 participants or spectators or more. In that case, there's a separate document that will need to be followed. Indoor events will require that people are fully vaccinated or that they have a negative test within 72 hours prior to the event. Outdoor events, the fully vaccinated or the tested status will be strongly recommended. But below the 5,000 and below the 10,000, when we're talking about hair salons, gyms, places of worship, this really all falls away. And what's next is that California will monitor our vaccination rates and infection rates, but these guidelines are intended to stay in place until at least October 1. So to explain it further, they have updated the wording to say that beginning on June 15th, all industry business sectors listed in the blueprint activities and business tiers chart may return to usual operations, no capacity limits or physical distancing requirements, unless you're talking about a mega event. Employers will be subject to Cal OSHA COVID-19 prevention emergency temporary standards as well. And this does not apply to guidance for youth, healthcare, and high-risk congregate settings, which will be continually updated by the CDPH. So looking at it in the box at the bottom, clearly it says vaccination verification or a negative test will be required for indoor mega events and recommended for outdoor mega events. Otherwise, there are no capacity limitations, no physical distancing restrictions. There are going to be rules in place for masking and for traveling, which you will need to follow. Those do get updated periodically, so people will need to be aware of what those rules are. So when they say that anything under the blueprint activities and business tiers chart goes away, this is what they're talking about. This was that 9-10 page document that had all of those things in it: hair salons, gyms, restaurants, so on and so forth. And depending on whether your county was in purple, red, orange, or yellow, you could have certain capacity limitations, and there were rules. This is what's going away on June 15th. Anything that was on this activity tier chart that had a guidance to go with it gets retired. Those guidances get retired, and these capacity and physical distancing restrictions get retired. Recall that healthcare, hospital settings, youth-related things such as schools, day camp guidance, those things were never in this chart to begin with. So those types of things get their own guidance, and at this time, for summer school, day camps, things like that, the guidance that has been in place still remain. I'm going to try to speak on masking. Remember that the CDC had said that fully vaccinated people could remove their masks indoors and outdoors, and the state said that we would be aligning with that on June 15th. So definitely, if you read that very bottom line after June 15th, California plans to implement the CDC's guidelines around masking to allow fully vaccinated Californians to go without a mask in most indoor settings. We do not have this language yet, although it is coming. There will be some more clarity on exactly how California is aligning with the CDC, but they've said very clearly that we will be aligning with the CDC, that is the intention. So since I don't have the actual masking guidance yet from the state, I will share with you what the CDC says, because we do plan to align with it. The CDC currently says fully vaccinated people can resume activities without wearing masks or physically distancing. This means indoors or outdoors. This is the intent, except where required by federal, state, local, tribal, territorial laws, et cetera, et cetera. At this time, we do have a state law that says we won't be doing this till June 15th, but after that, we will be following the part that says resume activities without wearing masks or physically distancing if you're fully vaccinated. Again, this does not pertain to healthcare settings according to the CDC. The CDC also says that fully vaccinated people should continue to wear a well-fitted mask in correctional facilities and homeless shelters. And when it comes to travel, public transit areas, everyone is required to wear a mask regardless of your vaccination status. That is what the CDC has said. And what I do believe is going to be coming from the state will be language that will look like where are masks required, where are masks recommended, and where are they optional. So on June 15th, I can't be 100% certain about the language, but this is what we are expecting some of the language to say for the state. Fully vaccinated people can go without masks indoors and outdoors. We're talking about people going into supermarkets, movie theaters, so on and so forth, who are fully vaccinated can take their masks off. Masks will still be recommended indoors for unvaccinated people and outdoors for unvaccinated people if they cannot maintain their physical distancing. That's really not changed from where the state is right now. The state has already pretty much said that for outdoors, that fully vaccinated people can take their masks off, and even unvaccinated people can take their masks off if they can physically distance. The difference is that now fully vaccinated people can go without masks indoors. That's the new change, really. As I said about the indoor mega events, masks will be required for unvaccinated people. Masks will also be required for everyone in public transit settings, in healthcare settings and long-term care facilities, homeless and emergency shelters, and cooling centers. This is what we can expect. I'm sure there will be more to this, and I'm sure that when the time comes, we will be able to share that with you. But this is what we're expecting some of the language to say. Now, to add to some of the confusion is what Cal OSHA is saying, and I know this has been contentious, but I wanted to explain that masking at the workplace is not the same. So when we say that fully vaccinated people can take their masks off indoors at a movie theater or at the supermarket, that's not the same for Cal OSHA for workplace standards. Fully vaccinated people can take their masks off at work if everyone else is fully vaccinated in the workplace and not showing symptoms. This is language that was adopted and voted upon at a late night meeting by the Cal OSHA board June 3rd, last week, and it was passed. It could be revisited soon, but for now, this is what is expected to be in place on June 15th. Again, indoors, fully vaccinated workers without symptoms do not need to wear face coverings in a room when everyone else is fully vaccinated and not showing symptoms. The way this has been explained is that if everyone in one room at work is fully vaccinated, they can take their masks off. If even one person is not vaccinated in that room, you have a mixed vaccination status, and everyone needs to keep their masks on. A room also pertains to an entire floor at work if it is an open floor where everyone is in cubicles and there are no closed areas. That entire floor, if you have even one employee who is not vaccinated, everyone needs to keep their mask on. So at the workplace, it could refer to a room. It could refer to an entire floor. It doesn't need to necessarily pertain to an entire building because it could go floor by floor. Outdoors, fully vaccinated workers without symptoms do not need to wear face coverings. However, outdoor workers who are not fully vaccinated must continue to wear a face covering when they are less than 6 feet away from another person. So that is where it stands. So to give you an example, the public, when they are fully vaccinated, can go into a supermarket and take their masks off. However, the people who are employed by the supermarket cannot, because the assumption is that you are in a mixed vaccinated setting, and as an employee, Cal OSHA is trying to protect you by saying keep your mask on. This is in effect what we expect on June 15th. It was passed June 3rd, taken on June 4th to the Administrative Law Office, which gets 10 days to implement. So the timing is such that on June 15th, this is what will take place. This was a contentious vote at the OSHA board, but in the end, They decided to pass it because not passing it would mean that their previous standards would remain in effect until October, which was more restrictive than this because, as you recall, the previous OSHA standards did not have any words about fully vaccinated people, and it just said that everyone must mask. So this allows for some unmasking and is considered to be less restrictive. The physical distancing is also they're trying to phase out physical distancing to mirror what the state is doing. So physical distancing, partitions, barriers can be removed when the N95 is given to unvaccinated employees for voluntary use. This whole thing about physical distancing and barriers is one of the provisions. They did say some provisions go away on July 31, and this is one of the provisions that will go away on July 31, where physical distancing and barriers will no longer be required. Hopefully that gives some clarity to the masking situation. I know it's a bit confusing, and my understanding is that OSHA may be meeting again later this month to revisit it once more. So we will see if there's going to be more alignment with what the state is doing across the state with masking indoors. Thank you.
Mr. Dietrich, anything further to add, or do we want to bring it to the board for comments or questions?
I'd bring it to the board. I just know that the Cal OSHA issue is going to be very contentious. In the mega events, going to a concert, it's a self-attestation. When you order the ticket or present, you can say, I'm fully vaccinated. In the Cal OSHA environment, you must present basically a vaccination record to prove that. Self-attestation is not viable in that regard. So I know I don't know the vaccination status of our employee base, but I imagine there's several departments where there's going to be a mixing of vaccinated and unvaccinated, and a requirement under Cal OSHA to have everybody be masked. So it's going to be contentious.
Okay. Bring it to the board for any questions or comments. Supervisor Rickman.
Do I ever have comments on this?
I'm taking a wild stab in case you have something to say.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Park, Mr. Dietrich, for being here again today, and I appreciate you guys' hard work. A few questions. There was just a national report about California County, which would be Alameda, cuts COVID-19 deaths by 25%, and it went from, let's see here, Alameda County revised the total number of deaths caused by the coronavirus to 1,223, down from 1,634. It goes on to say county officials decided to revise the numbers to align with the California Department of Public Health guidance how to classify deaths. The county previously included deaths of anyone affected with the virus, regardless of whether COVID-19 was a direct contributing cause of death. Is that something we looked into? Is that something we're telling,
yes.
or are we good?
We're good, Supervisor Rickman. I received reassurance from our EPI lead yesterday when that came out in the news that we have always been in line with the state of California. So we have not counted those deaths that Alameda say that they overcounted. So our count is as accurate as it can be.
Okay, good. And this is, let's see here, the end of May. Well, before I jump into that, you mentioned the state goal, we have to try to reach of 60% of vaccine. Does that incorporate those who have already had the virus, that have immunity, or that just vaccinated?
That's just vaccinations.
And when we talk about herd immunity, wasn't that supposed to be vaccination and those who had the virus?
Right, so when we talk about herd immunity, we're talking about what level of vaccinations, along with the immunity status of those who've had COVID, do we need? And that's why some people have landed on 70%, 75%, knowing that we don't need 100% of people vaccinated because we do have some of that natural immunity.
So what you're saying, then, if I get this straight, that in order to reach herd immunity, according to the state, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is 70% vaccinated, regardless of whether you've had the virus or not. So you're not looking at that immunity.
That's correct.
But doesn't herd immunity incorporate? I mean, that's what they were telling us in the very beginning. Doesn't herd immunity, and when you're talking about other diseases, incorporates that natural immunity of when somebody had the virus?
So yes, it does, but that's not the number that they're looking at. They're looking at purely a 70% vaccination status. And yes, that will include some people who have had COVID disease and are now being vaccinated. The feeling, again, is that people who have had COVID, although they might have some natural immunity, should be vaccinated. So the goal is still 70% for the state. I think that's pretty much a common goal across the country, and that's knowing that there is some natural immunity out there as well.
And there was just, and that brings up to my next point. We talk about, vaccination, and like I said before, I think every member on this board has pushed the vaccination, and I know our chair and our Assemblymember Villapudua just did an event over the weekend, which was very successful. And I bring that up to tell everybody, when we're talking about this, we're still talking. I just want people to realize, hey, we're out there championing the vaccination, get the vaccination out to our community. But with that being said, this came out on May 26th, a study conducted by Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis and published on May 24th in the journal Nature. And it goes on to say, even a mild case of coronavirus could lead people with lifelong protection against the virus, a new study suggests, which is that study. And it goes on to state, while antibody levels in the blood of people who had previous infection did drop quickly in the first few months before mostly leveling off, some antibodies were detectable even 11 months after an infection. Researchers also found antibody-producing cells specifically targeting the virus that causes COVID-19 in 15 of the bone marrow samples. The cells were also found in all 5 of the follow-up samples given 4 months later. And it goes on to say, and this is the last sentence I'll mention, this is last fall, there were reports that antibodies wane quickly after infection with the virus that causes COVID-19, and mainstream media interpreted that to mean that immunity was not long-lived. That's Ellie Alabadi, PhD and Associate Professor of Pathology, Immunology of Medicine, and of Molecular Microbiology, and senior author said in a news release. But that's a misinterpretation of the data. It's normal for antibody levels to go down after acute infection, but they don't go down to zero, they plateau. Here we found antibody-producing cells in people 11 months after first symptoms. These cells will live and produce antibodies for the rest of people's lives. That's strong evidence for long-lasting immunity. And there's another study out of the UK, and I mentioned, or did I mention it last time? Another one came out on June 4th. And there's been, this is the one I mentioned last time, January 2021, Science magazine at New York, New York. Immunological memory to SARS-CoV-2 assessed for up to 8 months after infection. So the reason we're talking about vaccination, but the people that have the virus, there is science and evidence as right now, and it keeps going up, that if you had the virus, you have that immunity. And so, for example, if you have the chicken pox, which most of us did, would you recommend people get the vaccine if you got the chicken pox vaccine? If you got chicken pox, do you get the chicken pox vaccine?
The chickenpox vaccine is given to children, and those who have had the vaccine, not necessarily need to get the vaccine. That is true.
Right. So, so for clarification, to me, it just doesn't make sense. I'm not saying people not to get the vaccine, but I'm saying if you have, and there's been some contention on the federal level about this, but if you're immune to it through naturally, why would you get, and you make people get the vaccination? And that's what Cal OSHA is trying to do.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's wonderful news if that's true coming out of that journal, and that research is very encouraging. I think that a lot of the research is still going on, and so we need more research like that, and we need more evidence. But certainly that would be great if people who had been infected had long-lasting immunity. I think a lot of times when when I'm listening to the CDC talk on this, we don't know what antibody level is protective, and so yes, you might have waning antibody levels, but they're still there months later. Whether they're as protective as a boost of immunity you would get, an increased antibody level from vaccinations, is still, I think, up in the air. So with that uncertainty, the recommendation is still to be vaccinated. But it is great news if that is true, and really wonderful for our county because we did suffer so greatly back in the summer and the winter time with so many COVID cases and high transmission rates, which maybe now means it's good news for us because we do have a higher seroprevalence, higher antibody levels circulating through some of the people who have had it in the past.
And like I said, Dr. Parks, I mean, thank you guys for what you do, and this just gets so frustrating just sitting up here. And I know Supervisor Wynn, I think we all share the same frustration. And again, you're supposed to. We were told, follow the science, follow the science, follow the science. And then you follow the science and it's, we're going to do this instead. It just doesn't make any sense. Cal OSHA is a prime example. And, I read, Fauci's, when he mentioned that, so even though there are breakthrough infections with vaccinated people, almost always the people are asymptomatic and the level of virus is so low it makes it extremely unlikely, not impossible, but very, very low likelihood that they're going to transmit it. And that's a quote from him. And he added that vaccinated people essentially become dead ends for the virus to spread within their communities. And again, this is from Dr. Fauci, supposed to be, the world-renowned expert. And yet we're wearing these ridiculous things. For at least for another, 2 more weeks until the virus somehow magically disappears. So it's for me, it's all about transparency. I mean, tell people the truth, and let people make up the decision for themselves. But give them the science, give them the truth, and put everything out there on the table if you agree with it or not. But if it's coming out from the high level of truth, the American people, our residents, deserve that. I'll end it with that. I just had one quick question that I know I talked to Mr. Dietrich about it, but I just wanted to make this public here because they're watching actually right now. I talked to a city who was asking me, hey, is it okay? Can you ask Dr. Park if it's okay if we use our water fountains publicly? Is that okay?
There is an water park guidance that came out from the state.
But not like a water park, but like if I wanted to get a drink of water when it's 110 degrees here.
Oh, water fountain to drink.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the water fountain play structures.
Right.
That had to cover the
well, I've seen those on, but what about water fountains?
There's no rule about that.
Okay.
In the state.
All right. That's. But again, thank you both for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Supervisor
Chair.
Rickman. Yep, of course. I have a quick follow-up to the tier system in Cal OSHA. How many immunologists and doctors are part of Cal OSHA's staff where they're all of a sudden becoming an expert on what to do or not do in the workplace would be my first question. I know Cal OSHA from the construction business and my hands-on work as an employer and an employee for many years, and I'm unfamiliar with their medical expertise. So that'd be my first question about some of their decision making. Secondly, I don't know, given the slides that you gave, that we're going to be allowed to take off the masks inside the chamber. And if anybody thinks we're going to keep this up for the next year or beyond, you've got up at the state level, you want to let them know that they ought to have their heads examined if they think we're going to continue this endlessly and openly until all the end of time. This virus is not, I don't believe, it's the predicted, of course, the world-renowned Dr. Fauci has said this virus may be with us for the, till the end of time. So while this virus is alive, we're supposed to wear a mask every single where we go, unless we have cards that says that everybody, or there's a mixed-use room. So you let them know in those meetings that you have that we've extended ourselves beyond the point of reason. The medical system is not collapsing anymore. The hospitals are not overrun. The hospitals are able to take into ICU patients that need intensive care. We have not shut down. We've not overwhelmed the medical system. Enough is enough. And this is not you, Dr. Park. This is from us to you, to the state. But enough is enough. And that's my sentiment on it, and I'm sure many others. Supervisor Wynn, I believe you had questions or anything to say? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Park, I have to say I truly appreciate your tenacity, your patience, certainly your advice, and I understand where Chair Patty is coming from, Supervisor Rickman, I'm sure Supervisor Lapudra. The problem is, I think for a lot of us, is that there's, as I always appreciate Supervisor Rickman's in-depth research in regards to providing data from various studies, et cetera. And we're just inundated with those type of studies and comments, and I don't care what you read or watch. You can certainly get an earful of or an eyeful of both sides. But I guess I want to keep it fairly simple. One question which I know you're very familiar with is, does the vaccination work? I mean, does the fact that we've been vaccinated, is that, and I understand there can be exceptions, there can be, variants of the virus. I get that, but it's very small. It's almost infinitesimal. But for the most part, does the vaccination or a vaccination in general work to prevent one from obtaining the virus itself? Is that pretty much a medical fact?
Yes, definitely it's working. And it has been our way out of this pandemic. We've said it even before vaccines arrived that it would be our way out, and clearly it's demonstrating that it is. Since we are achieving high vaccination levels in the state, we have one of the lowest case rates in the country. We have had enough time to follow people who have received the Johnson & Johnson or the mRNA vaccines, and clearly they're very strongly effective. And the medical society is very pleased because we didn't know, as these vaccines were being developed, just how effective they would be, and now we do know that they have been very effective. So yes, they do work to prevent infection or to at least prevent you from contracting the disease and developing a severe case of it, or that would require hospitalization or even death. And this is well documented now.
Well, along those lines, it doesn't also, I guess, provide others that I come in contact with that I'm not going to spread the virus to them. Obviously, I know the vaccine doesn't have that, but I would suspect that it's two-way street. I'm not going to, for the most part, be infected, but more importantly, I'm not going to infect anybody else by mere fact. So the question which Chair Patty raises is, these masks, and I don't want to go into a lot of studies, but I've read where even Dr. Fauci, way back in the beginning, had made some comments about whether they're needed or not. And of course, studies have said they provide not the amount of protection that people believe, irrespective, because frankly, most people wear these, they don't wash them. I had an individual I know that has a business, because he wore the mask, got an infection and was in the hospital for 29 days, and he won't go back to work until he's currently on oxygen. But aside from that, so it can, as we talk about small percentage, or it can occur that people can be adversely affected by the masks themselves. But going back to what Chair Patty talked about, I think it's sad that unfortunately this whole pandemic, to a large degree, at least from my vantage point, has become a political football that both sides are using. I think I would hope that we would revert back to what common sense would dictate, because as Supervisor Rickman talks about in regards to those who've been infected and the herd immunity we're talking about. There was no consideration for those, and I know several people who were infected who had either a extremely mild case or maybe a little more severe, but nothing catastrophic. But the thing is that what's happening is that they are dismissed, although they may be just as protected, and we don't know. But I think because we don't know, you can fall on either side. Yes, they're protected for at least a year or whatever, or they're not protected for more than 2 months. I get it. But what I'm saying is that we don't know, so we're making decisions based upon this, I want to say, overarching concern for caution, as was said earlier about we're never going to be out of this. They want to go to zero risk. Zero risk doesn't exist in our society, period, in anything. So my point is, going back to Supervisor Rickman's comments, there are those who've been infected, who've suffered the virus, who don't want to get vaccinated for a variety of reasons, and yet we are developing a system by which those who choose not to be vaccinated for a variety of reasons, and I think that the latest survey I saw was about 24% of the population who said, I'm not going to get vaccinated. Probably about almost 80% are absolute and aren't. The others may change their mind. But what I'm saying is that, but what you have in the workplace by OSHA is basically peer pressure, because if there's one person in the CEO's office that isn't vaccinated, the entire 6th floor has to wear a mask, and that doesn't make any sense. And why should that one person who, for a variety of reasons, whether because they want to wait a little longer to ensure the safety of it, maybe it's for religious reasons, maybe it's just because they're at childbearing age and they don't want to, complicate a future pregnancy or whatever. Those are good reasons. And my point is that now we're putting that one person on the 6th floor surrounded by everybody else because they got to wear masks. Frankly, I don't think it's going to happen. In fact, I would say to the governor, and I don't know how often he goes out of the Capitol or any place else in public, probably not a lot because of security. But the fact is that a lot of people have just blown this off. We talk about what a great job we're doing. The reality is that California, at least the businesses or whatever I have, a lot of them have been on their own because they couldn't survive closed down any longer. And so my point is that I wish that when you have your conversations with the state, that they understand that we all understand the severity of this, and we've done all our due diligence, so to speak, in following it. But when the governor talks about June 15th, and people, I'm sure all of us here have had conversations with constituents about, we can't wait till June 15th because, for the most part, we're going back to normal. And now these additional restrictions. And the other question is, okay, we have basically a lottery. We're giving these cash prizes, et cetera. Well, my question is, okay, that's fine, and we want to, squeeze out the last drop of vaccinations that we can. When we have another pandemic, do you think some people may say, I'm waiting for the goodies. I'm waiting for the $50 gift card. I'm waiting for the $50,000, whatever it happens to be. So don't we understand that what we do now has long-term ramifications on the future? And that's my concern. Does anybody think about these things when they implement them? And trying to get everybody vaccinated isn't going to happen no matter what we do. And I appreciate certainly your handling of this. So my question is, through all this, is that when you talk about Cal OSHA revisiting this situation in the future, that supposedly, they're less restrictive than they were in the past, which most people don't feel that. Do you think there's any possibility that they will revert? Because To be honest with you, whether it's 10,000 people in a stadium or 15,000 people in a stadium or 150 people in a meeting or whatever it happens to be, transmission is transmission. So if I'm with 40,000 people, there's only a small number of people around me. That same smaller number of people can be in a movie theater. So my question is, why are we, and I guess the thought is that we have a mass epidemic by virtue of this large group. But I just don't get it, because sitting in here, very few people, I'm more than 6 feet apart, I've got plexiglass, whatever, and yet I'm wearing a mask. It doesn't make any sense. And so my question is Cal OSHA, because that seems to be the last big hurdle, do you think that based upon input from yourself and others, that they may modify that to basically be more reasonable in regards to this, as opposed to putting pressure on those who, for a variety of reasons, choose not to get vaccinated?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any say in what Cal OSHA does. We don't have discussions with OSHA, so health officers don't get to relay our thoughts to that particular board. I do watch the news, and I have seen the governor say that he would like them to line up more with what the state's doing as a whole, which is that fully vaccinated people can take their masks off indoors. So I do think that based on that sort of press coverage, that they're under some pressure to line up even more with California. What the timeline is, I don't know. So I do believe that what just got passed is going to be what becomes effective on June 15th. I don't see that getting changed, because there's no time now for them to reconvene and re-vote on something else before June 15th. But how long that stays in effect after June 15th, it could be a short-lived period of time before they change it again.
And Supervisor, I just add that the governor has the ability to override it with an executive action. He came out publicly and said he doesn't intend to do that, but obviously I think political pressure is going to make some changes here. People need to realize that wearing a mask, it doesn't protect you at source control, such that you can't spread droplets or aerosolizations to others. So it does seem a little bit of disconnect that if fully vaccinated people are not a vector, why are they wearing a mask? So yeah. I don't see this as a tenable position that they're going to be able to hold on to long term.
Well, I would agree. I think more importantly, I don't think people are going to follow it. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, they can make all these mandates and dictates, et cetera, but people will do what they think is reasonable to protect themselves and their family, et cetera. So, okay.
Yeah, spread the word to the governor. We're done.
I don't talk with the governor either.
Well, you speak to the committees that speak to his, you speak to people that are representatives from his administration, and I'm sure that he's an attentive governor. He's paying attention. He's in a recall. Tell him we're done. Enough's enough. The medical system is no longer overwhelmed. The entire reason for the shutdown was so that the medical system was not overwhelmed. We have emergency capacities in the hospital. Correct me if I'm wrong, but over a year ago, wasn't that one of the major, if not the major concern, is that the medical system was going to be overwhelmed? And it was. There's no question. They had to ramp up, and there was ventilators, and there was a rush for the PPE, and there was a rush for everything needed because the medical system was going to be overwhelmed. It's over. We're done. If that changes, then we can all adapt and go back to preventative measures. But we've hit very high marks. We've reduced risks, and the medical system is no longer overwhelmed. Share that with those that share the feedback from your committees that you speak with statewide to tell the governor enough is enough. We need leadership, not followship.
And Chair Patty, I just agree that all of these non-pharmaceutical interventions that we went through was to make sure that the healthcare delivery system was not overwhelmed. It just, unfortunately, right now, Cal OSHA has teeth. So just be cautious as an employer that there are potential fines, and just be forewarned about that.
But Cal OSHA has always operated as under the auspice of fining and fining and fining. But last I checked, they're not medical experts, so they ought to mind their own business and stay in their slot.
And that'll give us standing to sue, or people to sue.
Yeah, is that, maybe ask your work committee that speaks reports to the governor, is this all about extracting more money from taxpayers and from entities, or is this about properly serving the public as the public would like him to serve as he's an elected representative of the public? These are information, again, it's not an attack on you, Dr. Park. I understand you're doing your job and you're the conveyor of, this information, but we understand you've done a great job. We've collapsed the models. Everybody's getting vaccinations. We've mobilized as needed between you and staff and Mr. Dietrich and everybody else. We've done our part. Enough is enough. So that's our final message.
I just have one quick, if you don't mind, Chair.
Please.
Councilor, where we are with our PRA? When are we scheduled for a closed session to discuss that?
Supervisor Rickman, we will put it on for the closed session for the next regular board meeting, which is July 13th, I believe.
All right. And my other question is, under Cal OSHA, and the county would be subject to that because we have employees, and I know Cal OSHA had it in their, I don't know, their manual, whatever the heck they use, at one time that employers could be liable for, and then they pulled that away, and it's not in there anymore. If I'm correct, and I may not be, but I'm pretty sure I am. But if we enforce that and somebody does get sick or something happens, wouldn't we be liable as a county to that employee?
I'm sorry, if we enforce the Cal OSHA rules? And
Yeah, pretty much that, hey, if, you pretty much, and what it is pressure to get vaccinated. And if you don't get vaccinated, you have to, this will happen to you, the negative consequences. And they get vaccinated in order to not to have those negative consequences. And say they have an allergic reaction, or some people do have soreness, or some people have experienced sickness. Aren't we liable for that? Or could be?
I have no idea, Supervisor Rickman.
Because I know, like I said, Cal OSHA had it in there at one time, and then they pulled it. Am I correct on that, Dr. Park?
I also am not sure.
My understanding, and it's maybe directed more toward risk management and HR, but I understand under current regulation that it's if you contract COVID, it's presumed you attracted it at the workplace and therefore some liability. But I think that's more of an HR risk management because there has been some dialogue about that. I'm not sure if that is still as broad as all employers or just certain employers at this point.
All right. Well, thank you. Just more ridiculous stuff coming out of the state, and it's something we're used to. But and last question, I promise, is I know, Chair, you brought this up last meeting. Our emergency declaration. I mean, how long do we go with that? I mean, I was thinking about that today on my drive here. If you have like a big forest fire, you have that emergency at that time, but once the fire is out and they're mopping things up, they don't keep the emergency in place in most of the situations, sometimes depending on the circumstances. But how long do we have that out there? I know the governor's not giving up his emergency powers, but when is it not an emergency anymore?
Great question. I know that at our last board meeting about 2 weeks ago, we had asked County Counsel's office to bring this up for discussion. So I am 100% certain that they are diligently working on this, and perhaps they have a little update and report on what we could expect to bring back to this board to rescind the authority we've given over this county to the governor.
The proclamation of a local emergency due to COVID-19 exists so long as this board determines that it exists. So we will work with Dr. Park and the medical professionals to determine whether or not the local emergency still exists. And if so directed, we can bring an item to your board on July 13th.
Well, medical emergency does not exist any longer. Now it's a workplace concern, but not in a medical emergency. So, and again, I know that 2 weeks ago I had asked that perhaps we would bring back to the board what action is necessary. And maybe you've shared it and that's all the action necessary. Maybe we'll agendize it then as a discussion item to, if you're prepared for it, then I'm glad to know that. And in the next short order, we can agendize a discussion about rescinding. And Supervisor Miller very appropriately pointed out what the ramifications could be if we do so. So we need to weigh out those options. But we can, Dr. Park, would you say that we are or are not in a medical emergency situation at this time? Not to put you on the spot, but you are.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because I know that for purposes of drawing down funds and receiving resources, at times it's a maneuver, and including the governor and down to the counties, that we would use to make sure that we don't miss out on any of those appropriations. From a layman's perspective, I can understand what you're saying, that we don't feel that we're in an emergency. June 15th is coming and the state is opening up. From a public health perspective, the way I see it, I'm of course, with the way that I am, I'm a worried person. I'm looking at the Delta variant, otherwise known as B1617 from India, and hearing such concerning news about its transmission rates, knowing that it's here in California and not knowing how well the vaccinations work against it. We know the vaccines work against all the other variants very well, but studies are still out there on this one. I think there's some potency with the vaccinations against it, but still maybe not as potent as they are against the wild type. So there's a lot of concerns in the back of my mind that another surge could be coming, and that with all this relaxation happening, that there will still be some spread. Of course, with vaccinations, we have a lot of people, 50% now, supposedly protected from this disease, and even with some recent studies, as Supervisor Wynn suggested, decreased ability to transmit to others by being vaccinated. But as long as we have some people who are unvaccinated still around, there are hosts, there are human hosts for this virus, and that's what we need to try to stamp out, are people who could act as human hosts, trying to get that number down. Because it could slow down with vaccinations, but we still have people who are out there who can receive it, get sick, transmit it. So this question comes up a lot amongst health officer calls, is when are you all letting go of your emergency standards, your emergency orders? It's not that any health officer is really looking at creating their own health officer orders anymore, and I'm not looking at writing anything more restrictive than the state. So it's not that I want to retain any emergency standards so that I have that ability to do that. I'm not trying to retain any health officer power to do some ordering. However, from a practical standpoint, what we've been doing is carefully monitoring the state and what other counties are doing.
And Chairman, if I could add, as Dr. Park mentioned, the state public health order is our floor. We're not doing anything on the public health side above that. And I'm looking forward to the robust discussion, but I think it really comes down to funding. And if the general emergency, the non-public health one, but the OES declared emergency, if that is vacated, from that point forward, would we be losing out on potential FEMA reimbursement for cost incurred from that date forward, specifically with some of our, Project Home Key and some other items that we still have expenditures that we're looking to get eventually recoup from the federal government?
Understood. And these are very careful decisions need to be made. But I would suggest, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but if our hospital system is no longer overwhelmed, would you consider, I know there's a health concern about the possible variant that's surfaced in India that's now here in California. So there's a health concern, but would you suggest that we're in a medical emergency, or pretty much that's been abated?
Well, that's an interesting question as well, because the state's coming out with new AFLs, or what we refer to as all facility letters, that refer to our skilled nursing facilities, long-term health care facilities, and our hospitals. They are becoming less restrictive with those agencies as far as testing of fully vaccinated employees and staff. They are loosening up the reins on that as well. However, they still want all hospitals and SNFs to take people's temperatures and do screening for COVID symptoms upon entry. They still want people to fully be masked. So there's some loosening up of the reins as we see from a medical standpoint, as you say, that the medical system's not overwhelmed at this point. You're correct. So, hard to say whether they're in an emergency, depending on your definition of emergency. I don't think that you would get any of our hospitals to say that they're currently in a state of emergency and that they're overwhelmed by COVID. No, they're in a good place, as you said.
Granted, and given that there's health concerns, would you consider a health concern an emergency? Like if there could be a surge, like let's say tomorrow we decided we are no longer in it, we rescind the authority that the governor has over this county. We absolutely rescind it, and so do other counties. And then let's say there's a surge and there's a new wave and there's a new great concern. We can always go back in and declare there's a health emergency that's occurring here in our county or region. So it's not irrevocable if we do so. Is that correct?
I think warranted the conditions, the public health officer could declare an emergency when she so needs so.
Mm-hmm.
But one other item I don't think has been mentioned today, we talked about the CDPH guidelines for masking, and we talked about Cal OSHA. One item that wasn't mentioned was schools, and that is the CDPH guideline. And in an indoor setting within schools, if you're not vaccinated 100%, you need to wear a mask. And obviously, vaccines are not available for children under the age of 12. So in the third grade classroom, if you will, they would continue to be required to wear a mask. And I know that's also going to be another contentious area.
Yep, and that's another discussion I think down the road, unless we want to spend another hour talking about the lunacy of that action. Supervisor Wynn.
So explain to me, we've had this conversation a year ago in regards to the state's authority over the county, et cetera. So if, for example, we as a county decided that we're no longer in a health emergency and we basically disavow anything to do with anything the state does, it seems to me that in those discussions in the past, we're still subject to the state in any kind of, whether it be Cal OSHA or certainly CDPH. Nothing changes. I mean, nothing changes other than we say we're no longer in a medical emergency. And of course, I think it's been said previously, so we can't ask for any reimbursement because obviously you can only ask for reimbursement based upon an emergency situation. So how does that give us any more latitude or freedom by simply saying we're no longer a medical emergency county? Seems like everything else is still in place. We talked about this with other counties like Yuba County and Orange County and things like that, because the state can still step in, and even though we as a Board of Supervisor county say, no, we're no longer playing your game, but businesses and schools and all those others are still going to be subject to the state mandate. So what changes that lessens anything other than the funding ability for the county by going through this process? Just a question.
No, and I understand the question, Supervisor Wynn, and I think it does really pivot around the funding, I'll be honest. And so you're right, not much changes because we are under state rules. I can only be more restrictive, not less. So we do have to follow at a baseline, whatever comes out of the governor's office. But we continue to receive grants and funds from the state, for which I think we'd be at risk of not receiving. So, there are still a lot of projects, a lot of grants, a lot of things to be done. For example, we just are receiving some money to work with our County Office of Education through grants working on vaccination, mitigation, ventilation, things like that with the schools. So as Director Diedrich said, there are still things to be concerned about when it comes to the young people who can't be vaccinated, schools. There's still a lot of regulations and guidances to be made in the fall, and I think everyone's keeping their eye out really to see what happens after June 15th. Are people going to go hog wild, and then are we going to go back into a little surge? So I don't. But other than that, I understand your question about the laws and regulations. It doesn't really change.
Excellent question, Supervisor Wynn. Thank you. Dr. Park, could you define what hog wild is? I want to make sure that nobody in San Joaquin County does this. What exactly are we concerned about?
But Chair, you know, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Supervisor Rickman, let's wrap this up. We have
I'll wrap it up here. And, you know, Supervisor Wynn makes an excellent point. And, you know, of course, we have to look at the grants, like you said, you know. But, you know, one of my concerns is kind of like you know, people get desensitized to something, you know, so we have the state of emergency. And then and like Supervisor Wynn just mentioned, people are out there doing what they want to do anyways. What if down the road we have to do another emergency, San Joaquin County emergency for whatever, a public health emergency? We want people to take it seriously, not say, well, you know what, you know, in the past they put this emergency ahead of there. How bad can it really be? And that's something that, you know, we have to be careful about as a county, and the state needs to be careful about that also. And you want to grab people's attention, and that's, you know, a way to do it. And hey, big red light, say, do this or something's going to happen, versus just keeping it on for God knows how long now. But that's all I had, Chair, so thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to wrap this up unless anybody else has anything further to say and move on to our board
Chairman
comments.
Patty, I do apologize. I do have a public comment on this item.
Okay, please, Madam Clerk.
This comment was submitted by Holly Moore, who writes, why is there a blank sheet for public health? There are many questions from the previous BOS meeting that should be provided in writing. Provide a peer-reviewed study showing mask efficacy. The public cannot be expected to wear them if the science does not back them. We might as well rub a rabbit's foot or sniff a poppy for protection. COVID-only death count in SJC, CDC says, is at 5%. A line item explanation of statistics provided for the tier system, list of alternative COVID treatments, where can we get alternative treatments, list of all vaccine ingredients, post-vaccine warnings, and CDC VAERS link on SJC PHS website. Statements on Fauci's involvement with CCP and his support of gain-of-function viruses. Announce Fauci's original statement saying that masks don't work. What science did he use to change his stance and become a double masker? What will the BOS do if Governor Newsom rescinds his decision to open the state fully? We must open anyway. How will you protect people's privacy and bodily autonomy? Statements on vaccine passports and their violation of HIPAA laws. What if employers require vaccination? Discuss how this violates HIPAA and the Nuremberg Code. Florida have without them. California must follow immediately. Our constitutional freedoms are not limited by illness. We don't need babysitters to manage our personal health. We can care for ourselves without government involvement. We want you to protect our freedom first. And that concludes the public comments. Chairman Patty, I just want to double check that Supervisor Miller does not have any comments or questions at this time as well.
Supervisor Miller, anything to add to this conversation?
Yes, actually, I'm hoping that you can hear me. Supervisor Wynn really touched on some of my questions, and it's what I was alluding to at our last meeting, in that it's important to make it clear, I believe, to the public, as we just heard from this last comment, that we don't have the ability to not follow the state's orders. And we can say that we are going to rescind our emergency declaration, but all that's going to mean is that we can't submit for reimbursement for all of the outreach efforts that are going to continue to be required by the state. So I want to make sure not only that we proceed carefully on this, but that we don't send a mixed message to the public. We just rescinding our emergencies doesn't mean we don't have to follow the state public health orders. So I just want to reiterate again my comments from last meeting, that we proceed carefully on this and the board take a look at what it really would mean. You know, everybody has frustrations, but we need to make sure that we don't put ourselves fiscally in an unsound position. Thank you.
All very valid points. Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And to the point of Ms. Holly Moore that had written in, and as Supervisor Rickman requested an update on our records request, the state has failed on more than one occasion, and seems to be repetitively now, to provide the science behind why we are supposed to be doing what they're doing. So until they provide the information that should be publicly available, and they're failing to answer a very simple, proper protocol and request, then I'm inclined to believe that they have some sort of phony science or lack of science, and they're missing the evidence to impose some of these regulations that they are. So be that as it may, until they start becoming more forthright and presenting what they're supposed to be presenting for full transparency, and instead of masking and charading around the alleged science, then I'm inclined to not follow what they keep telling us to do. So I will move on now at this time to the board supervisors' comments and committee reports. Supervisor Wynn, anything to share today?
Nothing today.
Okay. Supervisor Villaputua, anything to share today?
Nothing to share. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Rickman, what have you got?
Just want to tell all the students that graduated the last couple of weeks, congratulations. We're proud of you, and you had one of the most difficult years, and we can imagine not being able to go to class and go to prom and so on. So we're proud of you, and keep up the good work.
Excellent. And I would just add that this last week I did do with Assemblyman Carlos Villaputua, his office and mine, thanks to Mike Anderson, coordinating an effort, community outreach. We got people, dropping off flyers. We had volunteers go around and go through the neighborhood and pass out flyers on the event. We had dozens of people show up to get vaccinations. A lot of people came out to participate, learn more. I want to thank our public health department, our OES office, everybody that helped, and all the staff and all the volunteers that came in to make a successful community event in North Stockton. So I really appreciate the efforts from my office and Assemblyman Carlos Villaputua's office. And he barbecued and cooked food for a couple hours, and we served lunch, and we did raffle prizes that I paid for. And we had a nice turnout. It was a very rewarding day. So at this point, that's all. We are going to adjourn until...
Real quick. I'm sorry, I forgot one thing.
Yes.
I just want to wish my daughter, Allison, who graduated from Tracy High, go Bulldogs. Congratulations. We love you. Good job.
Yes, congratulations on graduation to all of our seniors. We're going to take a lunch break until 12.
Chairman Patty, I apologize. Supervisor Miller has a comment.
Okay, Supervisor Miller, please.
Thank you. I want to say, first of all, that I do agree with what one member of the public said, that there's been too much bickering and posturing between supervisors. At our last meeting, Supervisor Rickman made a statement that based on some review by his chief of staff, that I misquoted Dr. Park and that I misspoke in my comments. I wouldn't address this, but I don't think it's good to have misinformation hanging out there to the public. I also went back and watched the video to verify exactly what Dr. Park stated and what Supervisor Rickman's comments were and what my comments were. And I'm not going to waste a lot of time by going into this, but I would just say that after review, I believe that Supervisor Rickman's comments criticizing me were not on point. And I would suggest that any member of the public or the board who is in doubt of exactly what was said during that meeting, go back and watch the archive video. Approximately 2 hours, 13 minutes, Dr. Park makes the comments in question. 2 hours, 18 minutes, Supervisor Rickman makes his comments, and 2 hours, 31 minutes, my comments, and I believe the public can draw their own conclusions. And finally, I just want to take a minute, mainly because we didn't have time to do this under proclamations. June 1st marked the beginning of Pride Month, And it's a month to recognize, acknowledge, celebrate the contributions of our LGBTQ plus community. It also provides information about the history and the movement. It began in 1969 following the Stonewall riots in New York City, and it led to some real changes, pioneering efforts in advancing civil rights of LGBTQ plus citizens. I also think it's important to note that this weekend, over 1,600 people attended the first Lodi Pride Festival. And so I want to thank Ms. Kat Ellis and A New Lodi for organizing it. I saw lots and lots of photos over the weekend, and it looked like it was a great event that was really enjoyed by tons of people. I want to make sure that the public is aware that we recognize how important it is as elected officials to recognize that our LGBTQ community comes from all walks of life, all races, ethnicities, religions, ancestries, national origins, economic status, physical, mental ability, medical conditions. They are a community that is as diverse as all of our communities. And protecting, supporting, and ensuring equality goes beyond just marriage equality. In order for us to create a world that's healthy, just, and really equal for everyone, including LGBTQ plus folks, it's important that we work to reduce disparities and harmful outcomes, that we make sure that we are all represented equally and benefit from our government equally. I am hoping that today, when we adjourn at the end of our discussion items, I would like to request that the board today close our meeting in support of and in solidarity with our LGBTQ residents of San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Supervisor Miller. To that point, I think that the fact that we do have these parades and they're well received throughout the community, it shows how fantastic, amazing, and exceptional America is to have diverse representation, organizations, celebrations, and support throughout the nation, throughout our county, throughout our cities. It's just a fantastic example of America's exceptionalism. So thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to close this meeting now. We're going to take a 15-minute lunch break. We will go into closed session from 12:45 till 1:30. At 1:30, we will begin our afternoon session promptly. And then if we have unresolved issues for closed session, we'll go back into closed session. County Council, anything to announce at this time?
The board will adjourn to closed session after the lunch break on items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected to come out of closed session.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Miller. I just want to confirm that you can hear us in board chambers.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Before we open up our afternoon session, just bear in mind that Supervisor Villapudua has special privileges. There's a massage therapist in the back before the afternoon session starts. It's in his contract. Thank you for joining us, Supervisor Villapudua. Thank you. So I'm going to open up our afternoon session. County Council, any report from closed session?
There is no report coming out of closed session.
All right, thank you. Then moving on to our scheduled item, discussion under general government. We have a presentation today to discuss the one-page strategic plan and potential funding, just as kind of an overview and bring this board and the public up to speed on some of the work from the 2x2. I would just like to make an opening statement that we as a body have committed to advancing the COC's homeless strategic plan, something that we endorsed, and so have our cities. What we're looking at today is consistent with that plan. Our approach is not to have all the answers, but to set the county up for success as we work towards solving the homeless issues throughout this county. That means we must be prepared to provide leadership to the county, while also enabling our various partner jurisdictions throughout the county to be successful as well. It's their top priority as well. Whatever we do, we must be consistent with the intent and the spirit of the Continuum of Care's homeless strategic plan that was worked on diligently, effectively presented to this county and to the cities, and has been endorsed widely. So we are here and have this discussion. I believe we have the privilege of having Stockton City Manager, Mr. Harry Black, who's an active member of the 2x2. If you'd please come forward and perhaps share with us a slide presentation on the on a one-page working plan.
Okay, I guess I don't need to push any buttons for the microphone, obviously. Okay. Okay, Chairman, Board members, County Administrator, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the one-page action plan. In support of the Joint City-County Coordinating Committee, often referred to as a 2x2x2, city staff and county staff jointly work together to produce the draft one-page strategic homelessness/housing action plan. The one-page document attempts to take the 65-page COC homelessness strategic plan and synthesize it down to a format that is more easily digestible and operationalizable. The one-page methodology is a proprietary methodology that I have a personal license to use. As such, I thought it could benefit our efforts and serve as a tool as we pursue solutions to the homelessness and housing challenges we face. As the Joint Committee gets further along in its work, it was determined that the County Board and other stakeholders throughout the county could benefit from a better understanding of the draft one-page document. I stress that the city is prepared to serve as a partner moving forward, but believes that the county is best situated to continue to serve as the lead in this endeavor. Pursuant to what comes out of our upcoming City Council Homelessness and Housing Study Session at the end of this month, the city will have better clarity as to what it wants to pursue in terms of strategy and initiatives and ultimate investment in contributing to a resolution of the problem. We understand that there will likely be initiatives that both the city and the county will want to pursue together, while there very well may be some initiatives that we may want to choose to pursue separately, but still be in alignment with the spirit and intent of the COC homelessness strategic plan. So what I'd like to do at this point is just sort of walk you through an explanation of, you have a copy of the one-page document there. The real value of this one-page tool is that, as I said earlier, it makes a larger document, which is the strategic plan itself, which is 65 pages long, more easily digestible, and it allows us to really focus. A lot of times when you have large documents like that, which are necessary and essential, it's difficult to figure out where you're going to start, how you're going to start, what pieces you want to do. So this one-page tool helps to really focus and helps us to really to get started. So the presentation will entail an introduction. I will walk you through the one-page action plan, talk about some potential next steps and closing remarks, and would be delighted to respond to any questions that you might have. As I mentioned, the value of a one-page action plan: a clear articulation of the problem, focus and simplify the intent and message of the COC strategic plan, establish the case for partnerships, and highlight the need for a multi-pronged approach. This is the one-page action plan. This is a tool that I think I've been using in Cincinnati and I'm using in Stockton. I think that I'm the only public sector entity using this tool. This is primarily a private sector tool. The person who created it is a former executive of Procter & Gamble. He's one of my mentors, and he's been benevolent enough to sort of let me sort of take his thing and do what I need to do with it. So I'm going to take you through each one of these sections. What you're going to see is when you look at the one-pager under vision, homelessness in San Joaquin County will be rare, brief, and non-recurring, supported by a robust and equitable homeless crisis response system. This is taken literally and directly from the COC homeless strategic plan. This is the vision that is articulated in that document. The objective, also taken directly from the COC strategic plan. The objective is to your upper left-hand corner. People experiencing homelessness will be empowered through a responsive, nimble, housing-focused system that provides effective, supportive, and humane services and housing, efficiently leveraging public and private sources. If you see, look to the far left, the middle of the page, you'll see the priority goals. Those first three goals are taken directly out of the COC homeless strategic plan. The staff, when we got together, through our collective efforts, we decided to add objectives 4 and 5. Objective 1 establish a coordinated and engaged regional system. We'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Increase access and reduce barriers to homeless shelters and crisis response services. Again, there is a large segment of our homeless population that choose not to take advantage of some of our existing shelter beds for a variety of reasons. And there are barriers that we need to overcome to optimize those resources. Priority goal 3, ensure households experiencing homelessness have access to affordable and sustainable permanent housing. That's the ultimate end game for this whole thing. Goal 4, which we added, develop public safety and infrastructure policy. Obviously, as we move forward with all of our homelessness and housing efforts, be it led by the county or a particular jurisdiction within the county, this is something that we will have to always keep in mind because these individuals obviously have civil rights, and we must be sure to not violate those rights. So there will come a time when we'll need to have discussions in terms of what does that mean as relates to whatever solutions that we come up with. Priority goal 5, strategize and develop a sustainable funding source. Again, you know, thanks to the largesse of the federal government and of our state government, you know, resources are there now today because of the pandemic, but they won't always be there. So we're looking at, from my standpoint, we're looking at a 3 to 4 year time horizon for an immediate to intermediate solution. But while we're doing that, we've got to also keep in mind, okay, what's going to happen after year 4, you know, when that federal largesse and that state largesse will likely go away. So, you know, what would be the fiscally responsible thing to do? So if you look at the first column, it says strategies. I'm just going to sort of highlight some of those strategies and some of the plans within the strategies. So again, emphasizing this is an action document. This document, provides the opportunity to operationalize and to successfully execute the COC strategic plan. That's the sole intent. Coordinated regional system. We talk about this a lot. And how do we do that? I think that that's still a work in progress. I think that's a coordinated, integrated effort led by the county with the direct partnership and involvement of all interested jurisdictions within the county. Clearly, Stockton is on board and is very interested in that. Leveraging countywide human care services in support of homelessness, leveraging HMIS master data management to strengthen coordinated entry system, a coordinated entry system. Again, things that we've talked about, staff to staff, things that have been discussed as a part of the 2x2x2. Whatever we do, we're not just providing beds, we're not just providing housing of whatever type of housing it ends up being, but we're providing services. We're providing case management services. And the HMIS is critical because, you know, it's important that we know everything that we can legally know about the individuals that we're trying to serve. Therefore, it can inform how we engage them in terms of getting them back on the right track and helping them to improve their condition. Access to services, expanding low barrier shelter beds, not saying how to do that, but saying that that's a need. Again, providing case management to some realistic and practical level. Housing opportunities for all. You know, yes, we focus mostly on talking about the homeless, but we've got near homeless, and then we've got folks who have good jobs, but they can't afford to buy a house or a condo or whatever the case might be. So it's a spectrum. That continuum of care process is, you know, from the far left are your chronically homeless all the way through to your various degrees of shelter insecurities. I think we all know and we see what's going on in the state of California, in the region in terms of affordability or lack thereof, as well as availability. We have some big challenges there. Foundational legislative policy, again, this is something that I believe will organically come about as a result of the the ongoing work. This gets at, again, whatever we do in attempting to be helpful, we also need to make sure that we do no harm, i.e. that we do not violate any individual's civil rights. So that may mean that we may have to delve into this area of public policy and to figure out what might make sense and so forth. And then sustainable funding. As I said, it looks like we're going to be in pretty good shape over the next 2 to 4 years, but after year 4, it's a big question mark. So we have to really think through that early on in the process. What you have on the far right side are metrics. And so I ask that you look at these metrics as being notional, okay? We don't really know what they ought to be at this point, but we know that we want to follow and be governed by metrics because we want to know how well we're doing. So these numbers that are up here are not intended to be viewed in a strict sense. The numbers could be less or they could be higher. It depends upon what we come up with as we organically go through this process. We know that affordable housing is important. We know that the right kind of shelter beds are important. How many, by when, that's to be determined. So what you see here is not what we're saying has to be fact. It gives us a guide and an understanding as to how we should be thinking about this. In terms of some next steps, again, this is just the brainstorming session that we went through, staff to staff, county staff, city staff, establishing new low-barrier shelter beds, scaling up wraparound services for the vulnerable populations, formalizing and initiating a comprehensive and coordinated entry system, standardizing in terms of uniformity homeless shelter policies and procedures, developing a homelessness and housing master data management strategy and capability, a firm believer in the use of data analytics. Again, as I said, as much as we are able to know about the people we're trying to serve, the better we'll be able to serve them. Increase permanent supportive housing by some percentage point by some time in the future. Increasing affordable housing units by some percentage point at some point in the future. Increasing workforce housing units by some percentage point at some point in the future. And transitioning to county as the primary lead, which is currently the case. So this is really just a graphical look at the whole spectrum, from the shelter process to rental assistance and supportive housing, all the way to workforce and market rate housing. We have challenges in each one of these areas. As I said before, we focus on the homeless, but if you go to affordable housing and workforce and market rate housing, we have a challenge there too. We have people who make good money, have good jobs, but it's still not enough for them to realize the American dream. So we have to think about that and work on that as well. And holding all of this together is that coordinated entry system / navigation approach, and everything being data driven. So that sums up the one-page action plan, why we believe it's of value and how we think that it can help us in terms of what is probably the biggest challenge facing the county and the state of California and the entire west coast of the United States, which is housing and homelessness. I'll stand ready to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, City Manager Black. First, I noticed that even on the printed material that it says draft, and even on the slides that we saw it says draft. Can you please define what we're looking at here?
Because it will always be a draft because of the nature of what we're trying to do. This is like going into battle or going into war. You're constantly calibrating your strategy because conditions change. So nothing is static. This is a very dynamic process, and what made sense today may not make sense next week. So the idea is to always be in that flexible mindset to be able to pivot when you need to pivot.
Excellent. And also I want to note for the record that on the upper right corner, there's the San Joaquin County logo, Greatness Grows Here. that was when working through the 2x2x2, and you were putting this together. You and I had discussed, and you had said this is really coming to the county, and the county is, this is to be incorporated for all the cities. And if I felt comfortable with San Joaquin County being on there, and I had said yes, I thought it was a great idea, because I do believe that the county needs to lead. We've got cities that have exactly these same concerns. We have cities that have signed on to the Continuum of Care's strategic plan. And lastly, to that point, we have to appreciate Supervisor Miller and the effort that all has been taken, the years prior, gathering this information. Adam Cheshire is here. Those that are participating or on the outside of the 2x2x2. This has been a very robust level of engagement, but the template, the working plan, the hard work was already done when Home Base was hired and Continuum of Care took the lead to propose some of the strategies going forward to address this issue. So I think you would concur that, obviously Continuum of Care's efforts and us being able to drill down, and thanks to this breakdown and presentation, it kind of simplifies that 60-plus page document.
Absolutely. To get to this one-page document typically takes about 8 to 10 weeks and a lot of pre-work to get to the one page, but because we had the homelessness strategic plan already, we didn't have to go through that process. We were just able to lift things from that plan and incorporate them into one-page document. Again, it's the strategic plan is what it's supposed to be. It's what it should be. However, this is to sort of add another layer of value to the process to make it as easy as possible for us to be able to start the process of operationalizing and executing that plan.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And I just want to add a little prepared statement I made, but while this discussion, the presentations, and we're going to have Ms. Cindy Basso, who's been retained by the county to do some legwork and find what would be perhaps a shelter plan to bring forward. So, these presentations are mostly conceptual. We must make decisions and demonstrate our willingness to step up and partner with our cities, local nonprofits and private sector to address these issues once and for all. If we look at what's happened in the last several years, this issue has exasperated. It has not diminished. It's a challenge. We know that the Continuum of Care has done its job and brought forth the foundation of a plan. And together, we either commit or we show that we are all talk with little action when it comes down to really investing in the solutions. And I know that we have many people here that have a vested interest, and they're looking to this county to lead in different pockets of this county. And I'm looking forward to some robust conversation and engagement. And that said, any questions for City Manager Harry Black? Supervisor Miller, have you any questions?
I actually have quite a few questions, but I think my questions are more appropriately addressed to our county administrator. So I'm happy to wait if you want to field them now or you want to field them down the road.
Well, you've got the microphone. Let's go ahead and go forward with what you have.
I'm here, Supervisor Miller. Ask away.
Thank you. Okay, it's hard to know where to start here. I guess my first question is this one-page strategic action plan an action plan for the entire county, or is this an action plan for a partnership of the county and the city of Stockton?
City Manager.
I can answer that question. Whatever your view of the COC homelessness strategic plan is what this one-page action plan is. They're synonymous. The one-page action plan is designed to be supportive of the COC homelessness strategic plan. So whatever is your view of that larger document, it should carry over to this one-page action plan document.
Okay, that's fine. I guess my question then is, this appears to have been put together following a one-day brainstorming session between some county staff, I have no idea who that county staff was, and City of Stockton staff, it doesn't appear that there was any representation from any of the other cities or community-based organizations throughout San Joaquin County who were all involved in developing a strategic plan. Is that correct?
That's a good question. Initially, per the 2x2x2, this is the instructions that were given to us. However, as has been mentioned, that is why the document is stamped with a large draft watermark on it, simply because it will evolve and it will change and grow organically to incorporate, and as other jurisdictions might find it to be of use and of interest, it is designed to accommodate additional participation and changes. But this is a starting point. That's the emphasis. It's a starting point.
Okay. So I guess this is a question for our county administrator. When I look at this one-page plan, it appears to me that it's very City of Stockton centric, and there are some red flags for me, especially around some of these metrics. And I understand now from the presentation that these are not actual metrics. They're a first crack at some metrics, but a significant number of these metrics have to do with services that are not provided by the city. They are provided by the county. And I'm talking specifically about wraparound services, the vast majority of transitional housing and rental assistance. Those are programs that we administer. So my question to the county administrator is, how involved was our staff in putting this one page together, and has this been filtered at all through a county perspective in terms of what are we actually being asked to take on here? And
go ahead.
The final question would be, why is this being presented to the Board of Supervisors by the city manager of Stockton and not by yourself and our county departments like behavioral health services and human services agency? I mean, why are we getting this from the city and not from you and our staff?
I'll try to answer a couple of the questions, Supervisor Miller, and through the chair. Is this strategic plan one-page document was compiled before I assumed my position as county administrator 2 months ago, and I don't know specifically who was involved from the county. My understanding is that the interim CAO, Manuel Lopez, was or may have been involved in its compilation. I can't exactly speak to that. And as far as it being vetted and my involvement in it now, what I've been working on since I think 2 or 3 board meetings ago, when I was asked by the board to develop a blueprint for the 250 to 400 person low barrier shelter, is my focus. And as I mentioned when you had questioned me in that meeting, is as long as it was within the guidelines of the strategic plan and the low barrier shelter comments and meeting, which were goal number 2 of that strategic plan, that was what I would pull together. And whether or not that coincides, there are some highlights I made in this thing which line up with that, but no, I did not put these metrics together, and I don't know who had involvement in it. Although there are some metrics in it that do coincide with the strategic plan and also coincide with the blueprint project that's currently being worked on.
Okay, I'm going to save my questions in regard to the blueprint project and how it relates to this, but I just want to say that I I mean, we need an implementation plan, absolutely. I think perhaps this is a jumping off point, but I'm nervous about a presentation that includes lots of language like, I quote, "This will be led by the county. We see this being more appropriate to be led by the county. We're providing wraparound. We're providing services." I'm concerned about that being presented to the board by an outside agency and not by our own staff, because I don't have a sense of what the very real ramifications to taking these things on would be to the county. When we talk about an increase of wraparound services by 50% in 5 years, just today in our consent, we approved $60 million for additional staffing that's mandated for behavioral health services, and another $29 million approximately that could be construed as some form of wraparound services. A 50% increase in that is about a $45 million increase. So these are huge numbers that we're talking about when you start to look at it from the county's perspective. So I would not be prepared to just issue a blanket approval for this. I would want a lot more analysis, and I would want a very thorough presentation by county staff before I would take any action on this one-page strategic plan. Thank you.
If I may, Chairman, I don't believe we're asking for any action to be taken regarding the one-page plan, are we, Chairman?
No, not at all. This is just a review so that we can see what the 2x2x2 has been discussing, recognizing the continuum of cares efforts in the past, drilling it down to a one-page worksheet. And as you said, on pretty much every slide, this is conceptual. It's a parameter, a barometer, a goal, an objective. You can go higher, you can go lower. For instance, we've got in one of the boxes here, you've got foundational legislative policy, protection of the waterways. Well, there's not a lot of waterways in Manteca. So, waterways in Stockton might be relevant and something that the city of Stockton is paying very much, rapt attention to. But Manteca, it's not really us. Then it doesn't really pertain to Lodi or Tracy. It may or may not. So these are just there so that's not lost in 60 plus pages of a strategic plan. Is right here presented in boxes you can look at and reference. And you were very kind to put a big, I guess I have a 3-foot by 5-foot poster of this in my office so I can always see the goals and objectives and the ideas that need to be addressed and or incorporated. So I appreciate that very much. Do we have any other questions? Supervisor Wynn, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I appreciate the presentation. Black, I like conciseness and something that I can look at in totality. I guess I have concerns from the standpoint that I understand that the county and our role in regards to helping the cities, because the homeless problem is obviously in Stockton, in Lodi, Tracy, Manteca, as opposed to I have 3 cities in my district, so Lodi is the only one that's covered. And I've had conversations with staff in Lodi in regards to what I think is a fantastic navigation center that they would like to build. And in discussions with them, one of the concerns, obviously, that they have, and I think other cities probably are in the same position as Stockton is how do we fund it? Where's the money going to come from? And not just the initial construction, but the ongoing maintenance of that. The other part is that in my discussions around the county in various nonprofit organizations, certainly homeless facilities, and looking at some of the growth that we've experienced with, for example, the Rescue Mission, Stock Shelter, places like that, Salvation Army, is that in talking to those individuals, it would seem that what their preference would be with the county's role is to assist them in expanding their operations, and which I think is a fantastic idea from the standpoint that if we're talking about space and adding additional beds, the follow-up on that expansion is obviously how do we care for those individuals who come. And all those organizations do a fantastic job in working with those individuals to maintain their care and treatment and get them back into society. So I think that's also a positive role that the county can assist with. So I guess from my vantage point, I would like to see, if this is the jumping off point, is to, and I'm sure probably in your discussions with fellow city managers, there's been talk about, the homeless problem and how we can address it from a regional standpoint, but more specifically from a local city standpoint, because at least what I've been told is, for example, I'll use Lodi since it's in my district, that if we were to build a large shelter in Stockton, chances are that most of the homeless in Lodi would not come here. They're pretty entrenched in their local neighborhoods or downtown business, et cetera. So that's another concern. And I can't speak to Tracy or Manteca, but I'm sure the other supervisors can. So those are some things that I see as the opportunity. One thing that in our staff report, it does, for example, it does direct the board to tell our county administrator to fund $18.5 million in the 21-22 public improvement budget. That's a big jump, considering that we're just talking about the jumping off stage, so to speak, because without the express detail, it's hard for me, and I'm sure other supervisors, to vote for $18.5 million without having something to really look at or talk about. And I'm sure you probably in your city have a ton of needs that they need to be addressed.
Absolutely. And those are all fantastic observations. The $18 million question, I'm here basically providing information on this one-page document. I'm going to sort of let you all deliberate over whatever the dollars for the county might be. But as I said earlier, the way that the homelessness strategic plan and this one-page supporting document is set up, it takes into consideration that there'll be things that will make perfect sense for all of us to participate in with the county. And as I said earlier, there will be some things that we as individual jurisdictions will want to do differently. So I think that is accepted, that is being considered. Just from an anecdotal standpoint, I think that whatever we invest today, or let's say whatever we don't invest today, will cost us a lot more tomorrow based on how this problem is growing. This is a very, very serious problem. We tend to just focus on the homelessness piece. I'm co-equally concerned about the non-homeless housing challenges that we face. We've got people that can't even find multifamily housing. These are doctors, lawyers, scientists. They can't get it in our county. Buying a single-family house is becoming an absolute impossibility. So the problem is not going to go away. It's not going to decrease. It's only going to increase, and over time, it will compound itself.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I would wholeheartedly. It's not just buying; it's renting also.
Right. Absolutely.
So it's just housing in general.
Yeah.
And don't misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that we don't invest. I'm saying we do. I'm just saying that at this particular time, at this particular moment, sitting here, this document obviously has been discussed by the board. Obviously, we've adopted basically the premise of this. All I'm saying is that obviously the city of Stockton has the largest homeless problem in the county, which needs to be addressed. But I also think the other cities have similar needs on a smaller scale that also the county, because we provide services, can help them with. So all I'm saying is that I don't mind having the discussion. I certainly appreciate. I had a very productive meeting with Mayor Lincoln last week, and had some great ideas and a vision that I appreciate. All I'm saying is that at this particular time, as we're talking, and again, I appreciate your presentation too, but I'd also like to hear from, for example, the city manager or the council from Antigua and Lodi and Tracy, for them to talk about, their perspective, not only on this document, but certainly on things that are going on with their local homeless population. So these are all things that I think are important. So again, I thank you for certainly putting this document together, for certainly your presentation in regards to addressing this. And believe me, I fully understand. My concern, to be honest with you, in regards to the homeless in California, when I came into office in 2015, we had about 20% of the homeless population of the entire United States in California. I think it's over 40% now. And we've spent literally billions of dollars. And my concern, and we'll be talking about our budget later in this afternoon meeting, but my concern is with government or business, you would always hope that when you invest, you make things better. And for whatever reason, we're going the wrong direction. So I think this is a big step towards, as you say, investing now to prevent an even larger problem in the future. But I think we're kind of on the right track. So again, I want to thank you and certainly your city council. And I certainly would look forward to hearing what your workshop you have for your city council and what they come up with, because I look at it this way. It isn't a county problem. It isn't a city problem. It's a county-wide problem. And therefore, what we can do and you can do and the other cities can do is certainly critical in addressing this and reducing the impact that we have on our residents, which is extreme in many cases. So again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn, to that point, you bring up a very, very good point. Under the Obama administration, with all best intent and purpose, 9 years ago they said in 10 years we will eliminate homelessness in America. They've spent 200% more dollars, and the effects have been exactly opposite. The homelessness has only gone up. We clearly have a drug epidemic, which is more than a housing issue, although that's definitely a component. But the housing first model as the primary solution to dealing with homelessness has failed. As presented today, and I would challenge anyone in this room, in a city, in this county, to find one thing in one slot that's been talked about, that's one idea that's on this right here or in the slideshow presented, that would be offensive, negligent, remiss of any level of engagement or responsibility to improve the station that we need to help those that are most in need and living throughout our community in bad or dire circumstances and situations. So those are great questions and really great points. And you are very much on point, exactly as Supervisor Miller pointed out, that this is not, and there's nothing in this program that's been presented or this outline that's presented that's Stockton Central. We have our major cities in this county are, without question or doubt, experiencing the same challenges, and this document is inclusive to the ideas and solutions that would be beneficial. If you do a shelter program in Stockton, if you do a sheltering program with services in Manteca or Lodi and Tracy or anywhere else that those city councils and city managers have decided that's a course and a direction to go, or if they feel they can house their way out of their homeless situation, they've got these options. There's nothing here that's a mandate. And I just would finish, Mr. Black. There's nothing in this document that's a surprise. We didn't pull anything up. We didn't manifest. We didn't create. We didn't do a meeting and say, here's this brilliant idea that we think that's really strange, really odd, really unique, that nobody's ever thought of when it comes to dealing with homelessness. We're the first people ever to document this new, unique approach. Has anything like that happened?
Again, we were able to do this because of the work that had already been done with respect to the COC strategic plan. Otherwise, as I said, this would have been a much longer endeavor, and this is typically a $100,000 consulting assignment that I'm contributing to our effort here. But it's because of the work that's been done by the COC in terms of that plan. It was easy. It was very easy to do this one-pager because of previous efforts.
Right, and if I believe Adam Cheshire may be in the audience, but if I believe, and he's our one of our homeless directors here, but I believe I've been told that all of our cities have signed on to that strategic plan, much as has this county. So that being the case, I think we're consistent with what people are expecting, although if Lodi signed on to something doesn't mean they endorse 100% of everything. It just means that they've recognized there are needs and these are pathways to solutions. I would finish with entering into the 2x2x2 as we have, and in discussions and in discussion that we have today. What's the city looking for when engaging with the county?
The city, just based on the feedback that I've received from council members and feedback that I've received from staff, we're looking to just be the best partner that we can be to the county in terms of engaging this challenge. The county may be in the lead, but we're going to be right there, shoulder to shoulder, in every way possible to be a partner, because that's what it's going to take to deal with this challenge. One jurisdiction can't do this alone. It's too big. So in terms of investment, as I said again, we'll be hosting the City Council Homelessness Study Session in a couple of weeks. We have an idea as to the ballpark area of investment, but the purpose of that study session is to really get down to brass tacks and really sort of get a little bit more granular in terms of the what, the when, and the how much. But we know that a portion of that will entail some level of partnership with the county. Again, just as with Stockton, as with Manteca, Lodi, Tracy, etc., there'll be things that will make absolute sense to partner with the county on. But then each jurisdiction may have some other things that they may want to do that may not be of interest to the county. But the beauty of it all is that it will all still be in alignment with the COC strategic plan. That's really what's most important here. It's not who does what and how much. It's that whatever we do is in alignment with what we all have signed off on in approving that COC strategic plan.
Right. So if I can understand correctly, then when you say partnership, I think we can identify that instead of let's say if we did a shelter, an emergency low barrier shelter, and it had navigation support services, and the county got behind it, and then the city did the same thing, we're kind of replicating the same efforts. So we were much better off joining together, having dialogue, and working cohesively with the structure as identified in the Continuum of Care's strategic plan that we've all signed on to. So instead of competing or replicating, we'd be more efficient and effective working together collaboratively. Would that be a fair?
Absolutely. When I use the term partner, I'm equating that to being in the foxhole together, taking fire together, working together to get out of something or to figure something out.
Right. And I would only say I appreciate this. I know I've reached out to you in the past and had discussions, as have many others. I know in the past administration in the city, that opportunity didn't exist. And so I believe, and I know there's been a lot of futile efforts from members of the Continuum of Care to get the ball rolling and work collaboratively together. I'm actually very excited and thrilled that we have this opportunity to have dialogue and perhaps put together a cohesive plan. Lastly, I'm going to ask, when it comes to plans, we've not presented a plan. Do you know of a plan that I've presented or I've promoted or I singularly have identified that this is the plan we must do? Have we drilled this down to a plan?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, and I'm not either. I just wanted to get clarity on that. Unless there's any further questions, I know this next phase of this, as Supervisor Wynn pointed out, we did talk about that the possible funding resources. So we've got Ms. Cindy Basso here to talk about. Just give an overall snapshot. We've been, you're a hired private contractor on behalf of the county looking to identify a homeless structure, but I know you for the last 2 years have been engaged in this and speaking and doing research. Perhaps you can share with us kind of a little snapshot of where we are and what might be ahead for this board to consider.
Make it work.
Mike, say testing.
Testing, testing. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Throughout my presentation, there's a couple things I'd like you to think about. In reviewing my notes from the last 18+ months, one word came up often. Even with my meeting with Supervisor Miller last year, the word was used, creative. And so I'd like you to think about that word throughout the presentation. The second thing I'd like you to think about is the people living on the streets. Recently, I heard someone say 90% of all the people living on the streets want to live on the streets. That categorically is not true. However, it's the perception of many. Throughout my presentation, I want you to think about the actual people living on the streets and what tragedy must have occurred for them to leave their house and live in their cars or in tents surrounded by filth. I want you to think about the women who are scared for their safety every night, the frightened children, and the individuals who are lost and not trusting of the system. As Supervisor Patty mentioned, I've been contracted, Chairman Patty has mentioned, I have been contracted by the CAO to submit a blueprint to the board in July, with specific details to create and operate a low-barrier navigation center for 250 to 300 people who are currently unhoused. The number of people will be determined by the location and size of land available. Today's presentation is to update you on my research and estimate startup costs. The final costs will be presented to you in July. As you are all painfully aware, the 2019 point-in-time count estimated approximately 1,500 unsheltered individuals living on the streets of San Joaquin County every night. We all know this number has increased over the past 2.5 years, especially since COVID. To date, San Joaquin County does not have available low-barrier transitional shelter space in the community, a place that takes pets, partners, and possessions of the unhoused. Though the Stockton shelter is adding 100 single men's bed in the future, and I understand they've secured funding, this isn't close enough to cover the 1,500 unhoused population. Please realize the creative ideas that are on the slide today, on the second slide today, are in addition to existing facilities and are not to compete with them. As you've all heard multiple times, the key for a shelter to reach success is to offer an integrated approach with wraparound services, an interdisciplinary team approach, which is what any new shelter presented today and in July will offer. Today, I'm only showing you 2 slides in preparation for my July presentation. The first slide will show a summary of other projects in other cities, the total startup costs, and the cost per bed. If you have specific questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability. Second slide will show a list of options that you as supervisors can decide together to allocate to the issue of the unhoused or not. These are rough estimates based on my research to date. These are estimated costs to provide navigation centers for the entire county. It includes funding for Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca. I have put in the presentation that the county would fund half of their estimated project to date. These are estimates based on my meetings with all Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca. You can and should restrict those funds for delivery until the remaining funds are raised and operating costs are identified. However, as I know the entire county is your concern and not just Stockton, I would be remiss if I didn't include those numbers. Even though I say these numbers are estimates, I believe based on the first slide and various meetings throughout the county, they are not unrealistic numbers. As for questions, I'm happy to take any you might have, but I don't know everything. There are experts in this room who can be called upon for questions outside of my knowledge base. I want to thank a few of those people for attending today, including, but not limited to, Adam Cheshire from the COC, Kristen Burtwhistle from United Way, Troy Verber-Salazar from the DA's office, Midori Lightwart from the City of Tracy, Tony Lundgren, the mayor and the interim city manager from Manteca City. The city of Lodi would be represented, but I just met with them this morning, and they are on board, and they have an excellent plan also, which I will discuss. So going to slide 1, which, do you have copies of the slides in front of you? Oh, you have computers. And Supervisor Miller, you have copies of this?
No, but I can see your slide.
Okay, great. So the good thing about researching other successful programs is that we don't have to recreate these projects from scratch. Each program I have listed is more than willing to share information with San Joaquin County, including their mistakes and things they wish they had done differently. There is no right way to tackle the issue of the unhoused. However, the key to success for any project is the operator. The county will not be operating the navigation centers, but you'll be hiring an outside operator, and it's imperative that the right operator is hired, because that will make or break your program. Again, in July, I will have exact details on cost and recommendations on the operating of a low-barrier navigation center. However, I wanted to note it now because the programs listed here have over a 50% successful exit rate. Remember, the final goal of a navigation center is that the guests will become housing ready. If you look at I'll quickly go through them. In San Diego, they've put up in the last 5 years 3 what they call bridge shelters, which are sprung shelters at a cost of approximately $5 million at $7,500 per bed. Haven of Hope is an entire campus. They've put in $112 million for 1,500 beds, but they service about 4,000 guests a year. Community First in Austin is an interesting project. It's a permanent supportive housing. The average age is 50. The average life expectancy left is 7 years, and they've been on the streets for 10 years or more. They're never going to go into permanent housing, but they will live their last final years in dignity and safety. St. John's in Sacramento, over 20 years, has put in $7 million. They have 251 beds, and they service 525 guests per year. Up in Olympia, Washington, they have a mitigation center, which is basically a safe camping area. It's about 16,000 square feet, and they offer case management on site. And these are tents that are on pallets in a fenced parking lot. I do not know their startup costs. The next 3 programs are all in Stanislaus, next door in Modesto. As we all know, they have the Salvation Army Navigation Center. The county put in $3 million plus a 5-year ground lease with the Salvation Army for 182 beds. They have a motel program that I toured about a year and some change ago, and at that time it was $8 million, and that was for the cost of the motel and renovation, and they did 103 rooms. And then they had a small home project. At that time there was 6 of them in the county at about 150. Additionally, in Oakland, they have safe RV camping. They have 4 different locations, and their operating cost to run each location is about $600,000. So this gives you a spectrum of different types of services in different locations and what their costs are. And it's to be used for education purposes only. Now, the second slide, before I show it, I'd like to say something. It shows a list of options that you as supervisors can decide together to allocate to the issue of the unhoused. The rough estimates, I think I already said that, excuse me. Slide 2. Included in my scope of work with the CAO will be on the first line item. We are close to finding a location for a low-barrier navigation center in Stockton. This is an estimate of an initial startup cost based on hiring a turnkey company to create the center. Please remember, the center will be helping the guests transition from living on the streets to relocating back with family, to permanent housing, or to a treatment facility. There's a reason that a person became homeless in the first place, and it's usually not a nice reason. It could be a drug addiction, mental illness, generational poverty, or they just lost their job and can't afford the rent, or they've been priced out of the housing market in San Joaquin County. But they want to transition off the streets, and that takes time and trust. So as you can see, the first option up there is a low barrier navigation center. The other options are things that you may or may not want to do. So you could do a safe camping like they've done in Olympia. I've just estimated 180 clients preparing the land, and the cost would be about $5,200. RV parking, safe RV parking, I don't know a cost. And this is all information I've gathered over the last, as I said, 18 months. During my research, I heard over and over that there are an estimated 60 to 80 families on the streets of Stockton. I can't fathom children living in tents, cars, and park benches. It literally breaks my heart. So even though it's outside of my scope of work, I put it in as a recommendation for you as county supervisors to consider. I don't see any reason why you can't simultaneously create a low barrier navigation center and possibly a motel project for families to have available. You have available partners such as the Housing Authority or independent developers that you could do a motel project with. The number above is based on the numbers from Modesto, but will most likely be higher in Stockton. Again, I'd be remiss not to include it. Then, of course, if you want to purchase a building and renovate it, there's an estimated cost for that. On the bottom part of the slide are the three bigger cities, Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi. I've met with all of them, and half of estimate costs for a navigation center for Tracy and Manteca are probably spot on. The Lodi project, they have an entire campus designated. That number by July would probably increase to $2 million also. Additionally, I have mobile laundry units depending on how many of these projects you take on. So it's not 18.5. At this point, it's about 24 million. Again, these are estimates based on other projects and research that I've gathered that I wanted to share with you before the July meeting. And that is all. I am ready for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Any questions on the onset? I know we have public comments on this issue, but any questions thus far from the board to discuss this item? Looking to my left, none. Supervisor Wynn, any questions at this time? Supervisor Miller, any questions at this time for Ms. Basso?
No, I don't have any for Ms. Basso. I am going to, I suppose, wait until after the public comment, but I'm going to want to hear from our county administrator on this in terms of what we're being asked today and the basis that we're being asked to do this on. So I just want our county administrator to weigh in on this. I don't feel like there is nearly the amount of detailed information that I would expect to see for a funding request of this size.
I'll be happy to do that after the public comment session. Supervisor Miller.
Sure. So then at this time, I'm going to call down an order of receipt. We've got our first request to speak is Mr. Jeff McLean. If you're present, please, Jeff, come on down to the microphone right there.
Hello. It's a pleasure seeing you today, Chairman and members of the board, and I'm actually excited to see you in person. So this is great. My name is Jeff McLean. I'm from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the mission of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is to protect, enhance, and restore fish and wildlife, plants, for the continuing benefit of the American people. You're probably wondering why I'm here right now. That is because we are encountering an enormous amount of trash in our waterways and believe that it is mostly coming from the encampments along our waterways. This is something we've been battling for a while, and it appears to be getting worse. We pull nets through the water. We sample for the fishes of the area, and we pull nets through the water, and we catch a lot of things. I won't get into details of what those are. They're in the items that I gave you. I gave you a letter with a couple of attachments. Hopefully you have those. And I'm frightened. I'm frightened for our water quality in particular. In summary, I just have a couple comments I'll make about the issue that are covered in the documents you have before you. As you know, the Delta provides drinking water, agricultural water, and municipal water for 25 plus million Californians. It's extremely important for us, and we have to safeguard it. The levees, of course, are here for our protection, for flood control, and are to help us above it. Rising tides and rising, due to climate change, the increases we're going to see in the height of the waterways. It's also helpful for conveyance. The Delta also provides valuable spawning, rearing, and migratory habitat for fish that are listed under the Endangered Species Act. Green sturgeon, steelhead, spring run Chinook salmon, winter run Chinook salmon, and of course the Delta smelt. Steelhead and Chinook salmon also provide for a robust recreational fishery as well as a commercial fishery offshore. Connections that go all the way out to the ocean. So really, in summary, I just wanted to point out the problem that's caused by the trash that's entering the waterways. It's manifold. There's the E. coli problem. Now, we pulled the data, recent data by the Central Valley Board on E. coli readings, and they are sky high in some areas, which is, of course, a threat primarily to the very people that are living on the waterways. And so I'm very fearful of their health. They're washing their hands, or they're using that water. They're in danger. The plastics and other items that are getting in our waterways, as you know, they break down and they biomagnify. They get into our ecosystem, and so they are a big problem, and they are not just staying in our county. They're heading out under the gate, Golden Gate. So I wanted to. I actually reached out to the board several months ago because I was really concerned about this. We did get some help from the homeless task force, the sheriffs, San Joaquin sheriffs. Really thankful for that. But I did want to reach out to the board and offer my assistance, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I appreciate the effort. I know you've provided some additional data and statistics and very informative packet. And so I understand that, this is a concern. This has to do with the encampments on the waterways and them using them as their personal disposal systems.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is not a time for questions and answers, unfortunately, but thank you for coming in to share your concerns. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Tino Adame, our local, I think a veteran hero, former veteran and an advocate, as well as Post Carl Ross, a representative from Carl Ross Post number 76.
Thank you, Chairman, board members. 15 years ago, this board of supervisors, different members, we advocated for a new VA mega clinic. Finally here. 15 years ago, we were still talking about the homeless problem. 15 years ago, we're back here still talking. We have a very good plan together. We're here. We want to find out when the VA will be involved. It's open. We have to take this as a welcoming mat to all the other cities around. We can't sit on who's doing what, who's getting the bigger piece of cake or pie. We need to focus on the homeless issue now. We have a good plan. When we had to stand down for homeless vets with Judge Crowland, I met this colonel, and I said, sir, with all due respect to your colonel, he says, I'm happy where I'm at now. That was back then. A lot of these homeless now are the younger vets. We work with a lot of women with kids that are living out in the cars. We're trying to help some that are going to Delta College living out of their car. We had a fundraiser to get him a bicycle, homeless vet. He wanted an education. But we have this plan now, and it's, like you mentioned, it's not set in stone. That's the good part about it. You can add, take away. You'll never have the perfect plan of people, whoever they may be. There's no such thing as the perfect plan. 3 years ago, we were here with the city, I think the housing committee, and the supervisor housing committee said, in 190 days, we're going to come back with a plan. That 190 days came and gone. Still haven't had nothing. Then COVID hit and made the things even worse. So we need to think about this positive. And you have the support, city, board have the support of the American Legion to continue with this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your service not only to our country, but your continued service to the community and veterans' interests. Thank you, sir. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Mayor Ben Cantu from the city of Manteca.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. I'm here representing the majority of the city of Manteca, the residents, and I'm also a very long-time land use planner. And whenever I tackle a problem, you have to develop a plan. It takes time, it takes resources, it takes logistics in order to tackle a problem. And I think in this particular case, the homeless is a problem. It's a growing problem, and we need a plan. And I think the plan that's been presented here tonight is a good, excuse me, a good start. And it's going to take a partnership between the cities in this county, the county, in both funding and in those logistics and tackling the problem. So I'm just here to express my support and the support of the residents of Manteca. Thank you.
And sir, I mean, I might understand that Manteca would be a willing partner with the county if the county were to help out getting Manteca a homeless program up and running?
Yes.
And
we actually have our own strategic plan as well for dealing with the residents, homeless residents in Manteca. And I agree with Supervisor Wynn. Each community has their own homeless, and if you build a single facility in the county, you still are going to have homeless because it's their home. Each of the communities is their home.
Understood. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Next, I've got Council Vice Chair Christina Fugazi here to speak.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I am really excited of the work that the 2x2, the county, the continuum of care, and the city of Stockton have been working on. We have this subcommittee, and while other cities can do it, I'm excited about the work we're doing because I think we're laying the foundation for the future of our county. As Mr. Cantu has mentioned, as well as Mr. Adame, we have been discussing this for more than a decade. I remember 5 years ago, September, when Supervisor Miller, District Attorney Verber Salazar, I think Mr. Cheshire, we all went to, there was about 20 of us that went to New York City to try to look for solutions to our homeless. We've done plans, we've done documents, we've had meeting after meeting after meeting, and here we are at a precipice of being able to do something actionable. And I would say this is our opportunity to actually lead. We want to be your partners. We are earmarking funds. We're hoping that the county too earmarks funds. How you choose to spend that money, of course, is up to you. But as we all know, there's not enough CDBG. There's never enough ESG. We never have enough with our community partners and our cities to do what really needs to be done to tackle this issue. And being from the largest city in the county, we have the largest population. And Supervisor Villapudua and I have the largest amount of homeless anywhere in the county, in our district. So this is an opportunity to show all the cities in San Joaquin that you are our partners and we're putting our money where our mouths are. There's no risk in setting money aside that you can use for a NOFA or an RFP in order to use the money. And we need to show the public that we are working on a solution or making steps towards solving and mitigating this issue if we want to ask them for their support later on down the line. They're going to want to see evidence and proof that we're doing it. And Supervisor Nguyen, you're absolutely correct when you said, how do we fund this? We do it by setting aside funds that we have, which, like I said, the city is doing. We can't merely continue to plan and plan without implementing and executing a plan. So why do another plan and put it in that file cabinet and leave it in there to gather dust? I think we need to invest in this, and that's why we as the city of Stockton, this is something that the council has put as their top priority. I know other cities have put it as their top priority, and we are here. I'm standing in front of you saying we want to be your partners. We've never had this opportunity with everybody being on the same page, but it is going to come down to funding. And so just simply earmark those funds. How you choose to spend them will be up to you, but set them aside as we're going to be setting aside funds in order to address this issue. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other members of the public wish to come forward and speak at this time? All right.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor, it's good to see you all in person again. My name is Bill Trezza. It's for the public record. I am thrilled to see the county and the city working together on this. This is something we've talked about a lot. You've got the resources, you've got the biggest liabilities. And Manager Black, I really want to commend you on your model. Terrific. I agree, simplicity. You can always build on simplicity. You cannot take off complexity. So this is a really good start. You know, COVID crisis is here, but it's not what it used to be. This is now our single biggest problem in the county is the homeless. It's always been that way. Obviously, COVID was an impediment to really making progress. But now I think is a great time to do it. If you talk to anybody, most people in the county, homeless is their big bugaboo. And it's time. It's really time. I would say, you know, as a business person, and again, today I'm representing myself because I came here for the Business Council to sit in on the redistricting conversation because I wanted to learn what's happening there because we have a stake in that. But when this came up, to my surprise, I thought, great, I'll take a moment to talk about it. So I'm talking as myself now, not representing anyone, but I am a member of the business community, as you know. I would say if the county has the liquidity, the reserves that it can set aside, restrict it, control it, because 5 years you guys will be gone. Hopefully the CAO and the staff will be here. It'll be their responsibility with your successor's responsibility to see that this program works. It's really, like everyone says, it's time to start moving the needle. Housing is great, but it's really a long-term play. But working on people on the streets is very important. Not everything's going to be easy. You have some big issues on how to deal with people who don't want to be helped. You have to take care of it, find a way. You also have to find a way how to cross money barriers. Not going to be easy, but money's in the air right now. Take advantage of the opportunity, and I would suspect that if we get a couple of years of this program down the road, there possibly could be more money coming from either Washington or Sacramento that would help a successful program, because we could be successful from the kind of things I'm hearing. So that's my comments. I have one recommendation. A county tenant is building a building at the airport. They have a spring structure they probably want to get rid of. Somebody should ask them to donate it to the first center that we're going to put together. Save about $1 million, I suppose. Anyway, thank you for your time, and grab the challenge. I'm glad you guys are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here to share your thoughts. Any other members from the public to speak? All right, seeing none, moving on. And I'd like to reiterate, I appreciate Vice Chair Fugazi talking about, a funding set aside. I appreciate members and reaching out, and Mr. Adame talking about the needs. I know that we can wait from now until eternity, waiting for a spaceship to arrive with $1 trillion and be able to fund everything in perpetuity. I firmly believe that in order to sell this to the public, we need to invest now, take a leap of faith, show leadership, and if down the road we go for a ballot initiative or a sales tax or public and private funding, instead of saying, give us money now, we can solve it, I think there'd be a better argument saying, look at what we've done with the dollars we've dedicated, and we'd like to have a continued level of partnership so that we can continue to sustain not only the level of success that we have thus far, but an elevated level of success with even greater benchmarks of accomplishment. So I believe that's the best position for us as a county to take in that leadership role, so that we are demonstrating to the citizens that have elected us to make a difference and to handle these problems, that it's up to us as elected representatives to be those leaders that show this county can do something. I saw something very interesting in your presentation, Ms. Basso, is there were 3 programs presented by Stanislaus County, not City of Modesto. Stanislaus County has shown 3 demonstrations, and they've taken a leadership role. They don't have guaranteed sustained funding, but they showed that their citizens had had a call for action. They saw humans living in despair and living in dire circumstances and situations, whether they be in a car, homeless, in an encampment, completely unsheltered. And Stanislaus County took the initiative in a diverse level of approach. First, we saw tents under a highway, which was interim until they got a building up and running, and they moved them into that by investing county dollars in partnership and bringing in a nonprofit to operate. So I think that's a great example of what that Board of Supervisors saw as a leadership opportunity.
And if I can comment, they only had 2 years of funding for their operating costs when they started. And that was a few years ago. And now they have funding for, I think, 2 more years. But they definitely took a leap of faith and were creative on how they approached the problem.
Understood. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to throw out Supervisor Miller. You had mentioned that after public comments, you would like to have, it seems as though you and perhaps CAO Wilverdeen have a discussion that you'd like to have.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just feeling like $18.5 million to be appropriated at based on what we saw here today is extremely premature. And I'd like to hear from our CAO on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. I'll make a few comments on it. I kind of anticipated this was going to come up, and I wanted to share a few thoughts on it. The first thing I want to mention is that my comments are strictly directed at the funding request, the methodology of the funding request that was mentioned in the letter, and that is to actually appropriate the entire $18.5 million to our public improvement budget for spending. Okay, and I want to mention that because I can appreciate that everyone's working to address our homeless issue, and I've actually been working on it myself. I'm the one who hired Cindy, and I've been working with our board to do what we can in this regard literally since I started just over 2 months ago. And in fact, there was some talk about set-asides and making sure there's money available and all of that. I actually wrote about this project and its funding in my budget message. So let me be perfectly clear up front. There is money available, and it's sitting currently in the Capital Outlay Fund. As a matter of fact, we're actually looking to recommend another $60 million in unprogrammed money to be included in that Capital Outlay Fund. But that's not what this action is talking about. And so I want to walk everybody through how our capital funding process works, so we all know what I'm talking about, and then I'm not trying to be a bad guy, I'm just trying to adhere to county budgetary practices and internal controls. And I'll just say up front, having said that I'm objecting to the recommended action here because I think it circumvents our full budget process. It actually does. And our budget process allows for proper review. We're going to do this in a little bit when we wrap this up. Public comment and vetting by the board. This proposed action actually shortcuts that normal capital spending process and its controls, and it doesn't provide support. We saw the worksheet earlier, or detail for the spending. And if we were to make this appropriation, it would nearly double our capital spending next year from $24 to $43 million in a single year. So let me just talk about how that works. A brief overview of our spending process is available capital funds are moved into the Capital Outlay Fund as unprogrammed money. I just mentioned that. We have $22 million, and it's planned to go up to $82 million after our budget hearings at the end of the month. As projects are identified and commitments are made, dollars are earmarked within the Capital Outlay Fund. They're actually programmed for future spending. I heard Ms. Fugazi mention earmarking a couple of times in her presentation. And we do that within our Capital Outlay Fund. I'll talk about that in a second. As spending requirements are identified for the upcoming fiscal year, only those dollars to be spent in that year are moved by appropriation to the public improvement budget. We actually have a department set up for that very purpose. And then these funds are now available for spending on the identified project items as they've now been appropriated. And I've got a couple of slides. I know I talked through a little bit of a process, but I think a picture's worth 1,000 words. Adam, if you could come down and we could just kind of, oh, there we go. Perfect. So this is an excerpt from our budget book for this year, which is sitting right here on my counter. And it's got a snapshot. It's got a section here regarding our capital outlay fund balance. And the highlighted area up there says approximately $95 million of capital outlay fund balance is not recommended for appropriation at this time, pending additional analysis to determine the viability of number of projects. So we have an idea, a concept, an estimate, and we've earmarked. You'll see 3 items are earmarked there. I've got the middle one highlighted. I'll follow that in a second. And on the bottom it says remaining is unprogrammed. That's that $22 million I just mentioned. That $22 million is going to be bulked up with your board's approval to $82 million at the end of this month for a total of $94 million. If you want to flip to the next slide. Oh, wait, before we do that, can you jump back 1 second? So in the middle, associated with past allocations for future law and justice facilities. So in that 4.2 is earmarked money. That's all of our law and justice earmarked monies aggregated to 4.2. Now, what might be in that for future programming? Well, let's flip the slide. And you'll see here a letter. It's actually a letter from me in my old office back in 2013. And it's the SB 1022 project, which is the replacement of the existing honor farm. I don't want to get into the project. I just wanted to use it for an example. And it was me making a commitment to the state of California that we were going to set aside $4.338 million, and we were going to do it in the Capital Outlay Fund. Okay, so we did that back in 2013 based on a physical commitment that this county made with the state of California that we were going to do. And this is what I was hearing earlier this afternoon about we want to be able to say we have money aside to make commitments. That's what we did here. Okay, that was back in 2013. Click next slide. So this is what's happened since 2013. If you take a look in the far left column, you'll see the 4.338 in year 13-14. Then what happens is we get granular identification of what we're going to spend through our general services division, and we appropriate that money for the coming year. So if you look at that green row going across, it has actual dollars in it. Well, what we do is we'll appropriate a set amount that we're going to spend for that fiscal year, and it's for budgetary control. So we don't dump a bunch of money into something and it sits there spendable, but we don't know what it's for. We don't have anything to use it against. And we've done that every single year until you come up to this year, we have $900,000. If you look in our budget book, that's what we're saying we're going to spend against this for this coming year. We'll still have in the capital outlay fund $890,000 left because we don't quite have that granularized amount figured out quite yet. And so what you'll see is if you were to flip back to the previous slide for next year's, or 2 slides, I'm sorry, that 42 will go down by $900,000. So absent any other changes, that will be 41.2. And we rinse and repeat. If you looked at last year, that number was actually bigger because we're continuing to spend down on our justice facilities. So keep flipping until the last slide. That's the basis, as I understand it, of the ask to fund fully, like the $900,000 I just talked about. It's the 18.3. And that's from the capital outlay fund directly into public improvement where it can be spent based on that worksheet. And I'm not faulting the worksheet. I'm just saying we're shortcutting the process. So what? So what if we do that? Well, this is the only detailed information that's has been provided to the CAO for this spending. So if you approve this today, that's the basis of what you're approving it on based on the process that I just walked you all through. As I mentioned, we haven't gotten any detail. I think Ms. Basso actually talked about that. Things are pretty fungible. And, you know, the downside of doing this, once this money's appropriated, as we're talking about here, spending of $200,000 or less can happen without any further action of this board. Once we've put that in there, it's real budgeted money. Now, there is some control on it because spending over $200,000, and there's a lot of over $200,000 items on there, if we were to spend them all in a chunk, as you just saw, that generally doesn't happen. It happens in much smaller pieces. But any spending over $200,000 actually would be controlled, but it would require a 3/5 vote of the board because the money's already been appropriated in there. We did some research on this because we're definitely would be pressing the envelope if we were to do this, and we couldn't find in our CAO's office that this has ever been done before. So this is, somebody mentioned a leap of faith a couple of times, and I would agree with that. And then to kind of wind that up is, I don't believe the shortcut is necessary because, as I pointed out, we already have the money set aside in the capital outlay fund, and we're going to add a whole bunch more to it through this budget process. So I just want to recap everything here. This started out, as Ms. Basso mentioned, and we have here as a $2 to $10 million capital purchase for a low barrier shelter facility. It looks like the numbers got refined to about $3.2 million. And it was also to be consistent with the strategic plan this board adopted last July. We've heard about that in the last hour or so. And then last month, this board requested a study for a blueprint of this project with details for the July 2021 meeting, which Ms. Basso mentioned, and I agree, to be assessed by this board to determine if the project's feasible. We're assuming that it is, but we haven't seen the detail. And to me, this is the plan I thought we were following. So now the project looks to be expanding to multiple facilities, which we see here, some of which are unknown, most of which are unknown. It includes funding of cities, which, while that may be a good idea, it's to be defined. And it's gone from the 2 to 10 million up to 18, and now it looks from the prior slide to be pressing 24. And we still don't have any specific details or, support for that, and it goes outside the normal capital budget process on top of it. Furthermore, the board hasn't yet had the opportunity to evaluate whether the original plan is practical because we're nowhere near completion of the requested blueprint. We probably have a month or so to go before we get that. And to me, it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. So I want to be supportive of what we're doing here, and I am. I just want to make sure we're following best practices and internal controls. And what I would suggest is that if the project is to expand and the board concludes, based on the information presented, that this is feasible and it will accomplish the desired goals, and I know everybody, including me, hopes it will, then we'll have funds available to accommodate that. However, the details should be developed, as we did with the SB 1022, presented to the board and the public, and a decision made based on the merits. And I'm concerned that what we're proposing to do right now circumvents that. So, to conclude, it's technically within the board's authority to approve this $18.5 million appropriation to the public improvement budget for spending this coming year. I want to be clear on that. The board can choose to do this today if it wants to. It's just I'm opposed to doing that. I don't think that's the right process. However, the reason I'm opposed to it is I believe it violates good internal controls as well as the top two board strategic priorities of fiscal responsibility and good governance. While I appreciate wanting to get things done and the leap of faith, I think it's incongruent with those two strategic priorities. It's also, as I pointed out earlier, inconsistent with that past board actions, past CAO actions, and I don't think it sets a great precedent for the future. I therefore am not recommending, I'm recommending that we not make this appropriation. Now, what I would like to add is, because I want to be a solution-based person, that if the board would like to program these funds within the capital outlay fund so that they will be visible and recognized, I think there was some comment about that, I'm unopposed to putting programming within the capital projects fund. I'm not exactly sure what amount we would program because we're talking amounts between $3.2 and $24 million, but I would be unopposed if you wanted to go back, Adam, to the few slides right there. If we wanted to create another line item and put something in there for this homeless project, I would be unopposed to that. I do want to point out, though, however, if we did that, those funds wouldn't be appropriated until the project details, the objective cost estimates, and the work to be anticipated in the coming year are identified and evaluated by our General Services Division. And I also want to point out that the appropriation at a future point to get that money out of there would require a 4/5 vote of the board. So with that, I'll take any questions that Supervisor Miller may have beyond that.
Thank you, CAO Wolverdine. How fortunate that you had all this information prepared on Supervisor Miller's question. Supervisor Miller, any further questions for CAO Wolverdine?
Yes, actually, in terms of setting aside funding for homelessness, I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem setting it aside specifically for the county to go into the shelter business because we have not seen the analysis in terms of analyzing the expansions at Stockton Shelter, at Gospel Center, in the city of Lodi, and the city of Tracy, how many beds that would bring online and what that would do to our shelter and navigation or access capacity. So I would like to see that analysis first. I'm not saying I'm opposed to an additional shelter. I'm only saying I don't believe the board has seen enough analysis yet to determine whether or not we need another standalone shelter in the city of Stockton. If we do, then the money can be in our capital improvement project. That's fine. But I have concerns with the sustainability, with the annual operating costs, and exactly how that partnership would be born, because the wraparound services apparently we're going to be providing as well. I'm not sure. So I would want to see a lot more detail before we actually allocated the funds, as the county administrator is saying. And I definitely would like to see the analysis on the shelter beds that are in the pipeline now, because they could be brought online fastest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions from any comments or levels of engagement? Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wolverding, in regards to the budgeting process, I understand that if we set it aside in the budget, it would be available at some future date to release on specific projects. If we didn't do that today, for example, with the budget, would we have the opportunity to move that money that's available into that category at some future date when we have more details as to what it specifically would be spent on?
Supervisor Wynn, yes, we would absolutely have that ability to do that. But as I pointed out in my concluding comments, it would take a 4/5 vote.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think the board pretty is supportive of obviously any program we can do to assist in the reduction of our homelessness. So that's fine. I guess my point is that as Mr. Black made his presentation, certainly a discussion from Mayor Cantu and Vice Mayor Fugazi, I think there's certainly a good start in regards to the opportunities. As far as Ms. Bazo in your report and in July when you finalize it, I think there's a lot to look at. But again, I think the one thing that I didn't hear, which I know we're all familiar with, is the expansion of existing shelter facilities that would be reducing the homeless on the street, providing more bed space, et cetera, in regards to our homeless population. So it would seem that although I think we've had a good discussion and a good start, that more appropriately we would want some more, lack of a better term, meat on the bones in regards to decide exactly how we would spend these funds and what amount we would be needing to accomplish some of these projects. Obviously, as been stated by many, is the partnership that we would have with the cities and with specific organizations that address the homeless population. So in other words, my thought is we can do this in the future based upon additional information that would be presented by those participating. Is that correct?
I wasn't quite understanding your question. Let me see if I can repeat it back. If we were to program money for this, will it be there for the future? And can we figure it out as we go and refine that based on detail that becomes available? Is that what you'd like to know?
Either that or program it sometime in the future. The money will still be there, that we would reallocate it based upon a budget category at some time in the future when we had some more hard numbers as to what the cost would be to participate or partner in some of these projects.
We certainly could do that, Supervisor Wynn. And one of the other things that I'll point out we could do, thinking outside the box thing, is a number of the supervisors had mentioned, we do, as you would recall, last week we went through a budget meeting with each one of you supervisors. Some of them had mentioned potentially assisting the cities with, maybe they're trying to get something going. I think I heard one of the two of the cities when they were commenting here. Now, the one thing I want to point out is this is capital improvement money. And this all came about because of one-time funding and excess funds that were developed through the CARES money. And now we have the ARPA money that just arrived earlier a couple of weeks ago. But for funding one-time capital type of requests, it would be possible if we wanted to program homeless-related money in the capital outlay fund to maybe contribute $1 million or $2 million to get something constructed in one of our cities or a number of our cities, or even here in Stockton. Ms. Basso put the $3.2 million down. We would have plenty of financial opportunity to do that, that being a building or a structure or something to get going. So there's a lot of, from my perspective, a lot of flexibility in doing what we're going to do. I mean, if you look at the comment that we have in the board book, it just says, that it's not recommended for appropriation. It's pending additional analysis to determine the viability. So that's fairly flexible money as long as it's used for the general purpose for which it's designed, which is capital projects. Does that answer your question?
Well, that's the right question. Yes, I recall our conversation in regards to potential projects that may be out there that the county would want to build that we haven't had available funding to provide. So I assume it's the same process by which we would be doing this, is setting aside that money for something specific as opposed to anticipated, possible. And of course, without what we're talking about here is we're not talking about, other organizations that have the capacity to expand their shelter space, so to speak, to assist the homeless population in the county. So in other words, the bottom line is we don't have to do this today. We can do it in the future based upon further information that may be available to make that decision.
I am recommending that you don't do this today and you do it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
So, question for you for clarity. What is the difference between the capital outlay fund and the capital maintenance improvements, as you've pointed out in this slide? It still stays in general services, correct?
The capital maintenance improvement,
Yeah, you had highlighted, you said you would be in favor of, and there was a slide that said capital maintenance and improvements. So that was, if that's the wrong reference, but that was there.
Yeah, under the general category. Is General Services Department?
Testing, can you hear me? Nicole, can you bring the slide back up? I think, are we talking about the public improvement budget versus the capital outlay fund?
Correct.
Improvement, capital maintenance and improvements. So if I wrote that down properly.
It's the category underneath the public improvement
so it goes to
budget unit.
Public improvements and capital maintenance and improvements. If you had, because you're identifying that that's where you'd be comfortable us to dedicate money to. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So then what's the difference between that mechanism there, whatever category it falls under, it's under general services, yes or no?
It's a capital fund. A capital fund is a special fund. It's not a general.
Is it under general services or under the CAO's office? Where is it?
It's just a fund, so it's just a capital fund.
So it's not general services?
General services budgets for the public improvement budget, that's their spending program for the fiscal year.
Yes.
Using capital outlay funds.
Okay.
Yes.
So I see Ms. Regallo's come down to maybe address this question.
Yes, Chair, if I can help. Okay, so the capital outlay fund, which is Fund 37004, I believe.
Yes.
That is operated, that's a capital outlay fund. Public improvement, which is under general services, is the budget. So anytime we have a project that we need to appropriate funds, it comes from the capital outlay fund.
Okay.
So we are in the, as CAO Wilverding has already said, in the proposed budget, we are recommending $60 million in unprogrammed funds to put into the capital outlay fund for any future projects that any of the board members want to bring.
Understood.
It doesn't have to be specific to homelessness. It could be whatever
Okay.
projects, as long as
it's my understanding that CAO Wilverding was in favor of putting something as in this little shaded box into that category. And I do see it says capital outlay fund balance. So I'm a little bit confused of what the differences are. What I know I've talked to the CAO about is if we did a set aside for X amount of dollars. While he might be thinking in the 2 to 10 million, we look at these programs that are being presented as possible use of funds in that 20 plus million range. So what's the difference? I've heard CAO talking about 3/5 vote or 4/5 vote. So can you tell me the difference between these different funds and what
okay.
Where they are? Okay.
So yes, in that box that he was referring to, that is the capital outlay fund. Those are not appropriated in the public improvement budget. They are earmarked, as people have said, earmarked for those certain projects. So the one that's highlighted, that's total for future law and justice facilities, $42.1 million. And the one specific project that he was speaking to was the SB 1022. So that was just a small portion. But those are earmarked for that. You can see the one right underneath, that is the morgue. That is very specific to the morgue and office space facility of $11.2 million. But I'm not sure, Adam, you could help me out here. Is any of that appropriated in the public improvement budget for the morgue?
It isn't. So the funding you see here, these are the fund balances after the recommended spending plan for 21-22.
Okay.
This 94.8 million in total is the unprogrammed, capital outlay fund balance that is not being recommended for appropriations at this time, pending additional analysis, as Mr. Wilverding said.
So that's the remaining in the fund balance.
Exactly.
So of that last one on there is truly unprogrammed, for not earmarked for any project, which is the 22.2 million, and which is what CAO Wilverding said that we are recommending an additional 60 million to go in that little box.
And that's in the capital outlay fund?
Correct.
Okay.
So that,
in order to access those dollars, then you need a 4/5 vote.
to put it into the public improvement budget under a specific project.
Okay, so if we were to allocate X amount of dollars to the public improvement fund, that takes it out of the capital outlay fund and does it in a set aside. Would that be correct? Am I understanding the different?
Can you repeat it again? I didn't understand.
If we were to move dollars out of the capital outlay fund and set it aside, the place that we're talking about possibly is moving it to the public improvement fund, is that correct?
You're saying, I think you're requesting to move it out of the capital outlay fund into the public improvement budget to be able to set aside appropriations?
Budget, okay. Okay, so
I think is what you're requesting.
budget. Got it. I've heard fund and budget. I've written notes in different places. So for me, the risk is if we leave it in the capital outlay fund undesignated, and I gave this example to CAO Wilverding this morning, a bridge falls down overnight. Tragically, a bridge falls down, and we need to come up with X amount of dollars right away for the bridge. We could take, and rightly so, pretty much all of that capital outlay fund and dedicate it to the use of that bridge because it's an emergency, unanticipated, and any idea, talk, notion, or support for a homeless plan that encompasses support throughout the county would then be lost because we haven't set aside those dollars. Would that be correct?
I understand what you're saying.
Hypothetical.
Right. I understand what you're saying. So in case of an emergency, yes. But if I could add any project, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Marcia, any project that is designated appropriations, so budget in the public improvement budget, in case of an emergency and the bridge falls down, we need an extra $5 million and we're going to take it from the public improvement budget, we can stop that project and dedicate it to whatever the emergency.
And that would go through without the oversight of the board, or that would go through a board
approval, of course. Yes, it would take.
Okay, so we would have a robust discussion. Like, new emergency just arrived. So, so the reason why I'm asking, the reason I'm saying this is I firmly believe, and by the way, Ms. Basso, I appreciate you patiently being here. Is there anything, or any of the proposed spending? You had a little rough draft and $22 million. It went up from 18 to 22, so we've gotten close to 25. Is there anything that's proposed in the spending allocation that's a fantasy project, or is this based on true, actual ideas and actual startup costs? I know it's a rough outline, but is it pie in the sky fantasy ideas that don't exist, or is this, as you've done your research, to do a motel conversion, you can plan on X amount of dollars. Speaking with the cities to get them going, they can plan on X amount of dollars. However, if we don't designate and show them that we're willing to give them money to be a partner with them, they're kind of still wandering around with, what's available, what's not, how do we design a program, what do we do when it comes to, what do we ask for because we don't know what's available. So is this pie in the sky fantasy discussion, or are these actual numbers for actual solutions in partnership with public and private interest?
So like I said earlier, these are very realistic numbers. They're not unrealistic based on other people that have done these projects and meeting with various leaders in all the cities. So they're not unrealistic. But you don't have to do all of them, but you could do some of them. I mean, that's your decision. In terms of putting them in buckets and when you put it in, again, that's your decision. But these numbers are fairly realistic. And as I said, in July, I will have more detail for certain things.
And what I do know, and by the way, if needed, if this board decides, could you be prepared to come to us at our budget hearing in June to maybe have a more robust, detailed discussion on these numbers so we may be able to use it and put it into our budget discussion when we're having those hearings?
So July 12th was my deadline.
So?
The cities have theirs, the Manteca, Lodi, and Tracy. I don't think that would be a problem. In terms of realistic numbers for the Low Barrier Navigation Center, I can get you those by June 22nd. The Family Inn, I might not be able to have that by then.
Understood. Okay. Because my concern is this. You know, if you speak with 10 people, they have 10 ideas. Oh, you've got to do little homes. Oh, you've got to do shipping containers. Oh, you've got to do a tent city. Oh, you have 10 people, 10 ideas, and they're going to be stuck with their way of doing it. Which, by the way, have I presented to you the way this is going to be? This is Tom Patty's plan. You must do this, that, and the other thing?
No, you have not.
So there's we've just done discovery from Olympia, Washington to San Antonio. We're listening, we're studying, but to date, you don't have a Tom Patty plan that we must do this and we must make sure people sign on to what we want to do with the dollars. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. There's a misunderstanding that I'm forcing and intimidating people to do things a certain way, which we don't have a plan, but I appreciate you finally putting some numbers, speaking with cities, and looking to establish partnerships and use of those dollars. So I appreciate that very much. My concern, again, is it can go sideways because you're not doing what the one person says. You must do the shipping container, little homes, or the tent city, or all the other various things. I'd like to see this board step up, put some dollars aside. It's not used until it comes before the board. None of it's below millions. So the $200,000 concern that our CAO appropriately has is not realized because we're looking at allocating the millions of dollars, not the tens of thousands. So, I'm interested in this board stepping up, showing partnership. We have, the City of Tracy representatives here looking to see what we're going to do. At the City of Manteca, Mayor looking to see what we're going to do. We've got people that are asking for our leadership. Our vice chair from Stockton, we had a city manager. They're paying rapt attention to what this county is going to do with dollars, and do we actually step up, or we just wait and keep talking? Supervisor Miller wants to do another study and analysis of other programs that are out there. Well, that could be weeks and months down the road before we drill that down. And in the meantime, we have people living in squalor and despair. It's below human dignity where some of these people are living. We have filth and waste in our waterways. We have a human travesty, people that need our action today. Who's going to die tomorrow on the freeway walking when they're derelict or unprepared for traffic speeding by? Whose son, daughter, brother or sister is going to die, with the drug overdose that we could have interacted and made a difference today by taking measurable actions and setting dollars aside? And I understand Supervisor Wynn and anybody that's like, we don't have a long-term plan. We do not have 10 years of funding in place. We absolutely do not. But we can look at 4 or 5 years of funding, and we can guarantee that in the next 4 or 5 years, we have made a measurable difference in people's lives, and we're doing it without being caught in bureaucratic, he wants this, she wants that, they want this interest there. Let's narrow this down and make a decision, allocate some dollars. The dollars don't disappear. If we allocate dollars into a fund that you think you can work under and engaging with you do, we are not giving you permission to go spend and blow the dollars anywhere. This is any proposal would come back to the board with full refinement and full, robust discussion, and we could appropriately decide to use those dollars. That would be the plan of action. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I just want to thank you, everybody that spoke today, and all the city officials for being here. City Manager Black, I don't see him anymore, but thank you for the presentation. And, does anybody in this room or watching on TV think our homeless problem is getting better? It seems to be getting worse day by day. If you don't believe me, please take a ride down, the Crosstown Freeway, or go down 205 or 120 in Manteca, and there has to be action taken, and less bureaucracy. It seems like in government, all it is study and talk and study. We have a problem, and, during the campaign season, you go out there, we're going to do this, I'm going to do this, and you get up here in an elected position, and you forget exactly what you told your constituents about. And I can tell you that the public demands action. This is a humanitarian crisis, not just here in San Joaquin County, but the entire state. One thing that caught my attention with our CA was mentioned was that, setting aside funds violates good governance and fiscal responsibility. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. And talk about fiscal responsibility. How much money, millions of dollars, had this county spent on homelessness? And where are we at? We're still the same spot. Actually, we're getting worse. Good governance, getting folks off the streets, getting treatment, getting their lives back together. Is that good governance? I believe so. And it seems that we're stuck on this policy of, hey, well, we haven't done it this way before, so we shouldn't do it, now. And I'm just, and our CEO and I talked for a while here a few days ago, and you're talking about this 18.5 million and putting it into a separate, I'll just use it for simplicity because it's easy for me to putting into a separate bank or away. But it's money that we're not spending. It's just sitting there. And, and you referred to, hey, the restriction placed on funds over 200,000, meaning that the board you would have to come back to board for spending, which is great. And, I asked our attorney to look into whether we can put restrictions on the funding underneath that, if that would make you feel better. So before we spend any amount of money, it would have to come back for this board for approval. And I know, being the past mayor of the city of Tracy and Dory Lightworth sitting here, our assistant city manager, or the city of Tracy city manager, that they have a place off of Arbor that's been identified as a shelter. And at least when I was there, one of the things that lacking to get that built was funding. Same thing with Manteca. Manteca has they've been on it probably longer than most, a shelter with wraparound services and so on. Again, they need funding. I spoke to Councilmember Joaquin, which I know spoke to Supervisor Nguyen, and they have a plan. Again, what do they need is funding. And we talked about partnering with our cities, and this is the way to do that. And we do have the funds that we can help them with funding. And and Sarah, you mentioned it, and I was thinking about it, and you talk about good governance, or the thing I don't ever hear people talk about is, or at least today, is we need to get folks off our streets, away from the freeway. And this is what I was going to mention, Chair, is how many pedestrians have been killed on Interstate 205, for example, Highway 5, the Crosstown Freeway. Their lives could have been saved if they had a place to go, or if they would have had that treatment. So is time of the essence? Of course it is, and I believe it is. And one thing that I've been adamant about since day one is, if we are going to have shelter, we're going to have a place with wraparound services, place that, you have to look at the underlying causes. A lot of it is mental health issues, substance abuse and addiction issues. I know I've talked to Mr. Diedrich about looking at a long-term drug treatment program here in San Joaquin County, which we don't have at the moment, and even more beds for those that are suffering from addiction and the withdrawals that are associated with that. So all that has to go into effect. And just yesterday, I talked to a guy who went on a ride-along, and this is what he told me. He went on a ride-along with one of the PDs, and they responded to a homeless individual with mental health issues. Now, of course, the fire department gets there, the police department gets there, the ambulance gets there, so you have all these resources out there. And they call the mental health crisis team, and the ETA was 4 hours. And of that 4 hours, they said they never showed. And that's what I was told. And if that's the case, that's unacceptable. And we're talking about getting resources, at least for me. And this is one thing that I've said over and over again. The resources are here. Majority of the resources are here in our county seat, Stockton, right? But you have very little resources in South County or in North, and that needs to change. And this is one of the ways that we can partner with our cities. Instead of dictating to our cities of what to do, we can partner with them and we can move forward together. And I think this is one of the ways to do this. And again, I just don't understand the problem of moving these funds here, and we're not touching them. And if City of Tracy and Manteca, and I'm using those as for reference, because they're in my district, I'm more familiar with those than I am some other places here in San Joaquin County. But, we're just not going to, like today, we're not going to, in the meeting, we're going to go write Midori a $2 million check or $1 million check. They're going to have to show, hey, this is our plan, this is what we have set up, and this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to provide the wraparound services, and this is how we're going to sustain that. And it comes back to the board agrees, and then we can assist the City of Tracy, for example, to shelter some folks. And what that also does is, we get tons. I can tell you as an elected official, one of the main complaints we get, and I have this letter here today about an individual complaining of homeless people walking through his property, destroying his gates and his property in order to get to the levee. We can solve those problems if we have a shelter in these places to have a place to go, and we can work with the district attorney's office and so on for the other aspects of that. So I'm for it. I mean, as some of you have mentioned, I'm looking at this homeless housing element, this thing that was showed to us earlier. It's not the Constitution. It can be changed. So it is a living document that cities can tweak it for the best interest of their cities. I mean, who knows better than what the city needs than those who represent the cities themselves, not 5 of us sitting up here. And so with that, I would approve what we have here in front of us and move forward. I mean, hey, we have to move forward. We have to lead. We have to take a leap of faith and start pushing forward. And it seems so, and this is what one thing is so frustrating in politics, is that if there's one way, if we've been doing it a certain way for a long time, it almost takes an act of God to move it from that direction. Even though it may not be working, we still maintain that path. We still pour millions, and if the state of California, billions of dollars into a problem, and it's not solving something. Here we have a chance to pivot and still work with the same partners and try a new course and a new path and see where that leads us. And again, I mean, if you look for it in 3 cities that I've talked to, they all have something pretty much ready to go, and that's folks that'll be off our streets that can get them help with mental health services, get them help with drug addiction or reuniting with families or whatever it may be. So with that, Chair, I relinquish my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. I see I got a message and a request earlier from District Attorney Verber to share and speak. I would consider this public comment.
Chairman, members of the board, CAO, County Council, and Madam Clerk, thank you for this opportunity to be here. Looking at the totality of the proposals, I believe that we can achieve success in both pathways. I don't think it has to be an either-or pathway. By allocating the resources of $18.5 million roughly into it, you can visualize, if you will, with me, the opportunity to create that safe camping site. An individual, meaning all of those trailers can be moved to one location with wraparound service, easy access, and our ability to implement those kinds of programs that Supervisor Rickman just discussed, such as behavioral health and substance use, as well as poverty and economic support. Thinking of a sprung structure, much like many of us in this room have seen in Stanislaus County, where you could house a couple hundred individuals with dignity and respect and a wraparound facility that would be able to support and sustain them, meaning hundreds off the street and into facilities. But even more powerful for me, it will now meet the Boise standard, will allow me to open up some tools that are currently prohibited because we don't meet that threshold. And then the Family Inn for $2.5 million. The Family Inn, if at any time anybody in this community said, I'm going to build a housing or a school under a freeway with the noise, the level of pollution, I'm going to surround it with hundreds, if not close to 1,000 individuals outside of it, using narcotics, trading in sex, and making a havoc, you would absolutely oppose me building that. And yet that is where our women and children's shelter is right now. And when you look to renovate a building, I didn't know as a district attorney I would become an expert in commercial properties, but I have been with Supervisor Chairman Patty to just about every community, every commercial property in this town. We have looked at purchasing and making that opportunity, and before we can even do it, the property is sold out from under us because we don't have any money or allocation resources or guarantee that we have that money available. So those are missed and lost opportunities. They're not missed and lost opportunities at making money. They're missed and lost opportunities of housing children, of housing men and women in our community with dignity and respect. If you were to allocate this money into the account, it does not mean it is free money that anybody can walk up to there and take this money and do with it as they wish. This money would have to come before all of you for approval. Plans would have to be submitted. People would have to compete, as we do every day. 16 million of the 15 million of my 52 million in my budget come from grants that I compete for across the nation. It is very similar analysis to this. You would allow people in this community to put forth plans and proposals, people who know what their community needs, what their cities need, what this county needs, in order to service and require equity for all. That money would be closely monitored and could have monthly check-ins, as well as data co-op and collection could be assessed, ensuring that every cent is held accountable, while still moving the 60 million over to the capital outlay, as that is recommended in the county budget this year. That 60 million then could be reflected upon the board's wishes as to whether or not they want to further or enhance their ability to do the work in this critical area, including housing and rental assistance and economic lifting of the people. During the course of this conversation, there is one simple goal, and that is to restore dignity to people. We can do both by allocating this resource today in order to assure that the money is placed in a situation where we can achieve the goals. We can achieve them. We can't debate, plan, or discuss them, but we can achieve them. And we know on the backside, $60 million is going into the project outlay, which will guarantee us that we can even do more. So I know it seems technically and traditionally this is not the way we do it, but everything that we've done prior to has led us here. So maybe it's time to look and evaluate the way we are doing business and acknowledge it hasn't worked. And by doing so, we're going to put this money forward, but we're also signaling to everybody in this community that we fully support and engage in the process to make and create change. And we give those people on the street the hope to know that there is money in this account and it is going to be moved upon, it is going to be acted upon. We are going to ensure every safeguard, because it is the taxpayers' money, is spent appropriately. But today we can do two great, critical, and most pivotal steps we've probably taken and move that money to begin the process to build these projects. And on the backside, when the budget hearing comes at the end of the month, allocate that $60 million. This takes courage today to do business differently. But wouldn't it be great for a year from now saying that one brave step changed the pathway for children, for women, and men on the street? So thank you for this opportunity.
Excuse me, one quick follow-up. From a prior conversation, is it my understanding that Los Angeles County set aside $1 billion and there's no plan for use of those dollars? It's just set aside and available for the cities to compete, come forward, and present programs and plans?
What I've been informed by the city of LA is they are allocating $1 billion to address the homeless issue, and then becoming, much like for me in criminal justice with my law enforcement partners, all of our funding comes through the JAG grant, which makes us competitive. So if the JAG grant comes out this year and says reduce gun violence, we sit down and we write our grants to target that opportunity. Very much similar. You are becoming the agency that's going to say, we know that we see this problem, here is the funding mechanism, we want the best program, we're going to hold you accountable, we want data collection, and we want to see results. We want to see those results, and that's what LA County has done, a massive shift in their funding, and has said, the money is here, now come tell us how to best use it and monitor it.
Thank you. I appreciate sharing that. I see Ms. Kristen Birtwistle from United Way is here, also a member of the 2x2x2. Please come forward. And I have something to share that was submitted to me for reading. Then I know there's some closing words or comments, and the discussion may continue, but I'm actually going to make a motion for this board to consider.
Thank you, Chair Patty, and supervisors as well. It's always hard to follow Tori Verber-Salazar. She's so incredibly eloquent and on point for what this community needs. Supervisor Rickman, you had mentioned earlier the numbers. From 2015 to 2019, we've seen an increase of 1,700 to 2,630 individuals in San Joaquin County in unsheltered homeless situations. We really are in a humanitarian crisis, no doubt. And several months ago, I was before this board, and we had the privilege at that time, as a member of the Continuum of Care and the chair of the Shelter Committee at that time, to talk again about the status of where we were going in terms of bed capacity, where the nonprofits are in terms of their readiness to stand forward and to help, again, move bed capacity forward. And the 2x2x2 was a result of that. And for the first time ever, we're seeing, again, a coalition of leaders from the city, from the county, from the Continuum of Care, with subject matter experts around them, really defining a robust plan. The strategic planning team, again, plan that was adopted by the cities and by the county over a year ago needs to stand. What the city manager has done is sort of, again, taken a 65-page document and distilled it down to one page that really gives us a roadmap. Again, not a perfect roadmap, but a roadmap that really can, again, I think, be managed. From the perspective of the nonprofits that sit in this community and have been diligently for the last 2 years working very successfully, I feel, with a planned approach, with discipline, and with impact, I go back to what we have been able to do in each city through the Shelter Committee by standing up not one but two winter shelters, one in Tracy, one in Manteca, because of the power and the performance, again, of the partnership between the cities and the nonprofits. I'm very, very proud of Tracy, seeing what, again, Midori has done and the City Council has done in readying the city with their own customized strategic plan built on the back, again, of this home base or the COC strategic plan, and is ready to move forward. The same with Manteca, sitting up, again, a winter shelter for 30 to 40 people in partnership, again, with one of the Gospel Center rescue missions out of the Turlock area. They are now ready to build, again, a stand-up. In Lodi, and we've presented all of this before the Business Council several weeks ago about what the barriers were. The only limitation really right now is the ability to put a price tag on this work. But in Lodi, they've said we're going to have an access center. We're going to move to low barrier shelter. The Salvation Army is standing so much up in terms of expanding the bed capacity. So what I'm sharing with you as these nonprofits are ready to support, again, the funding that moves forward in partnership with the city, with the COC, and with the counties, whether it's Gospel Center Rescue Mission, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, the Salvation Army, certainly United Way, CMC, behavioral health, So when there's any sort of question, again, about the strategic plan, it gives me sort of thought to pause, because we are in a humanitarian crisis, but we have the expertise in this room to really start something now. And while I don't understand, again, sort of the fiscal management best practices when it comes to dollars and cents for the county, it seems as if there's an opportunity for us now, it is to set aside funding that can really focus now specifically on homelessness and housing. We have the expertise of Ms. Basso here, who has laid out a very general plan, but it's one that is manageable, that is doable, and quite frankly, has been vetted in so many ways already over the last several years. And I would hate to see us being, again, if I go back to 2015, and I was not engaged with this work, but when Supervisor Miller said we need a homelessness task force, to today, if we don't continue moving forward, we will never move forward. And I hope that's not going to be the case again. So I'm very excited what the 2x2x2 can actually achieve, because we're communicating every single month about what is possible. But now we need to have a lot more action than ever before. So thank you.
Ms. Birtwistle. I want to follow that with a letter that was submitted for me to read from Ms. Carol Ornelas. As you know, she's highly engaged in low-income Section 8 housing and improving the inventory. So as she says, as you are aware, the homeless crisis in San Joaquin County is a priority for both the city and the county. It is imperative that part of the solution is the creation of affordable housing. Absolutely correct. I hope you will consider funding the county's Community Development Department's housing division by at least $10 million or more. The state is going to fund homelessness, affordable housing by approximately $12 billion. This money, the allocation of money from the county, would be used to leverage the state funds. For every $1 you fund, we may be able to leverage some up to $5. The county department is very experienced in affordable housing and could administer the funds. We are used to competing for the funds that the county receives from HUD, such as home and CBDG. Housing is built with many resources. Let's work to get projects into the pipeline and start building housing in our county that we can help homelessness and much needed affordable housing. Thank you for your consideration. I'm going to make a couple last closing statements, and then I'm going to make a motion, and that does not stop the dialogue. I did a survey several months ago. We had a 93% felt that in the last 5 years, the homeless situation has gotten worse. And by 93% of respondents said that we need to do more. Right now, this discussion, by far and away, my 4 years I've been here and now into my 5th year, this is the single most important discussion. We've made a dedication to veterans housing as a top priority in this county. Here's an opportunity to advance that cause. We make dedications to our community. We ran and many of us who just got recently reelected and sworn in this year on the single number one issue. It wasn't COVID, it was homelessness and what we're going to do about it. I firmly believe this is the single most important meeting I've ever participated in. I have the responsibility as a chairman to bring forth solutions and potential pathways of action. I appreciate the robust discussion from all of the board. I am singularly not in charge of anything. We discuss as a board. I have no more authority than any other board member. I appreciate Supervisor Miller's years of engagement on this. The culmination of her efforts through Continuum of Care, through her Homeless Alliance, has led us to this day, right here, right now. The dollars that are available, I believe it's imperative that we show the city of Tracy, that we show Manteca, that we show Lodi, that we show recently engaged conversation and willingness from St. Mary's Dining Hall, that they are willing and open to look at utilizing some land in partnership with them. That's very premature, but their board and their director, Edward Figueroa, has expressed to me a willingness if the county can step up and deliver, and now's that time. So I'm going to propose that right now we take a $25 million set aside and put it into the
public improvement budget to be utilized and accessed only after things come to us, so that it's not used for operational costs, but it's used for startup costs. I believe that I would say that not a dollar is spent until the proposal comes to us. It's vetted by this board, but it'll be in a simple, a fund and allocation in the public improvement budget that we can utilize this with a 3-2 majority, so that we can, as a board, discuss, move something forward, and not be caught into who's got the better idea and competing and more analysis, more studies, more meetings, and it going on endlessly. So I'm going to make that in a motion. I'm not shutting off the dialogue, but I'm going to float out there that I'd like to see a $25 million set aside for these causes to come to this board for use of those dollars, and a dedication from this county to actually solve the blight and the travesty that we have when it comes to the homelessness throughout this community and throughout this county.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Now, I know that I was been informed that Supervisor Miller would like to weigh in on this. Supervisor Miller, please.
Thank you. There's been a lot of very emotional testimony here, and I think there's been a bit of a false narrative that we either appropriate these dollars, which now in the course of an hour have gone from $18.5 million to $25 million, but that if we don't do that, we're opting to do nothing on addressing homelessness. And there has also been numerous statements that internal controls and checks and balances and the way we do accounting to safeguard taxpayer dollars is just the way we've always done it, and we should be bold enough and brave enough to not adhere to those standards and do things differently. I will tell you that when I was on the City Council of Stockton, the number one question that I was asked during the bankruptcy was, how on earth could this have happened? And the way it happened was elected officials ignoring the common sense fiscal advice they were being given. Our CAO has said that he would support earmarking this, but not appropriating it. That sends a clear message that this is money that we intend to spend on addressing homelessness. And I am frankly shocked that an elected board charged with the number one priority of protecting the fiscal health of the county would ignore the recommendation of our county administrator, who, by the way, was most recently our auditor, and all of his financial staff. The proposal is to ignore their recommendation and just do what we want to do because it feels good emotionally. I just think it is absolutely irresponsible, and there is no way I could possibly support actually allocating these funds. We need the internal controls and the checks and balances.
Thank you for sharing that very valuable information and opinion. Any other members of the board? I know our CAO.
Yes, I'd like to say a few words.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Villaputra.
Thank you. For the record, I sit on the 2x2, and I 100% support fixing the homeless issue. There's no doubt about it. We have a problem, especially in my district. It's huge. No doubt about it. I'd love to give $100 million if I could. Unfortunately, I have to respect our CAO. The guy's an auditor. He's a CPA. The guy's a smart man. We just hired him, and I want to support him. If it's not the right time, it's not the right time. I see no problem in waiting for our plan in 2 weeks when we have budget, and we'll go from there. So this is the way I feel. Nothing against the homeless. I want to help all of them, but I want to respect my CAO and wait for a plan where he can see where the money is going, and he wants and make sure it makes sense to all of us.
CAO Wilverding, you have a request to speak. I'm not sure if you have anything further to say. Just popped up.
No, I didn't have a request to speak, Chair, but thank you for the opportunity. I'll throw in a couple of comments since you asked. I can empathize with everybody's passion about wanting to address this, and I'm involved in this just like Supervisor Villaputua. As you know, Chair, I've been involved in this literally since I came on board. And anything that I've heard here, or I should say everything that I've heard here, especially our district attorney, who came down and made a passion plea, is all doable following the prescribed county processes that we've already established. There is nothing preventing us from doing everything that was suggested here by following the processes that we've been talking about. There just isn't. And as I suggested when I made my remarks earlier, we could program, or earmark if you want to call it that, a component of that within the capital outlay fund. And quite honestly, if we did the $25 million you had suggested to be appropriated, if we had just programmed it within the fund instead, it would be the second largest item in there next to law and justice. And I think that would make a statement to everyone. And like I said, when I used my example, when we were going to do the jail project, which has now been converted into the honor farm replacement, we didn't do it with that either. I mean, the new morgue, is that not an important project? Is there anybody here who would say the new morgue is not important? Well, why don't we just move the $11.2 million now as a part of this and just get the money over there? And I guess my other question to Ms. Basso would be, if we dump $25 million on you, would you be able to spend it in the next year?
Depends what programs you want to do with it.
Yeah. Understood. But I have heard in our discussions that we're talking about a 2 to 3 year project in order to get even something up that we had initially started talking about. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's realistic to say at the next meeting, whether it's the June budget meeting or the July 12th meeting, we can give detailed proposals for $10 million. And that includes, you know, City of Tracy, Manteca, Lodi, and a low barrier navigation center.
To be spent within the next year.
Yeah. Everyone's programs are ready to go. And these aren't projects for the navigation center portion can be done in the next 12 months.
Okay, but then that would be something we would have to see. I still stand, you know, like I said, if we put this as aside as an unprogrammed amount of money in the capital outlay fund, I don't see it preventing anything anyone asked about today.
I have a quick question, Chair. CAO, City of Tracy and Manteca comes in here asking for funds. Now what? How long is it going to take to get them? It's going to be before this year. It's going to be this year.
So thank you for asking that, Supervisor Rickman. So let me give you an example. Let's just say Tracy walked in and said, you know what? We could use $2 million and we really have something available. Here's all the paperwork on it. It's we have a building. We can get it into escrow, etc. All we would have to do is bring that to the board and have the board vote upon that with all the information at hand, and that money would be readily available as soon as that board meeting concluded. So it's one board meeting away if we got that request and that information. That's exactly what would happen.
All right. Well,
you know what I'm reminded of, CAO Wilverding,
yes,
is
sir.
that an employee had told me in the county that there was a 4-cent error in some sort of accounting in a submission, and the county made them write a cents for 4 cents. They're so careful. They're so analytical. We need to be careful for oversight and dollars or where it goes, but we're so extremely tight and so extremely narrow in the perspectives of what we're even going to allow that we're looking to show our cities and show the nonprofit partners that we are here, willing, we're dedicating and putting dollars aside, but instead we're going to be caught in the minutia of and the detail and the length, and we're going to need a super majority. We need 4/5 vote when we clearly see that, you know, while Supervisor Villaputua would spend $100 million tomorrow, if it's identified, you've got Supervisor Wynn saying no, you've got Supervisor Miller with her own different perspectives of wanting to stand up other things that are already in the pipeline that might be years down
the road. The people that are suffering on the street today, the family members that are missing their children, their brothers, their sisters, their uncles, their cousins, the people that are living in squalor and despair, they can't wait any longer. It's enough time already. We can go into detail after detail and discussion after discussion. These are Supervisor Villapudua, mostly in the city of Stockton and in Lathrop and Manteca and throughout this county and Tracy. These are people living in the most desperate of environments, and we're going to kick this can down the road again.
How does the process that we have established already block that?
Because of the bureaucracy. You can see that instead of going into a simple process of approval, we're going to go through a more lengthened and a more challenging process of approval. Nothing will ever get done. Mark my words, and this is on your shoulders, because I've tried to do something, but it's going to rest on your shoulders that you've put forward the mechanisms and the barriers to make that happen. And congratulations, that's your first major accomplishment as CAO in San Joaquin County. When we finally have partners with Stockton, we finally have people willing to open up their purses, spend money in partnerships. They're looking for us to demonstrate that we're willing to set aside dollars that are readily accessible. You single-handedly have thwarted that, and you come against the recommendations, or you come with your recommendations not to do that. Congratulations. As CAO, you've accomplished that. So I do have a motion on the table. We'll take a vote. I'm sure that wherever it goes, it won't fly. But I want to go on the record that I made a motion to dedicate dollars to solve and partner with our cities throughout this county. And those that vote for it show that they're willing to do the same. Those that vote against it show that they're not quite ready. I'd like to take, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Chair Patty, before we vote, I'd like to make just a brief comment.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to apologize to our CEO for doing his job. That's why you hired him, is to make sure that the safeguards, his fiscal responsibility, are in place. And I appreciate his willingness to stand up and tell us, as basically laypersons when it comes to budgets, on what's the right thing to do. So I want to thank you for that. Secondly, I am concerned in regards to this process because we hired a consultant. I don't know how much we pay you, but we paid you a lot of money, and yet we're going to make a decision before we even complete your report, which to me doesn't make any sense. Usually we pay you to make a report to us so we can make a decision based upon all the information that's available. So that's a concern. And again, as has been stated, I don't think anybody here wants to withhold funds for a long period of time. I think we're all on board. I think we're all in agreement. So I think that's not a problem. And I guess in your last comment, it appears to me that your motivation for this whole process is that you would rather have allocations approved by 3 members of this board as opposed to 4. I hope that's not the case, but unfortunately it sounds like it. So with that, I'll conclude it. And again, I want to again thank our CEO for his education, for me especially, and hopefully for the audience, on how we should do it, because it's the minutia, it's the little things that get us all in trouble. And by virtue of your willingness to stand forward, I think we're all better educated and better informed in regards to making the right decision on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
I have one more comment, please. One more comment.
Sure.
Jay, I want to thank you for having a backbone. I don't think any of us walk in our departments and tell them what to do. I know I talk to Director Kwong all the time, and I listen to him, and I don't tell him what to do. He tells me, what the rules are. You're doing your job. You're doing a great job, and keep up the good work. And I'm going to continue to support you. Thank you.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Miller?
No.
Supervisor Nguyen?
No.
Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you. Moving on, I'm going to move the next discussion item of the redistricting ahead. We've got members here that are interested in, they're here to represent versus staff on the next call. So we now have a discussion item to review the submittal for RFP 21-05 for congressional redistricting. Consider awarding contracts or other options for congressional redistricting effort. And this is not just congressional. This is Assembly and state Senate seats. adopt principles for congressional redistricting effort, and approve related budget adjustments if necessary. We've got Ms. Jolena Voris, I believe, here to represent the county.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chair, members, the board, Jolena Voris, Deputy County Administrator, here to present the Congressional Redistricting RFP item. This is going to be a verbal report. There are two major issues to present this afternoon. First is to review the proposal from RFP 2105 on congressional redistricting, and second is to adopt congressional redistricting principles. I just want to give first a background. Excuse me. On January 26, 2021, the board directed CIO staff and purchasing staff to draft and process the RFP for firms with experience regarding congressional redistricting and assist in forming a coalition of partners and stakeholders to advance county interests before the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. And from now on, I'm going to call it the commission because it's a really long name. It was determined that the final selection of the firm would be chosen by the board at a future meeting. The commission is responsible for drawing congressional, assembly, senate, and board of equalization lines after the 2020 census. So request for proposals 2105 is the congressional redistricting RFP. It was published on April 16, 2021, and proposals were due on May 21, 2021. Only one proposal was received, and that was from San Joaquin Redistricting Coalition. I'm going to refer to them as SJRC. The evaluation team reviewed the proposal to determine if it met minimum qualifications. However, the team determined that it did not meet minimum qualifications because it did not have a county business license or applied for a license as of June 2, 2021. I am informed that they did approach the CDD counter and asked about a license yesterday. They still have not officially applied for a license. The evaluation team also identified other issues with the proposal and requested additional information from SJRC. The team had a list of questions which was sent to SJRC on May 25, 2021, which included the status on getting the county business license, and it should be noted that the question on the county business license was not answered on the response that we received back. The evaluation team also identified other issues with the proposal after receiving the responses, which includes lack of detail in the cost proposal, work experience, and work examples, to name some of the issues identified by the team. Due to these issues, the board letter offers the following options. Move ahead with SJRC and allow them time to obtain the business license and amend the proposal. However, this could result in the county not being represented before the commission during key hearings. We published the RFP in order to receive more proposals. However, there is a possibility we may not receive any more proposals, and we will also miss being represented at the commission. Request our state lobbyists to monitor the commission hearings along with CIO staff and assist with the requirements outlined in the RFP if necessary. I did want to provide the board with an update on the commission proceedings. I had a discussion with the executive director of the commission last week to get a better understanding of the upcoming hearings that are occurring in June. The commission currently has two upcoming June meetings that are statewide hearings on June 10th and June 19th, which will be to hear from communities of interest. The goal is to hear from the public, describing their communities, what they have to say about their communities, and how they would like the lines drawn. This is just the first two hearings of many to be held over the summer. On their website, they have published a series of hearings to be held in each zone through September 11th. Each city and county is in a different zone. They have like 7 zones. At any time during the process, the county can provide public testimony or send a letter on how they would like the lines drawn. San Joaquin County is in Zone F, and the first outreach meeting here is on July 12th, 2021. Another meeting is scheduled for August 4th, 2021. Keep in mind, these outreach meetings and community of interest input discussions are before the census data is even released and provided to the state of California, which is expected in late August. After the data is provided and preliminary maps are drawn, there will be another set of public hearings and outreach conducted before the final maps are published. Moving on, I did want to say that the reason why they're having these lengthy, even just hearings before the maps are even out is because of the delay with COVID-19, and we're all kind of waiting for the maps. Back in 2011, when last time they did the census, they didn't do anything like this. They didn't have hearings until after the data came out. Next, I'm going to go over the San Joaquin principles for congressional redistricting. To help guide staff in their efforts before the Commission, it's important to have a clear strategy and goal for the congressional redistricting process. Staff is recommending the following principles similar to those the Commission must follow under the California Constitution and the requirements under election code that the county must follow for the local supervisorial redistricting. Ensure that San Joaquin County and the region does not lose any seats in Congress. The geographical integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. Advocate for equal representation in Congress for the San Joaquin Valley region. Congressional district boundaries should be easily identifiable and understandable by residents. Congressional districts shall be drawn to encourage geographical compactness in a manner that nearby areas of population are not bypassed in favor of more distant populations. That concludes my verbal presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Forrest. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Wynn.
In the staff report, you do talk about the option of possibly using our current lobbyist firm.
Yes, sir.
At no additional cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would that be your recommendation? I don't want to put you on the spot. Never mind. Anyway, so but again, understanding, and I think there's actually a gentleman from Tracy who's actually on that commission. I guess my point is that do you think that by virtue of engaging them that they would give us the representation that you think we need to ensure that they meet the principles?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's what I'm going to say, the principles that we want to adhere to.
Yes, I've had a conference call with our lobbyists, Shaw Yoder and Tweet Smelger Lang. Paul Yoder and Karen Lang are lobbyists, our state lobbyists, as I think most people know. They're ready. We've had conversations in the past when I thought we were missing out. They said, "Oh, we can watch them tomorrow if you need us to. We got you covered. It's covered under our current contract." All the meetings are on Zoom right now. They're not in person, and they're recorded, so you can watch them after the fact. You don't have to watch them live if you want to get notes, but they're willing to watch them live for us, take notes, do whatever we need, testimony letters. So I've had a conversation with them, and they're ready to step up.
Thank you.
Question, when you say they're ready to step up, will they be opening up an office here in San Joaquin County, building a relationship throughout this county with the stakeholders when it comes to, let's say, for instance, nonprofit organizations? You've got El Concilio, you've got NAACP, you've got farm laborers, you've got a myriad of community interests. So our legislative representatives, our advocates up in Sacramento, they're going to be here, boots on the ground, put together, matching the proposal that's been put forth?
I meant before the commission, that they would be able to handle everything before the commission. As far as the coalition efforts, that would probably need some local guidance from like the CAO or from the board or from a local effort like the San Joaquin Business Council called me about their efforts the last time, so it would need more work from the local level.
So how much money is the San Joaquin Business Alliance dedicated to the source of gathering the information and creating what would be a compelling argument for whatever the district alignments would be? I know, for instance, Sacramento, I'm told, spent $1 million to dedicate. So is the San Joaquin County Business Alliance dedicating tens of thousands, couple $100,000 to accomplish a strong, compelling narrative in conjunction with the lobbyists up in Sacramento? They're going to be here working on all this, or are they relying on data analytics?
We didn't really get into that level of conversation because that was before we saw the RFP come in.
But reading over the material I've seen, though, the local team, for lack of a better word, committee that's looking to work, they're looking, you had mentioned there was a lack of detail for use of funds. I saw a rather elaborate identified use of funds from them, really identifying doing public surveys, looking at what our current lines are, if we want to keep them exactly as they are, as it relates to state assembly, state senate, and the congressional. But they're also looking to engage in a myriad of community outreach and public hearings. Is the San Joaquin County Business Association doing public hearings and doing surveys? Do you know?
I can't really speak to what they're doing. I was just using that as an example. Regarding the cost schedule, I can go into more detail about the issues that the evaluation team saw. There are very rough estimates with no explanation or detail to explain the activity, no basis for the activity, and the activity did not link back to the scope of work. For example, they had all this stuff about video presentations, a video, and they had all these websites they were going to create, which wasn't in the RFP. So it's a $380,000 contract, and so we were trying to figure out where all these costs were coming from. They didn't provide us there was no breakdown for costs, and some costs were duplicated by multiple line items. So there were just a lot of problems with their cost schedule.
Understood. And I think we may have some representatives from this committee that's present to speak.
Chairman Patty, Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. First off, I'd like to discuss the whole business license issue. What you said just simply isn't true, except for the part that we do not have one today, but it's not because we haven't applied. It was because we designated our address with a suite D so that my mail sorter would know that comes directly to me as the CEO. And that was submitted over 2 weeks ago. We followed up with calls last week, and finally yesterday got a response that because of Suite D, they're going to have to do an aerial survey of our site to show that we don't have a suite on site. And this could take another 3 to 4 weeks. So that's where we stand in terms of the business license.
Ms. Forrest, were you aware of that? That if you spoke with them, that they said they have an application?
I was hoping CDD or someone can help me because we did ask CDD to look to see if SDRC had applied, and they had no formal application as of even yesterday. So I maybe there's a miscommunication on, did you apply?
I'm glad to send you all the documentation. I've also spoken with Peggy over the phone, let her know it's in process. We're waiting for the county to act, and glad to provide any additional information.
I can imagine a large agency may not be aware that one desk is working on something at another desk. Mr. Kwong.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I wasn't aware of the issue until basically this morning, but my understanding is the question arose this morning. If the gentleman has all the paperwork that was submitted 2 weeks ago, we will definitely check, but I can also expedite the business license process for this particular one, but I just didn't know necessarily what was the status of it until this afternoon.
Understood. Okay, and it could happen. Obviously, you guys have many offices, personnel, people working on many things. It's not a fault here, but it's in motion, and an actual application has been submitted.
Yes.
Unlike what was maybe understood to be missing.
Well, they didn't respond that, and their response, they didn't note that they had applied. So, and they emailed Patricia Jennings saying they still hadn't applied as of like Friday of last week, I think you said, that you still hadn't applied. I don't know.
And we were checking today as well.
So it was just maybe a miscommunication on your part because you never responded to that question on the exchanges we had back and forth with purchasing.
Okay, we'll provide you with all the documentation, but really, that's a minor issue. If there are still questions of cost and our outline didn't meet the needs of the committee, we're glad to give more. So that's not an issue. We're talking about an exciting time, something that happens only every 10 years, and a chance to engage our community on redistricting efforts. Anecdotally, you'll find that most folks don't know that Contra Costa County is part of our congressional district. Most people don't understand all of the complexities of how redistricting lines are drawn. We've assembled a team of experts that do. We've assembled a team of experts that not only understand the voters' right law and California voters' right law and the Fair Map Act, but they know how to build a coalition. They know how to get information out. I'm hoping that we can share some of that with you today if the board approves. Can I bring up some of our experts?
Please.
Take off my mask. Yeah, please jump in.
Hi, Tab Berg with Tab Communications. I'm a member of the coalition that's coming in to do this. I've been involved in redistricting programs over the last 20 years, back in the 1990 redistricting and again in the 2010 redistricting for a number of different organizations, doing Santa Clara County for the business association there, the San Jose Chamber of Commerce. Millions of dollars will be spent to try to influence these lines. And I'm a little shocked to say that, to hear that there's a possibility that you would count on just a Sacramento lobbyist to represent your interests rather than engaging the public community, which is what our plan is kind of focused on. It's a data-driven process that starts off with a survey, a deep survey to start helping identify communities of interest, which is one of the principal conditions of redistricting, identify which allies we have in nearby counties, because you want to make sure that in the end your district is representing, your representatives are representing similar interests and not conflicting ones. You don't want to be the butt end of every district. You don't want to be the add-on of every district. And that's what this whole proposal was designed, and that was our understanding of what the county was desiring, was not to be left out in the cold with a representative who primarily represents interests from the Bay Area or Sacramento or another area. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of the data and the analytical and communications programs that we outlined in there, which, I mean, I think we answered pretty much most of those questions. I'm sorry if some of those weren't as understandable as others.
How many page proposal did you present to answer that RFP?
Well, counting the samples, it's a couple hundred pages.
Understood. So a couple hundred pages. And can you just give a snapshot of like what you're talking? You talked about a poll, and it seems like Ms. Voris, you have got some questions on where the use of dollars were going to be. Maybe you could give us a little breakdown on what a snapshot of where those dollars would go. As if you have a 200-page document, I'm imagining there's some defined parameters for use of dollars, or is it just pie in the sky ideas?
No, these are not pie in the sky. These are very similar to the programs that I used for the Santa Clara County Business or the San Jose Chamber of Commerce, the same kinds of communication and other tools that we used in those. So these are not, I mean, they're not used a lot because redistricting only happens every 10 years. But these are the kind of the tried and true principles of how you communicate redistricting to the public and how you engage them. And we all saw in the 2010 redistricting how the influence on the commission had enormous impact on where the lines were drawn. So we were trying to make sure that we were matching up to that level of engagement with the public and also with some analytics. One of the things, and certainly in the poll, it's very specific, or in the budget, it's very specific, a survey. It's $35,000 plus $15,000 for the deep analytics. We want to identify the places, a profile of voters. What does the San Joaquin County voter look like? And then do similar profiles in neighboring communities, because San Joaquin County is not large enough to be a whole congressional district. So how do you divide it? Do you leave a little teeny sliver out? So we wanted to go through and identify in neighboring counties where voters are most similar to San Joaquin County voters in terms of issues that they care the most about: water, economics, similar stuff that might in the future be available from the census data, but we wanted to get it now, and also to help use it not only to identify those communities, but to give us a talking point. So we could go to, for instance, the Merced Chamber of Commerce and say, look, your voters are the same as our voters. We should be both advocating to be part of the same district. So, it's a data-driven process that we outlined that builds on each step. So the beginning parts of it are very analytical, very research-oriented. As we build the coalition out our plan isn't to have a lobbyist show up at the commission and say, this is a line that we want. Our plan was to have hundreds of communications from community groups, from individual voters, from different aspects. Once you do an analysis of the different commissioners, that will appeal to those commissioners in terms of what is our communication? What kind of economic alliances exist? Is San Joaquin County's voter interests from an economic standpoint the same as Contra Costa County, or are they more like Calaveras County? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we were going to be building on.
Okay.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, the original proposal was 30 pages.
Mm-hmm.
It was only when we submitted a list of 9 questions or 8 questions that they submitted another, 100 pages.
Understood. Was there information in those first 30 and then 100 that was kind of answered some of the questions?
I think the original concept that Mr. Berg is presenting was good. I liked the concept, the survey, all of that. It was really the fact that this team is very new and we didn't know if they've ever worked together before, and that was the concern from the evaluation team.
And that was one of the things we addressed in there. That's one of the reasons why we brought on Blaine Bibb, who is an expert at bringing people together. He's a graduate of the American Leadership Institute. One of the things that he would be is part of that process to make sure that all of us were working together well. No one of us is in charge of the team. We actually built a team that's very diverse just for that reason. We have a conservative-leaning consultant, we have a liberal consultant, and we have an independent CEO who's the person who's going to be the linchpin to make sure that all of the pieces work together.
And that's problematic for you? You're saying there's a lack of experience?
No, sir. They formed this LLC 3 weeks ago at the state just for this RFP. And so we didn't know if this team had ever worked together before on a project. And so we just, it's very rare when you hire a firm for this type of money, $380,000, when we didn't know that they'd ever worked together on a project before. What's their track record? We didn't have anything to lean on when we were looking at whether they met those minimum qualifications.
When it came to the RFP, did it request an identification of who was working on it and
Yes.
a request of their resume?
Yes.
So you saw on there that did they provide or did they not provide a resume showing experience in this field?
That was one of the things we asked follow-up for, and some resumes were provided, some weren't. But individually, I would say, yes, they all are very qualified. It was just as a team, we just weren't sure how they would operate because they'd never worked together as a team. Like if you're hiring a firm that's been operating for 10 years and they have a solid track record. They've had all these
if you do the
successes.
redistricting every 10 years, you would have preferred that you've had people that have worked like 10 years ago and 20 years ago and 30 years ago, so they have a track record in that capacity?
You do have firms that just work on redistricting, because we just hired one for our local supervisorial effort, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's all they do.
That's from what I understand, and having spoken with and been contacted by some of those firms that they do data analytics, and they punch in numbers in a computer, and they, based on population and changing, shifting, they recommend something. What I'm seeing here is a proposal that's much more community-based, but that's in some capacity concerning because they're not established here in the county?
No, like I said, I like the concept that they put forward. I think the evaluation team, and I was one of a team of people who evaluated it, just to see if they met minimum qualifications, because the board's making this decision. There was some concern that as a team, we just didn't know how they would work together since they're brand new.
Well, if I have a business that's 50 years old, and I hire a new crane operator tomorrow, and they fit in and they do their job from when I'm expecting to hire them, even though they haven't been with my company for 50 years, are they unqualified?
I'm not saying they're not qualified, Mr. Chair. I'm just saying that if you're going to spend this amount of taxpayer money, $380,000, we just didn't know what we were getting into since they're brand new.
If we spent $1 million like Sacramento, would we get a more experienced team, do you know? Because if we up it to $1 million, maybe we can hire, it's a neighboring county, we can hire the Sacramento team for $1 million.
I don't know what Sacramento County did, sir.
Understood, okay. And we only have one submission, and it wasn't closed, it wasn't limited, anybody else could have submitted. So we have one submission, we have somebody that's willing to step up. allocate how they're going to spend money, work on from both sides of the aisle, work together collaboratively with a local community business leader. And that's, to me, a good sign of local engagement for the interest of our region, which was the purpose of why we want to put it out. We could just work with a lobby firm up in Sacramento. They punch in numbers, they hire a data analytic company, and that's the end of it. And they're going to punch up and they'll go to the meeting and say, hey, we like these lines instead. Or you can have somebody that puts together a compelling argument as they're talking about that show, the engagement and the diversity and the support for a regional shift, whatever it may be. It may work out that they recommend exactly the same, but I'm in favor of somebody doing local community engagement to put together the strongest narrative while representing all interests, whether it be business council interests, farm labor interests, disparities, and challenged in different groups, then segments of our community. And I don't think our lobbyists in Sacramento has the ability to do that. Maybe they do. I don't know. I understand those concerns, and you've asked, and they provided more information. But we're getting a sense that there's a prejudgment about what they offer because they don't have a history of working together prior. And it's only 10 years since the last redistricting.
Well, that wasn't the only thing that the evaluation team found. There were 8 issues that we found that they didn't meet minimum qualifications. But it's really up to the board to decide. You wanted the board to make this decision. Sure. So I was just reporting what the evaluation team found. You can see the proposal for yourself. We sent it to every board member. Purchasing, send it to every board member to review themselves. So it's up to the board to make this decision. I was just reporting out what the evaluation team found.
Understood. When you found 8 deficiencies, and one of them be like a business license, it wasn't, so I'm sure that's one, so let's take that one off. There's 7 more. When they submitted an additional 100 pages, were those deficiencies, those other 7 addressed?
No, sir.
So they still have 7 deficiencies?
Yes.
Understood. Okay. Speaking, I know somebody else has stepped up.
Yeah, hi. My name is Leo Briones, and I hear your concerns, and I appreciate them. And in best practices, I think they're right on. I want to tell you though why it's a lot more important to have a group like ours than to hire a lobbyist in Sacramento. One is that their scope of service is much different, and their understanding of the political process is a lot different than what we do. We're political consultants. They're policy people, and they understand how to count votes in the legislature. What we're concerned with here is how to talk to people in the community and how to come up with an appropriate messaging for community of interest here, and that's really important. The prior, let me say this first, that our team, it's really, we all know each other. We wouldn't be here, and we all work together. We work in statewide initiatives and policy issues. That's how we know each other. And just, I don't know if people know this, but in California politics, Republicans, Democrats, people of all, you have to put a coalition together. It's a big, complex state. Right. That's kind of how we know each other. Now, on that note, I think it's really important. I mean, Stockton's the most diverse city in the United States. And that's super important to me. I mean, and then the county is not as diverse because it's, the different demographics of the outlying areas aren't, but Stockton's a very diverse place. I mean, in Stockton, you speak Lao, you speak Hmong, you speak Korean, you speak, Mandarin Chinese, you speak Cantonese Chinese, you speak Spanish, you speak Norteño Spanish, you speak Central American Spanish, you have people, you speak Tagalog, etc. So all of these different interests are who the people we want to talk to, because if, let me give you an example of why pushing community of interest is super important. When I was very young in this business, I started working on the 1990 census and was introduced to this whole concept of community of interest. At the time, I was basically working in the Los Angeles basin and advocating for, basically Latino identity interests, but not so much, because we were also advocating for local, interests. When I got to the local, and I'll explain that to you in a second, but when we got to the 2000, I had refined that a lot more, and I worked with a gentleman named Adam Clayton, he's kind of like a guru in all of this redistricting stuff. But the idea of community of interest is important, because a lot of times, what happens in this process is you'll have, the DCCC and the RCCC and you have Assembly Democrats, Assembly Republicans, and everybody's working to try to manipulate the process, and that's part of democracy. I'm not really against that. But I think what's strong about our team is, look, you got a very conservative guy here, you got a very moderate guy here, you got a very liberal guy here, right? So what this very liberal guy is telling you about your community and about why community of interest is important and why it's nonpartisan and why it's an objective analysis, and the most objective analysis for writing, the seats, writing maps that are in the best interest of San Joaquin County is, I'll give you an anecdote. It's an area called SELA, Southeast Los Angeles County. And when we went into that area, and for years that area had been gerrymandered, little tiny tips of this city and this city, a little Southgate, a little Huntington Park, and it had been gerrymandered for years, and it was just kind of a throwaway place. Well, what we found when we went out and we did, talk to people and talk to local elected officials and people who understood the infrastructure of the area, is that there was something super unique about that area, and that was that the water system in that area was in disrepair significantly. And when they wrote so they cut the district, basically, this was in the 2000s, based on community, it was in the 1990, sort of in the 2000, it was better, based on community of interest. So now, and sometimes this stuff takes a long time, but now you still have people from that area, and there's a bill this year in Sacramento to fix that problem, to fix that water problem, to get piped. You may have heard of Sativa Water District, which is a big mess and misgovernance or whatever. But the issue, like historically what had happened in that area is that it used to be ag. And all of a sudden you had like massive growth, and they built all of this housing stock on it. And you still had pipes that were built for agriculture. And it's a big mess. But that is being fixed now because of community of interest. And whether it's his community of interest or his, or, what matters is what people tell us about what they believe are their common interest here. And I think everybody around here can probably, including the supervisor who's virtual here, can tell us, yeah, there's a lot of community of interest here, and you could probably articulate it. What our job is to go out there and do the research, talk to the stakeholders, right? Talk to the Chamber of Commerce, talk to El Concilio, talk to different, faith-based organizations, and get them to have a consensus that, yes, this county, these are a community of interest, draw the lines based on that commission. And whatever the outcome of that, whether it's like favorable to the people he likes in politics or the people I like in politics, or it doesn't matter. What matters to you guys, I think, is to give that objective representation to the commission. So I hope that helps you understand better where we're coming from.
All right, just pause. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Miller, I know that you're listening. If you have anything to add at this time, any questions? If you're listening on mute, please.
It may take her just a moment to unmute.
Supervisor Wynn, any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, could each of you explain where you're from? Where are you from?
I live in the Sacramento area.
Sacramento, and? Gentlemen?
I live in the Los Angeles area, but I spend a lot of time in San Joaquin County, so
okay.
I mean, like a lot of time. I have clients here, and so I know San Joaquin County quite well.
Okay.
I currently have 4 contracts here in the county, so.
Okay.
And not county contracts, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Stockton.
Stockton. Okay. And do each one of you have any contacts? For example, Sacramento County, Contra Costa County, Stanislaus County, Merced County. I mean, have you done any work or have any?
Yeah, I've done supervisor races in virtually all of those counties, sheriff's races in almost. I've worked on some business coalitions, Cannabis Association.
So who are some of the supervisors you were involved with? What were some of the supervisors you were involved with?
Sacramento, I did Roberta McGlashan, and then her successor, Sue Frost. I'm doing Pat Hume. I've worked with Don Natoli. I've worked with Olson. Sheriff's race in Stanislaus County 6 or 8 years ago.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman or Via Pudwa, any questions? Okay. Yes, Director Kwong.
Chair, I do have an update for you. Should your board decide to approve this contract, I would ask that you encourage the vendor to come into our office. We will expedite the permit, but as of today, we don't have that business license. So we'll work with them to expedite.
The application is there, but not the license.
No, the application is not in. So we'll work with them to expedite it once they can get it into us.
One last thing, Supervisor Wynn, I conducted the program for Sheriff Withrow in the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department, the recruiting program, very successful, and that was maybe 8 months ago. So I have actually contracted with the county before. So
thank you.
San Joaquin's in my heart.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments that have been submitted?
Not at this time, Chairman, no.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak? Thank you for being patient on this issue.
Chair, this is Supervisor Miller. If I could ask one more question of Ms. Voorhees.
Sure.
Based on everything that we've heard today, Ms. Voorhees, do you still stand by your initial recommendation, and do you believe the interview panel would still stand by their original recommendation to the board?
Well, it's hard for me to speak for the other members of the team. I think they explained, I never really had a problem with their overall concept and their what they wanted to do. I thought that was great. I think they did explain that they've worked together before well, but other members of the team really had a hard time getting around the fact that they'd never worked together before on one project. And we couldn't get around the county business license because you really can't do a contract with anybody if they don't have a business license. And we can't issue vouchers, i.e. pay them, if we don't have W-9 or county business license. So that was something we just couldn't get sort of passed.
But that seems like a fixable item, correct?
I think we could fix that. I think if we could, if you do want to go ahead with it, if we could sit down with them and sort of walk through the cost schedule to understand it better, because there were just some items on there we just didn't understand what they meant by them. Mm-hmm. Or what, and they didn't provide any real deliverables as to what they were going to provide the board besides reporting to the board, but what deliverables they were going to provide for the project.
I think they would be working in autonomy outside of the board. It's not deliverables to the board or from the board. They're working in their own universe to go. We set them free to do their job and engage with the commission, not to report to the board or for the board to direct them. I believe that would be the correct course of action, or you know, I'm not certain. It's my first time doing a redistricting, but I'm not expecting the board to direct them.
Well, they still need a project manager, check in with them, make sure that they're on course. We still in the RFP, we've asked for them to watch what the commission's doing, report back on what the commission's doing, you know, testify for us at the commission. Their concept and doing the coalition work, that's all great, but it didn't really provide any solid deliverables. That was the other issue of concern. But I think their presentation today made me feel a lot better about it. I'm still concerned about the dollar figure.
About the dollar figure? Okay. But
cost.
But it's better than the $1 million Sacramento spent, correct?
I suppose so. I didn't know they had spent that much.
Yeah, that's what I'm told. So we need an accountability mechanism, I believe is what you're asking for then. Yes. Was that identified? Because my opinion is that they go do their job based on what they've proposed to do, and if we approve it from the board, they're working, but maybe the CAO would like to appoint somebody that would then request a schedule of reports back to the board or something. I don't know. Again, first time here on this.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's the first time for everybody.
Not Supervisor Wynn. He's been in many of these redistricting.
What I would suggest is follow Ms. Voorhees' advice. Our options are limited, and we've talked about that previously as we kind of came down to this point for this meeting. And our other two options, which are listed on the board letter, are not great. And so I think whatever we might be able to put in place to validate that, we could probably do that internally. We're kind of on the spot here in responding, would probably be able to accommodate that. I don't know much about this either. The 380 sounded like a lot. I don't know $1 million in Sacramento, just like Ms. Voorhees said. That's news to me too. And, I think maybe if we just work with the potential vendor, we could figure out how to get our hands around that.
What was the dollar amount we just allocated to a Sacramento firm for the redistricting of the supervisorial
was only, what, 150?
That's correct.
So 150 for just the countywide. So we're looking at a bigger responsibility of state assembly, state senate, and congressional, which with its levels of interest and concern and engagement, it seems like more than just having the community meetings, this group is presenting a proposal and use of dollars and robust levels of engagement that would be more than that $150,000 that's being spent based on the scope of work. I mean, they're spending $35,000 alone or $50,000 on a survey. So when you start to add up 150 plus 50, that's 200,000. Well, what else would they do? And if you start to stack on what they've identified with their 200 pages, some of which you might be unaware of, I think they've justified their dollars. I believe they would have. But let's maybe circle back, have them work with the CAO, address the final questions, close the loop on some of these things, and move forward as appropriate.
Sure.
You'd be comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd be fine.
And CAO, Wolverine, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
So you guys would be able to answer and fulfill any further. You got another 150 pages to share, I think, of information that if there's not a timeline of prior to a meeting, feel free to do that.
We would be happy to give you the more detail. We thought we did have the deliverables listed, but it sounds like you want them colored in a little bit more with detail, and we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Trezza, thank you.
I think David.
And Chair, if I may, speaking with purchasing director, we can facilitate, should your board approve this contract, facilitate the execution of the contract with the business license done concurrently.
Okay, thank you.
This session, I'm representing the Business Council. Let me tell you about the Business Council's involvement in the past and tell you why this process is pretty important right now. I wasn't involved 10 years ago, but I've been filled in on the details by the people who did work the redistricting. And if you remember, 10 years ago, before this past redistricting, our city and county were all chopped up. We had horrible representation. Some private people got a hold of the Business Council 10 years ago and said, we need to fix this because we need to be voting more like a city, more like a county. And they spent a lot of private money. They did not do polling. They didn't have the capacity to do that. They did pay. Once the demographics were released, they were able to contract with third parties who develop maps for you that you can design your district around the new census maps. So they did that, built a lot of coalitions, attended many, many more meetings that are going to happen this time because it was pre-COVID. They probably went to 8 or 9 meetings during the process and tried to, and pretty successfully, got our districts made whole, where the city was one district, the county most of the county was in a district. Unfortunately, we're still stuck with that East Contra Costa deal. But all in all, it was successful. It brought us to where we are now. We are engaged in the process right now from a distance, and we would very much like to work with people like this on helping share the resources we developed from the last time. We still have our coalitions, and we'll regenerate them. I would tell you, based on all the information we've received from the redistricting committee, that the grassroots information is very, very important. Very, very important that you engage a community. We couldn't do that. We engage with groups. And so I think having a firm like this would be very valuable in really strengthening that application. And then we'll obviously support it from our end as part of it. You know, we're just part of the community, and we try to represent like they would. It's people from all walks, not just business people. But the Business Council is engaged simply to try to improve quality of life in Stockton, and anything that helps us create more jobs, promote more jobs, is what we're after. So that's why I came today. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any comments or questions closing from the board? Any other person in the public would like to speak? I want to bring this back to the board then for a motion to, well, whatever the motion may be. We've got an option to approve. We've got an option to re-advertise, and we have an option to just stay with our lobbyists up in Sacramento. Pleasure of the board. I'll make a motion then to approve this. This is moment of silence here. I'd make a motion to approve this so that we can move forward. You're saying the meetings are as soon as June 10th and 19th. Would this, you guys be ready to start to represent, listen in and start to represent the county, and obviously working with Mr. Trezza? All right, so I make a motion to approve this funding request.
There's also the redistricting principles that are part of the motion too, Supervisor.
I'm uncertain of what you're asking.
There's two parts of the motion. One was to potentially approve the contract, and then the second was to adopt the congressional redistricting principles.
Okay, I see that. So recommended the board review the submittal received of RFP related to congressional redistricting and determine if the vendor should be awarded the contract. Authorize chairman to adopt principles that will guide so it's adopt the principles that will guide the congressional redistricting. Why are we missing out on the Assembly and Senate in this language?
Well, when you originally did the board letter and asked us to do it, you didn't mention Assembly and Senate, you just said congressional, so that's how we drafted the RFP.
Okay, but I would have thought that in our prior conversations there's two committees. One is going for supervisorial and those hearings and that process, and then the other one is Assembly, Senate, and Congressional.
And Board of Equalization, yes.
And Board of Equalization. That's to me what I'd be approving.
Okay, well, when you originally talked to myself and Mark Miles and our lobbyists about it back in January, and then we brought it item to the board on that board letter in January, you were emphasizing congressional, so you didn't ask us. And when we asked about Assembly and Senate, you said, no, just focus on congressional. So that's
I don't remember that conversation. Is that with Ms. Dino? I don't know.
No, it was myself, Paul Yoder, and Mark Miles, and we had a conference call back in January. This was after Nino left. Nino left.
Okay, well, based on, I don't recall that, but.
I was just going off the direction you gave me, but if you want to add Assembly and Senate and Congressional and BOE, it's fine.
Okay, so the big fish, of course, is the congressional, but the state assembly and the state senate
and the, what's the other one?
Board of Equalization.
Board of Equalization are all part of this next phase of where the commissions are meeting?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's what my motion would be to approve. Looking for a second, and we'll take a vote.
And the principals too?
And the principals too, but it looks like we're not even getting a second.
Sorry.
Chair, I want to just clarify that this contract, the dollar amount does include the outreach and advocacy for all 4 of these elected positions. It's not just for congressional.
That's, they're nodding their heads, yes. That's what, for all of those, that's the same hearings, the same everything.
Great, thank you.
I've made a motion, Supervisor Miller. Would you like to second it?
I will second it with the principles and this contract with the contract overview and parameters that we discussed, obtaining county business license and staff being satisfied with deliverables and putting some parameters around the contract. Then yes, I will second that. If your motion will include that.
My motion does, and that's based on the parameters of discussion, that seems to be agreeable by all parties, from our CAO to Ms. Voris and the potential vendors. So I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please roll call.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Just a clarification. Does that include all the things that have not been met up to now in regards to?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Is when you talk about, a protocol or accountability, those types of things, there are several things that haven't been met currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so is your motion essentially that the contract will only be approved if all the criteria that we've outlined in our IRP have been satisfied? Is that correct?
That would be part of it. And yes, Supervisor Wynn, that's good clarity. That's what they've pretty much acknowledged they can take care of. And CAO and Ms. Voris would work with them to get there, whatever those points were. So yes, that would be part of the motion, that everything is satisfied to move forward.
Okay, so if everything is satisfied, then I vote yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you. That carries 5-0. All right, we're stepping back on our agenda, going to, let's see, discussion item number 2, approval of San Joaquin County's 2022 proposed budget of $2.14 billion and special district budgeting of $51.7 million, and set the June 22nd at 9 a.m. of 2021 at 9 a.m. as the time to begin the final budget hearing on the adoption of the final county and special district budgeting. We've got Mr. Chris Rose.
Good afternoon, Chair Patty and members of the board. I'd like to kick this off before Mr. Rose gets us all started. Nearly everyone expected 2020-21 to be a challenging year, and as we now know, that turned out to be the case. Second and third waves of the 2019 novel coronavirus infections rolled across our nation and bringing with them more hospitalizations and lockdowns with related economic consequences. And with each new wave, San Joaquin County government made adjustments to contend with these events in the best possible way, given the information available at that time. Every time a new challenge hit, we all made course corrections based on our prior experiences. We continued to learn and to improve. The 2020-21-22 proposed budget reflects what we've gleaned from that past challenging year and represents our best planning about how to navigate another potentially volatile year. We are encouraged to see a promising parting of the COVID-19 storm clouds as infection rates drop, vaccines are deployed, and lockdowns begin to abate. We remain vigilant in positioning ourselves to handle what may come our way. And with that, I'd like to begin the proposed budget presentation for fiscal 21-22. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Patty, members of the board. The item before you is the 2021-2022 proposed budget. We will be presenting some of the highlights, major challenges and unknowns, the multi-year forecast, and some best practices to maintain fiscal sustainability. A more detailed presentation and discussion will take place during the final budget hearing, which is recommended to begin on Tuesday, June 22nd at 9 a.m. At the conclusion of this afternoon's presentation, the board will be asked to approve the proposed budget and set the date and time for the final budget hearing. It should be noted that your approval of the proposed budget does not constitute final approval of any proposals prior to the budget hearing. However, it does provide a document that will be presented to your board for the final budget hearing. The proposed budget is now available for the public's review, and the entire document was posted on the county's website earlier today. I want to acknowledge and thank the excellent CAO budget team, all department heads for their leadership and cooperation they provided our office in the development of the 21-22 budget, and a special thank you to the print shop and Robert Johnson with ISD for designing the cover of our budget book this year. The 21-22 budget is structurally balanced and is able to fund increases to reserves. The budget reflects the themes of innovation, fiscal responsibility, quality of life, and public service that are the hallmarks of the vision established by this board. The recommended budget for each county department has been carefully aligned to support the board's strategic priorities and reserve policies that the board has established. The 21-22 budget totals $2.14 billion and is funded with $341.4 million in general purpose revenue. The budget funds the 5% additional contribution towards the unfunded retirement liability at a cost of $25.9 million, which includes a net county cost of $8.5 million. The budget also includes an $11.4 million transfer to the reserve for contingencies to continue the board's goal to maintain the reserve at 5% of the total budget. After the transfer, the balance of the reserve will be $106.9 million. We will now review some of the key assumptions and highlights of the proposed budget. The proposed budget is compared with the 2021 adjusted budget as of December 31st, 2020, to provide a more accurate and updated comparison to the prior budget. The year-end available fund balance is estimated at $177.8 million. This balance reflects a year-end savings of $108.2 million, resulting in the deployment of CARES Act funding during 2021. These funds are not considered an ongoing funding stream and should not be relied upon to provide a structurally balanced budget. It should be noted that no year-end available fund balance is used to balance the proposed budget. The general fund year-end available fund balance is recommended to be used for the following one-time actions. Transfer $60 million to the Capital Outlay Fund. Transfer $50.6 million to S.J. Sarah to pay down the unfunded retirement liability. Transfer $28.9 million to replenish the contingency reserve for COVID-related programs in 2021. Transfer $17.4 million to the unfunded pension liability reserve, reflecting 2 years of the net county cost portion of the additional 5% retirement contribution. As your board is aware, the additional 5% will only be included in the budget if we have a structurally balanced budget so that expenses will not take away from other county services. This reserve will be used to fund the net county cost portion of the additional payments in those difficult years. The states may revise includes a projected state surplus of $75.7 billion. The revise continues recovery from COVID with the following programs. The Golden State Stimulus 2 program will issue one-time $600 checks to low-income individuals earning less than $75,000 if they did not receive the first payment. Small Business Grants Program totaling $1.5 billion from the Federal Rescue Plan Act to fund 3 additional rounds of grants. The California Jobs Initiative includes various proposals and assists small businesses, including tax credits, microgrants, and other economic development incentive programs. The Workforce Development Program totals $750 million to provide a financial support to local and regional industry-specific economic transition strategies. Is this clicked? Let's see where. Through Senate Bill 823, the State Division of Juvenile Justice will stop the intake of wards on June 30th, 2021. The responsibility for youth offenders will transfer to counties. The May revise includes funding for those counties through the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Program. Our county will receive $1.2 million in 21-22, $3.5 million in 22-23, and $5.8 million in 23-24. The May revise also includes $6.8 billion for homeless programs, including Bringing Families Home at $280 million, CalWorks Housing Support Program at $475 million, Encampment Resolution Grants at $50 million, Project Home Key at $3.5 million, Project Room Key at $150 million, and support services for formerly homeless veterans at $25 million. The 21-22 San Joaquin General Hospital budget totals $416.6 million and represents 19.5% of the total county budget. The projected budget deficit for 2021 is $300,000, which represents the fourth year in a row of operating deficits. On April 1st, 2021, the hospital was designated a Level 2 trauma center. A verification visit by the American College of Surgeons will be held August 26th and 27th. Effective July 1st, 2021, the San Joaquin County clinics will be separated from the hospital. A new budget was established to transfer costs to the clinics, which is a nonprofit agency not contained in the county budget. The new budget, county support to primary preventative health care, FQHC, transferred in 104 positions from the hospital, as well as 51.4 FTEs and some non-labor costs that are shared between the hospital and clinics. The budget also added 16 new positions for the clinics for a total budget of $29.1 million. Costs will be reimbursed from the clinics to this county budget. This clicker may need batteries. There we go. No, one less. There. The Department of Child Support Services, in 2019-20, an additional $56 million was designated from the state and federal funds for 21 underfunded counties. San Joaquin's share was $3.1 million. An additional allocation of $3.1 million was expected in 2021 and 21-22. In January 2020, the additional allocation was removed due to the pandemic, and another $1 million was removed from the original allocation. In 21-22, we will receive $2.4 million in supplemental funding. 26 new positions are included in the recommended budget. The county's self-insurance health plan rates continue to escalate. In the last 4 years, rates have increased by 16%, 22.8%, 3.5%, and for 21-22, 10.8%. Enrollment in self-insurance plans have steadily decreased due to the expansion of fully insured plan options. Currently, 21.9% of the workforce are enrolled in these plans. The unfunded retirement liability continues to be a focus with our office. As of December 31st, 2020, the total pension liability was $5.2 billion, with a net position of $3.5 billion for a net pension liability of $1.7 billion. This represents a funding ratio of 67.9% compared to the same time last year at a ratio of 65.8%. The 5% additional contributions began in January 2017. As of June 30th, 2021, we will have contributed $103.6 million. The recommended budget includes one-time contribution of $50.6 million, plus the additional 5% contribution projected at $25.9 million. The projected contributions through June 30th, 2022 is $180.1 million. Although there are many factors involved, such as meeting the actuarial assumptions established by S.J. Serra, our office wanted to show the effect of $180.1 million contribution would have on our unfunded liability. The overall improvement to our unfunded liability ratio would have been approximately 3.5%. This is just for illustration, but it does give a broad perspective on the effect of our efforts to increase our funded ratio. The 21-22 recommended budget totals $2.14 billion, which is an increase of $158.4 million. This is the first time the county budget has exceeded the $2 billion mark. The $1 billion mark was reached in 2005-06. Health services appropriations total $834.4 million and represents 39% of the total budget. Human services appropriations total $472 million and 22.1% of the budget, followed by law and justice with $416 million, representing 19.4% of the budget. Staffing continues to be a primary use of funds with a total cost of just over $1 billion, representing 47.9% of the budget. Services and supplies is next largest cost at $568.1 million, representing 26.6% of the budget. Approximately 77.6% of the county budget is funded by departmental revenues. These include state and federal funds, charges for services, and grant funds. Another 16% is provided by the general purpose revenue or local discretionary revenue. The remaining 6.4% of the budget is funded by fund balance. The recommended budget includes 7,679 total FTEs, which is comprised of 6,868 full-time allocated positions and 811 full-time equivalents. This is an increase of 204.5 FTEs, which includes the addition of 16.5 part-time FTEs and a net addition of 188 full-time positions. The net addition includes 220 new positions, offset by the deletion of 32 vacant positions. As of April 30th, 2021, there were 6,680 allocated full-time positions, with 749 of those vacant. The vacancy rate is 11.2% compared to last year at this same time at 11.1%. If approved, the 21-22 allocated full-time positions would total 6,868 with 937 vacant positions, or 13.6%. The public improvement budget totals $25.7 million, which includes $25.5 million in projects. New or multi-year projects total $12.6 million and include the behavioral health services adult treatment modular building, the county detention SB 22 facility, public health services facility replacement, and the morgue and medical examiner office space project. In July 2020, your board commissioned a strategic initiative on homelessness. The strategic plan contained 3 major goals, one of which included the expansion of low-barrier shelter capacity. The plans included a low-barrier shelter to accommodate 250 to 400 chronically homeless individuals. The 21-22 budget includes a set-aside of funds for the construction of such a shelter, and staff are exploring revenue options to fund the ongoing operational costs of the shelter. The shelter project is a planned collaborative effort between the City of Stockton, other cities, and the continuum of care. The District Attorney's Office requested supplemental funding to establish a domestic violence and a human trafficking response teams. The domestic violence team will address an alternative response to low-risk, repeat domestic violence calls and provide intervention before issues escalate. The team would have victim advocates available 7 days per week. The human trafficking team will address the lack of coordination between the local agencies addressing human trafficking. The recommended budget includes 7 positions for these teams. The sheriff requested supplemental funding to establish a special services division. The division would be separate from the uniformed patrol to address quality of life issues and violent crimes that affect the community. The division would be responsible for the community car program, crime analysis, community revitalization, and AgNet investigations. The recommended budget includes 14 positions for this division. COVID-19 has greatly impacted public health services. In calendar year 2020, there were over 47,000 positive cases reported. Staff maintained a caseload of up to 300 cases per day and investigated 250 outbreaks occurring in hospitals, businesses, and nursing facilities. To put that into context, the department usually investigates about 10 outbreaks per year. In March 2021, Public Health was awarded $32.7 million in epidemiology and laboratory capacity funding, which can be spent through July of 2023. The recommended budget includes $17.9 million, which supports the addition of 32 positions. In August 2020, the Auditor Controller released an internal audit on take-home vehicles. The audit recommended that the county administrator establish a master list and forward the list to fleet services to maintain. Through the budget process, departments submitted their take-home vehicle justification forms. Our office reviewed and signed the forms and then created a master list for submittal to fleet services. Additionally, we included the summary of the master list in the proposed budget document. There were a total of 139 take-home vehicles submitted for approval. Department requests for supplemental funding totaled $13 million. After meeting with departments to review their budgets and requests, the County Administrator's Office focused on fiscal sustainability and determined which requests were consistent with the board's strategic priorities. $10.5 million is recommended for funding, and the remaining $2.5 million in supplemental requests were withdrawn by the departments. Of the $10.5 million amount funded, $6.65 million was for ongoing costs and $3.85 million in one-time funding. For non-county organizations, we used a zero-based budgeting approach to these requests with the exception of the Historical Society, which had a base funding of $421,000 in 21-22. 14 requests were submitted, totaling $1.9 million. Our office reviewed this request and based our recommendations on how the requests conform to the board's strategic priorities, to the board's homeless priorities, and if the requests benefit our community countywide. $1.8 million is recommended for funding, and $102,000 is not recommended for funding. 2 requests were partially funded, and 2 requests were not recommended for funding. Tracy Interfaith Ministries for $40,000, and the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery for $8,000. This is a detailed summary of the amounts requested by organizations, the amounts recommended for funding, the unfunded amounts, and the funding provided by other county departments. As part of the budget preparation, our office also develops the multi-year budget outlook, which is intended to provide your board with a preliminary overview of the county's finances beyond the budget year. The outlook focuses mainly on the county's general purpose revenue and net county costs, the components that the board has more control over. This is not an economic forecast. It is based on the best information we have, including the labor agreements that are in place today, and extends those known parameters out 4 additional years. It also reflects the board's reserve fund policies and guidelines. There are many, many variables that can change rapidly as a result of unknown future events. Therefore, it is difficult to accurately predict an outcome. Thus, the outcome merely expresses our perspective on how the budget might look over the next 5 years through 25-26. No available general fund balance is used during this projection, and the reserve for contingencies is calculated to remain at the 5% of total appropriation level. The forecast assumptions are listed on this slide. Property taxes are by far the largest source of general purpose revenue. While property tax growth is still occurring, we do project that this growth will slow down. The budget projects the tax roll growth of 5.5% for 21-22. The projections then lower to 5% in 22-23 through 25-26. Additionally, sales tax is projected at 3.6% in 21-22 and is projected to increase 3% in 22-23 through 25-26. The full 5% additional contribution towards the unfunded retirement liability, which averages around $25 million each year, is achieved through this forecast. The unfunded pension liability reserve is forecasted to increase in 22-23 and 23-24 from $58.1 million to $75.6 million, but then drops by $300,000 in 24-25 and $1.9 million in 25-26. The projected reserve balance totals $73.4 million in 25-26. Salary projections do not include costs for expired or expiring labor agreements, which represents 5.7% of the workforce. Retirement rates are projected to increase 1.7% for general and 3.7% for safety in 21-22. Rates are projected to increase 2% each year from 22-23 through 25-26. The 21-22 self-health insurance rates increased by 10.8%, and fully insured rates increased by 6.3%. Health insurance rates are projected to increase 6% from 22-23 through 25-26. The 21-22 proposed budget is a structurally balanced budget. The reserve for contingencies goal of 5% has been met. The additional 5% contribution towards the unfunded retirement liability is fully funded, and no one-time funds are used to balance the budget. However, because of the economic downturn we recently endured, the county must remain focused on maintaining a balanced budget. To this end, the county will negotiate only affordable and sustainable labor agreements, assess the county's retirement rates and funding ratio in the event there is a significant increase in retirement rates or a reduction in funding ratio, advocate for the county's retention of its allotted share of property tax revenues, use an objective analytical approval to determine if we can afford to assume new debt, improve the revenue cycle and reduce operational costs at San Joaquin General Hospital, only fill those positions that are necessary in anticipation of revenue shortfalls from federal and state governments, and adhere to the county's no backfill policy when reductions occur. The desire to fund items as part of the final budget hearing will come from one-time funds. Typically, those funds would come from the reserve for contingencies. It is anticipated that any expansion in future programs and services will require the reduction or elimination of other services unless there is revenue generated to offset these new costs. Chairman Patty and board members, this concludes our presentation of the 21-22 proposed county budget. It is recommended that your board approve the proposed budget as a base for the final budget hearings. We also ask that you set the final budget hearing to begin June 22nd at 9 a.m. for the county and special district budgets. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 21-22 proposed budget. Prior to the hearing, should the board members have any questions or need clarification of any information presented, please contact Mr. Wilverding, Ms. Regalo, or myself. If you have any immediate questions or comments regarding this presentation or the proposed budget process, we are available at this time.
Excellent, Mr. Rose. Thank you very much. I appreciate that presentation. Any questions up here from anybody, or just receiving this? Supervisor Miller, any questions, or maybe somebody wants to make a motion to accept this and move forward to the June hearing?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do we have to take public comments first?
Yes, in fact, I do have several public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. So holding off on the motion and voting, we have public comments.
Thank you. The first one is from Mayu Sotik Zaragoza, who writes, I am the co-lead of the ACLU San Joaquin chapter. San Joaquin County spends more on law and justice than education, general government, environmental protection, parks and recreation, and roads and facilities budgets combined. We must defund the sheriff department and interest in our community. The well-being of our community deserves to be at the forefront of our county's priorities. Stop criminalizing our people. Throughout this pandemic, sheriff officers have struggled and refused to wear masks. The sheriff has even stated that these incarcerated in the San Joaquin jail were safer from COVID, which is very false due to the limited ability to social distance. There was truly proven false since the jail has had more than one COVID outbreak. The sheriff is negligent, and we must prioritize our community's public health. Again, we must defund the sheriff and invest in our community. These investments can go towards mental health services, education. that was actually defended in the last budget, public defenders, parks, environmental protection, and many more services our community deserves and needs. I personally have experienced what county mental health services are like for my family. It is easier to get a sheriff officer than get a mental health professional to come to your house to a time of crisis. When my mom had a crisis, sheriff officers suggested I kick her out of the street, which did not help the situation, but would actually add to the homelessness crisis. This is not right. Our community deserves equity. The next comment is anonymous and writes, to the board, Derek Chauvin has been found guilty, but systemic racism persists in our county. Poverty and violence remain serious issues. Academic achievement gaps still prevent countless children from realizing their full potential. While supremacists still terrorize non-white families in our own neighborhoods, on top of all this, COVID-19 disproportionately hurts communities of color. The San Joaquin County Democrats demand a better future for everyone. This means fully funding our schools so every child can access the American dream. It means addressing our massive racial health disparities, which have been painfully clear amid this pandemic. It means standing against hate against all people and in all forms, but in the brutalization of Devin Carter in Stockton or the murder of Paramit Singh in Tracy. More specifically, thanks to Democrats in our state and federal government, $147.8 million in stimulus funds are coming to San Joaquin County. With this stimulus, the Board of Supervisors has a duty to take bold steps in support of disadvantaged populations. We call on the board to support vaccination outreach programs by El Concilio, Todos Unidos, Speaks for Humanity, and other organizations serving historically underserved populations. The board should also listen to groups like the California Nurses Association, SEIU Local 2015, and NAMI San Joaquin, who are all fighting to improve health care for our most vulnerable communities. Equity and justice are bigger than any party or election. Hopefully you will join in our efforts. Sign the San Joaquin County Democrat Central Committee. The next comment is submitted by David Sengthe, who writes, hello, my name is David Sengthe. Before I begin my comment, I would like to introduce myself. I am a 16-year-old high school student at Stockton Early College Academy. I was born and raised in San Joaquin County, specifically the city of Stockton, California. Moreover, I am a constituent of Kathy Miller. If it would please the Board of Supervisors, I would like to mark my comment in support of defunding the Sheriff's Department in our proposed budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. I want to outline some of the reasons why I support defunding the Sheriff's Department for this fiscal year and subsequent fiscal years. 1, let us recognize the racist history of policing. Policing started as slave patrols, and as my history classes would note, this racist history as a continuity over time. Modern policing continues to oppress Black and brown people. See the war on drugs and policing at public protests. 2, the percentage of funds dedicated to law and security are detailed in the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget was 61.4% of the total, or a whopping $190.3 million. See page 17. My parents' taxpayer monies are not expendable. I demand that this number be cut in the subsequent fiscal year and dedicated to other health services and human services programs. 3, investing in the Sheriff's Department is not investing in the future. Investing in the future is funding our education system, it's funding our hospitals, and it's investing in people. Thank you for your time. And the last comment is submitted by Ariel Damsey, who writes, since the law enforcement we have is not protecting all members of the community, I'd like to see some of the budget for law enforcement going into community-led initiatives. Invest in our community members and help to eliminate poverty. Many of our community members don't utilize the established law enforcement due to distrust and the history of unfair treatment. It's time to defund. And Chairman Patty, that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. All very meaningful, very important, and voices in the community. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I believe we need a roll call vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Supervisor Miller, unmute, please.
I'll come back to Supervisor Miller. Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller, are you there? Chairman Patty?
Yes. Moving on, we have our final presentation, I believe, is a CDD presentation on the Housing Element Annual Progress Reports. I believe Director Kwong is here along with some staff.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. With me today is Deputy Director Jennifer Jolly and Principal Planner John Funderburg. I have a brief overview, and then I've asked staff to give you a brief presentation on this item. We bring you the annual Housing Element Progress Report, primarily because we have to, but we are a housing element compliant jurisdiction. That means we're considered by the State Department of Housing and Community Development as a housing-friendly city. In addition to that, having an annual progress report that continues to meet statutory requirements of HCD also allows us to continue to qualify and to receive grants. So between or amongst the SB2 grants and the local early action planning grants, or LEAP, and the upcoming regional early action plan grants, the REAP, we've qualified for over $1 million, and we're already in the process of getting $700,000 and qualifying for another $300,000 for REAP grant funds, and that again provides us a opportunity to be consistently moving towards being a housing compliant type of jurisdiction. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to John Funderburg.
Thank you, Director Kwong. Good evening, Chair Patty and Supervisors. This is a review of the San Joaquin County General Plan Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2020. Background: on December 15, 2015, the 2015-2023 housing element was adopted by your Board of Supervisors. The housing element is one of the 7 mandated elements of the general plan and contains information related to the county's existing housing needs, an analysis of the county's population and household characteristics, and an inventory of land suitable for residential development. The county is required to prepare an annual progress report for submittal to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR. The purpose of the annual report is to provide information on the progress of the housing element's implementation status toward meeting the county's share of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, as commonly known. The county is required to accommodate its share of the RHNA as established by HCD. The RHNA process allocates the state's future housing needs to each county and city based on projected population and household growth. HCD requires that the annual progress report contains the following information: a listing of that year's housing development applications and the housing units that were issued, building permits, or were completed. Also, if there are any, it includes a list of sites the county identified or rezoned to accommodate any shortfall in housing needs and details the status of the implementation of the housing element programs. This is attachment D, and the table shows the RHNA progress from 2015 to 2020 and incorporated San Joaquin County by affordability level. As a note of correction, the Community Development Department has updated the table to correctly reflect the remaining RHNA accounts to 6,664 units. Because of the new accounting methodology for completed units, there is a more above moderate units that were completed in 2020. However, the lower numbers of the new development from 2015 to 2017 reflect the slowing recovery coming out of the Great Recession that started in 2008-2009. And the numbers for 2018 and 2019 show the recovering economy during those years. Yet, even with the high numbers over the last few years, it may be difficult for the county to reach the high RHNA numbers that are assigned to us. Because San Joaquin County is primarily a rural and agricultural county, in order to preserve and to maintain agricultural lands and open space, the policies of the general plan direct most urban development to the cities, city fringe areas, or urban communities that have full public services, and because of this, there is very limited development in an unincorporated county. Efforts in achieving the RHNA. The Community Development Department is making concerted effort to achieve the RHNA numbers. The following are programs being proposed for implementation or have been implemented, as discussed by Director Kwong, to help streamline the application process and accelerate housing production to help the county in attaining the allocated RHNA requirements. Under SB2, The Community Development Department is undertaking lobbying county area improvements to streamline permit processing and residential building permits. Also, the Community Development Department is implementing e-plan check software, and a new accessory dwelling unit and junior ADU manual is being created to streamline review of permits and allow more of these units in appropriate locations. Under the LEAP, the Local Early Action Planning Grant, a fire flow study is being conducted and will evaluate the county special districts would lack adequate fire flow to support new home construction and provide recommendations for home improvements to allow for more affordable housing and residential development. Finally, the existing Mountain House Affordable Housing Trust Fund will help to implement a multifamily housing project in Mountain House to provide affordable housing to low-income households. Recommendation. It's recommended that the Board of Supervisors accept staff's housing element annual progress report prepared pursuant to California Government Code Section 65400 and retroactively approve staff submittal of the housing element annual progress report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development Department and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Thank you, Chair Patty and Supervisors. To conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Funderburg. Question for you. I had read earlier a submittal from Ms. Ornelas talking about how if the county puts up dollars, then the state funds and it triggers the use of state available dollars for housing in low-income housing and expanding the housing. We're 44,000 doors short here in the county, last I heard from our HUD director, Mr. Ragsdale. So are we missing something? If Ms. Ornelas called me yesterday and says, you guys are not doing what we need, you're not setting aside the dollars that would help trigger some of the state funds, are we actually not dedicating something in this budget time? Now's the time to bring to our CAO and bring to this board a request that we set dollars aside that would help trigger that 5-to-1 state match.
I worked with Ms. Ornelas a number of different times, and oftentimes projects such as hers are layered project funding scenarios. So it's not city funding and county funding. It's tax credits, it's additional state tax grants, and they all have to be project ready. And by the time they are project ready, they all have to compete for those tax credits, and they all have to compete for those multiple layers of funding. So when a project's not quite ready, it doesn't necessarily matter if you're putting the allocation towards those projects, but to the extent that she's able to be really competitive is because she's gotten projects through the process of layering those funding scenarios. So I think we do that from both a attempt at getting the tax credits. I know I've worked closely with Mr. Ragsdale on those kinds of efforts. The Neighborhood Preservation Unit, which is in Healthcare Services now, helps them do that through a multiple layering of funding as well. But there has to be identified sites and there has to be identified project readiness in order to get to that point. So I think when you really look at it, these RENA numbers, they're allocated by the State Department of Finance to the COG, who then allocates it to the local jurisdictions. The RENA numbers are just enormous. No jurisdiction that I know of basically meets those RENA numbers, but every jurisdiction consistently attempts to try and strive towards getting those affordable housing units built. So there's a lot of attempt, but there's also a lot of project readiness and funding streams that need to be matched up together in order to get those the multiple funding sources approved. So there's a consistent, significant attempt at doing so, and I think all the partners I've worked with before consistently do that as well.
But it seems like for her to say, and she wasn't saying that it's only for her projects. She's saying, we need builders, many of them building projects, and we're missing out. And to that point, Peter Ragsdale has brought up, it may have been in this chamber or in another conversation with him, but the Project Room Key, Sacramento, and I may have my numbers off by 1 or 2 million, but Sacramento got 17 or 18 or 19 million. Fresno got 17, 18, 20 million something for Project Room Key. We got $3 million because we don't have
any identified, and I talked about this earlier, and I know our CAO wants to, have oversight and control and be a participant. So maybe the CAO can engage, we can have a robust discussion. What's missing in San Joaquin County that Peter Ragsdale gets $3 million when Sacramento gets close to 20, Fresno gets close to 20, and he said specifically it's because we don't have funds dedicated or programs or something's missing. And I'm wondering if that's an extension through your guys' office, if that's something that our CAO, who wants to be very careful and oversight, and former auditor, so he's going to be very diligent that it's in the right box, the right slot, the right allocation, and only then he'll bring it to the board for consideration. So what's missing?
The funding part is the difficult part. I mean, that's what you're talking about. You can always do a funding allocation, but that's tough if you don't have a project that's ready or you don't have a site that's already identified. And part of that is going through the process of everybody agreeing on the site that's going to be chosen, moves through the process that will ultimately be the one that's successful with the state, because when you put together all the local funding for these projects, that's still the small percentage of the project. The large part of the funding still comes from the state through their grants and tax credits. So it's really competitive in order to get those. So if you allocate funding for it, then what happens is it still has to be competitive amongst all the jurisdictions. You have to prove basically that your site is more competitive than any other jurisdiction's site that has the same needs. And so even though there's hundreds of millions of dollars, there's not enough money for all of it to go around.
Sure, understood. So I would follow up with that, and I appreciate it. I understand there's parameters and we're not meeting them and we're missing out, and for whatever reason, I would ask perhaps our CAO at a future meeting, we could have a discussion, get a report of what's missing in the county so that we can address these. If it's a pipeline of projects, then let's identify them. We saw a proposal today that had a myriad of different projects for sheltering, not for housing in particular. But I think it would be helpful for the board to understand where Mr. Ragsdale's coming from and where Mr. Kwong's coming from, and what we can do to not miss out on those buckets of dollars when they're coming down from the state. Would you think that could be helpful?
When the preservation unit was under my department, I can add my input into it to help as a collaborative department with all the folks in the county. To the extent that just kind of keep in mind these funds are so competitive. Even
I get that they're competitive, but we're missing something. If Fresno's get 17 or 20 million, and Sacramento's getting 17 or 20, and Peter Ragsdale's complaining that we only got 3 million, I 1,000% believe that this is a competitive market. We're missing out on something.
Again, I can definitely add my thoughts to working with Mr. Ragsdale and the preservation unit if that's where it goes. But that's, I think we would need to all put our heads together along those lines. It's just, it would be another effort, and I'd look to CEO to help lead that effort to pull all the departments together.
I'm just asking if would it be helpful we maybe agendize this and let's get the dialogue going, connect dots. Something's missing according to Mr. Ragsdale.
Rather have a brainstorming session at the staff level first to get ready to bring something back to the board.
Wonderful. Okay, CAO Wolverdine, are you in favor of leading this effort?
Chair, just to respond to some of the things, I need to get familiar with this. I've loosely heard some of the comments made regarding the numbers you've thrown out there, but given my immersion in the budget, in the other homeless projects, and a myriad of other things, the only thing I've had is casual exposure to the things you're talking about. I'd be happy to get together with Mr. Kwong, and I guess neighborhood preservation and Adam Cheshire would be the other key component, and whoever else. I don't even know who the players would be, but I could certainly look into that, and we could work together to do that.
I appreciate it, and I can definitely add my thoughts and experience into it. But that entire team is no longer with me, so I would need to have their assistance and do their work.
I think that would be fine, because working with Greg Dieterich, he's been super helpful and very, very available for anything literally that I've been asking, and that's what's under him now. So we can put something on and get together. I don't think there's anything near ready to provide to the board. I mean, essentially you're talking about doing an analysis of what has happened or not happened and maybe should have happened.
No, well, not that necessarily. It's like, what do we do next? How do we access the dollars? How can we not miss the boat? What do you need? What does Peter Ragsdale need? And then after he's gone through you and done a work study, maybe bring back to the board some measurable actions that could help if, according to Carol Ornelas, we're missing out on dedicated dollars, not for her project, but just in general. She's identifying maybe her projects are more complex and not able to access dollars, but she's saying that we're missing out. Other builders could be doing some of their projects, is what she had said. So,
Chair, if I may, I would suggest actually that we include Mr. Ragsdale. He is an expert in this field, and then also include some of these affordable housing builders who might be able to provide input into as to what's missing. I just want to caution that this is not a work effort that's kind of unplanned, so it might take a little bit of time, and we definitely, are straining all of our resources, I think, all around.
Understood. I got it. And it's not for anybody's doing doing a job, but if Peter Ragdale's complaining and Carol Ornelas is noting, do we bring something together and have a better understanding? And if there's anything measurable, maybe there might be something that what Mr. Wolverine would propose based on hearing everybody and bring back to the board an allocation of some of this $80 million that would help with the housing component, as we're talking about homeless and sheltering and needing affordable housing for those in need. Just something's missing for us to get these complaints. I'm not manufacturing this. These are real conversations.
I hear the same concerns too. I think it's mostly when you have to put your project, not you, but a developer has to put their project, even with a sponsor behind it, it's going to score in competitiveness with every other jurisdiction in there. And so you have larger jurisdiction who has the same needs, but actually higher volume. So those are conversations that we need to explore.
Okay. If you find that would be helpful, it's Mr. Wolverine, you're in favor of getting involved doing this?
I could work with Mr. Kwong and see what we could take a look at and put together. Like I said, this is fairly new learning for me, but yeah, we could dive into that. I got a lot to catch up on.
And obviously including Mr. Ragsdale.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from the board members?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I am also under the impression that COG has received some state funding to look at affordable housing and is discussing a housing trust fund. And it might be wise if we're going to take a look at best practices for actually getting more affordable housing developed, if we include someone from COG. I know that Adam Cheshire has met with Steve Dial at COG at least once to discuss this possibility, but it may be that COG could end up being in a position to actually lead an effort, and the county might be able to simply contribute some of these one-time funds. So that would be just a suggestion that I have, and I think including Adam and Steve Dial from COG would probably add quite a bit to this effort. Thank you.
Okay.
And Supervisor Miller, you talking about some of the one-time housing funds that have become available. The ARPA money is potentially spendable in this regard. I just got the latest Treasury guidelines earlier today. I think it was earlier this morning. And we're working with that economic development, Beacon Economics, who we just had our kickoff meeting the other day. And they'll be bringing us some information about outreach. We've given them the WARN and the EDD data. And this may be something as well that they could fold in and help us out to see what's out there. So there is options out there, and I think some flexibility. So I just wanted to point that out.
That'd be great, because I do agree that there are some missing components to this, And if we can figure that out and utilize some of this money that is finally being unlocked, I think it will be a great thing. I know Central Valley Low Income Housing is doing a project, Home Key, with the city, and I believe we're providing the wraparound services over on Wilson Way, a hotel conversion. There could be the opportunity for more of those, and I think that's one of the things we, Ms. Basso was talking about earlier in terms of a family inn. There is funding. We just need to figure out what is the most strategic way to go about getting it, and who do we partner with.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Sounds like there's a consensus of what might be able to do, at least between two of the most polarized supervisors. Any other supervisor care to share a comment? Supervisor Wynn, let's see where you weigh in.
Well, I miss redevelopment, which was a real benefit in regards to a lot of projects in cities in the county. But having said that, someday I want to meet the staff who prepare these reports for the Department of Finance, because they're the most unrealistic numbers of any document I've ever seen anywhere. And every time we get one, every 7 years, it just amazes me that they don't understand the reality of how builders decide on what to build, especially when the cost of land is so exorbitant. They're not going to be building low-income housing without some type of subsidy. And the second part of it, I remember several years ago, in fact, the last time this came before COG, voting against it because the numbers that the city of Ripon were required to build were just about maybe 300 less than the city of Lodi, although the populations were almost fourfold difference. And so these numbers are crazy, and you know, I appreciate the efforts that community development makes in regards to expediting the process and making it more efficient and streamlined, whatever. But these numbers are absolutely ridiculous, and I can't imagine anybody in their right mind, and I can only imagine what the other RENA estimates are for other jurisdictions, but this just doesn't even come close to making any sense. They must live on another planet, because they certainly don't understand California housing building development. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments from the public?
No, Chairman, there are no comments.
All right, thank you. Any closing comments or questions or anything, any follow-up discussion?
No, Chair. Thank you, Board.
I think we're good. We need to motion and a second to accept this report.
So moved.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
No.
Supervisor Villapudua? Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you. Vote carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all. I believe at this time that's going to bring our meeting to an end. Am I missing anything, Madam Clerk? Are we accomplished after 6 p.m.? I appreciate everybody's time, patience. We had a very robust conversation about some very important issues. We will be adjourned until June 22nd of Tuesday at 9 a.m. for the commencement of the 2021-2022 County and Special District Financial Budget Hearings. Thank you.